All right. Well, here we are. We'll try this and see what happens. Here we are. We'll try this and see what happens. Hey, what's up, Huggy? Hey, D Varmer, you found me already. I've been touched a couple times. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why they jumped all over him. He had just got there. In fact, he just I got to email him. I just heard from him today. I got to email him. No, little. Uh, I got flagged for what did I get flagged for? I think it was thumbnails. I think deceptive thumbnails or some crap like that, man. I don't know exactly what. YouTube doesn't really explain why they flagged you. They just say community guidelines, and you have to figure out what you actually did. They never actually really say. They should be more descriptive. If they're gonna flag you down, they should say exactly what you did, but they never do. Now it is what it is. I called them out. I want they didn't take the channel down, so but I called them out. They could have burned the channel. Yeah, I was serious about that. I know ho. I didn't sell my integrity to white people, and I probably could have. So I'm definitely they're gonna back down from some some silly black chicks because their butt hurt. Yeah, I did see the strike, but they didn't really their description about is as clear as mud. Hey fellas, you guys want to get on? I'm just since I couldn't do a hangout. That's the only thing about community guidelines, man. Their first thing they do is take away your ability to live stream, which makes really no sense. Because ghetto gaggers pay them. All right, folks. There's the link. If you guys want to get on. Gotta start paying them, huh? Yeah, it's all it really is about money. I think even with Sophia Nelson, nobody even know who the hell she was until she started squawking and threatening to take down channels and that kind of crap. Even Obsidian had forgot all about her. But she needs a way to sell her book. So,
Testing. BGS, you hear me?
yeah, you in?
What's going on with you, man?
Oh man.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Well, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're on.
We loud and clear.
Oh,
What are you doing? Driving home, man? Or you out coming out from the? It's Thursday night, so I know it's not a club.
yeah, shit, man. No, I'm driving the truck
Oh,
driving.
okay. Oh, okay.
Wow, I'm talking to the man himself. I'm. That's cool, man. Hey, I like everything you do. I just want to say that, man. And more power to you, man. I'm glad to see everybody is doing what they got to do to still get the message out.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's one thing it will do, man. It's going to separate the people that's in it to make money and the people that are in it to actually have a voice. It's going to separate those two people.
Yeah,
So,
I see Tommy got like 4 or 5 TNN Raws.
man, they've been shut down Tommy's channels, man, left and right for years. So he's probably got about 50 of them. I think he did say he has 50 channels, all in hiatus, just in case one goes down.
Yeah, I was checking out TBA stuff too. So they ain't shut him down, so that's cool. The Black Authority.
Hmm. Yeah, but I was surprised. Professor Black actually went in.
Yeah,
I had to put that one up. I said, "What? Professor Black going in on him?"
yeah,
Normally they kind of cater to him, man, but I think they pissed off the wrong ones this time, boy, because he went in. He went in deep because
yeah,
he kind of capes for black women sometimes, most of the time.
yeah.
I'm gonna tell y'all what I think it is. I think it's all about titling your videos. I think it's that simple.
You think so?
I think it's all about titling because I got flagged twice for 2 videos.
Really?
So I said I'm gonna just download what I want, get rid of the rest, and I put one video up saying that what was the title? They look good losing.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't title anything about black woman, but I said what I wanted to say, and they didn't flag that video. And it's one video up. And of course, if there's nothing in the title, like if there's no black woman or BW or any type of phrase or anything like that, they can't flag it.
Really? Okay.
Because the video that they flagged, the first one they flagged was black women leading in STDs,
Uh-huh.
and the thumbnail was a picture with 9 pictures of one black male with 9 different women, and all I did was state numbers. I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't curse. I
Hmm.
didn't call them out their name. I didn't say any specific names, and I
Uh-huh.
got flagged for hate speech in that video. So I think it's all about the title because it said black women.
Well, I think black women just going through and just I think it's hit and miss because the video I got flagged on was called "Cheating Women." And
Deborah,
actually,
hey, I don't
huh?
mean to switch the subject. I was just saying, Deborah Cooper is retarded, man.
Yeah,
I
she
mean,
is.
like I was listening to her last. I was just listening to her last video, and she just basically, I don't know. It seemed like she want women to be alone and miserable or something. It's like, the man shouldn't lead. Why do you need the man? And you basically following a book that was written thousands of years ago. She's all screwed up, man.
Well, yeah, Deborah Cooper is a trip. She's a
Yeah.
trip. I mean, I've been listening to Deborah Cooper since 2008, man. Deborah Cooper's not all there.
I'm kind of
Yeah.
lost. Who is Deborah Cooper?
Well, she's supposedly an advice columnist and a dating coach, and
Oh
she's
yeah,
been
I
writing
heard
a.
that.
She used to write a column back. She's been writing a column since what 1993. Well, I think the site that she used to write for is defunct, but she's been around, man. But
Yeah,
she,
she looked like
she's
it.
Oh, she look bad. What she
she's
look like?
old. She's old.
Oh, she's old.
Yeah.
She's not old. Like attractive, she's old, ugly.
She's like a 5 that just got old.
Damn.
Like,
That's damn.
That's what she is. She's a 5 that got old.
that's cool, man. Hey, is my background making a lot of noise? Cause I'm in this truck.
Now you're all right.
Oh, okay, cool,
You're all
cool.
right. You're not that bad.
Hey, like I've been listening a long time. I've been well, really like a good year and a half. You know,
Yeah.
I've
This is about as
followed
long. This is about as
about
long as it's been up.
yep, been following you, Minister Jab, Angry Man, O'Shea. Who else I got? I got Mental OG. I don't know what happened to. I seen they took down Obsidian, but of course he was the top guy that they wanted. You know, but you know his
Yeah,
content's gone.
yeah. He got. Yeah, yeah. He was a top guy. So I don't know if they took him out or he just put the uh, put the channel in hiatus.
Yeah, yeah. That's kind of what O did. He uh he took it down himself, and
Yeah.
now he just running off the vlogcast.
Well, he just put it back up today. So
Oh, okay. I'm
yeah,
glad I didn't.
he just put it back up. He came back. I guess since they have Dolomite on the run, I think he said it's safe to put it back up. You know,
Yeah.
Karazin and what's her name, Sophia Nelson were on a hangout. I listened to parts of it,
Mm.
but it sound like they're trying to hold a brave front, but sound like they're walking some stuff back. You know,
Nah.
like she mentioned that black men are a protected class.
Man, if that was the case, we wouldn't be a million strong in prison. Yeah.
Well, as far as social media is concerned, but on the
Oh, okay.
streets, we always fair game.
Man, I'm telling you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm calling out of Gary though, just letting y'all know. I'm from Gary, Indiana.
All right.
Yeah, born and raised, man. But I'm not like everybody else. I'm not the
Oh,
I mean
oh,
not
you have a
everybody.
job, huh?
Yeah. Well, shoot, it wasn't really too many options but trucking, man. I mean, it's either that or work for one of the Arabs that's robbing the community. Shit.
Oh, how did they make? How did the Arabs make money in a community that's not working? What is it? A lot of
Oh,
folks on,
shoot.
a lot of folks on assistance or what?
Yeah, I mean, this is single motherhood city out here. It's like it's 90% black
Yeah.
and like 80% welfare recipients.
Hmm.
Now my mom, she's a nurse, so I was luckily, like I could have been one of those, one of the crack babies, because I was born in '85.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, right in the middle.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I could have been, but I was lucked up and had a mom and a dad for the
Yeah.
most part, but she ran him away. She used to, I don't like that tie. She was used to, he wasn't, he didn't have no spine, so
Okay.
I didn't understand that when I was younger, but like from the time I was 8 to the time I was 18, he was gone. So those 10 years
Okay.
basically raised myself, man.
Oh, really? Oh, she was away. Oh, you were a latchkey kid?
Huh?
You were a latchkey kid?
What that mean? Last year? What that
In
mean?
other words, well, latchkey meant, in other words, my mom's working, and basically they give you a key, and
Yeah,
when you get home from school, you gotta let yourself in.
yeah. Basically, like I'm the last one. Like I'm 31, and my closest brother is 40, and then from there, my sister 41, and
Okay.
then my oldest brother like 47 or something. So yeah, I'm the last. So
Okay.
yeah, but I got real tight with my father when I turned 18, and I understood. I mean, I understood why him and my mama ain't together.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You kind of like my. I remember my brother, a younger brother. he cracked me up when he said it. I finally realized that woman is masquerading as my mother.
Yeah, man. She's Mother Goose. I mean, like, no matter, she will treat everybody like a child. Anybody,
Hmm.
everybody is a kid in her eyes, you know. But I love her to death, you know, of course, right?
Yeah, that's mom's. Yeah,
Right. But
she is who she's a woman.
you know, hey, I'm just glad she wasn't like a lot of my friends' moms. You know,
Okay.
you know. So I looked up and you know,
Yeah, you had a
I didn't.
decent you had a decent mother.
Yeah, and you know, she tried her best, and I begged her to go to public school when I was in seventh grade because she put
Uh-huh.
me in private school,
Okay.
and started failing on purpose so I could be with my friends
Oh, okay. Okay.
in
Yeah,
seventh grade.
yeah,
So
my daughter did that and
and
regretted it.
yep, I regret it. I
Yeah.
mean, I didn't. You know, I seen all this ass shaking and I people cussing and people was already having sex in
Uh-huh.
seventh grade. I was
Oh
just
yeah.
lost,
Oh yeah.
man.
Oh yeah. You wanted to be in it, huh?
Yeah, and then when I got in it, it wasn't as fun as I thought it was. You know.
Yeah, it's too late. Well, mom said it was too late for it to go back, huh?
Yeah, you know, and then the emasculation, man. I mean, I realized I could have really went either way. I'm glad I knew what I liked at an early age. You know, I
Uh-huh.
knew I liked it women, but you know, it could have went either way, man. I mean, the way she,
When you say emasculation, what do you mean?
like, when I was in seventh grade, when I first got in public school, I wanted to play for the football team. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, no, you can't do that. I don't want you to get hurt. You know,
Oh, okay.
and you know, and then she know that, you know, when I was younger, you know, people used to pick with me because, you know, I'm coming from private school.
Okay.
You know, it's cupcake in there. So,
Yeah.
you know, between that and church and, you know,
Yeah.
man,
Yeah.
oh man. So, you know, I had to learn the hard way and started hanging with the wrong guys and,
Yeah.
you know, started fighting for the hood and, you know,
Yeah.
stuff,
Yeah.
man. But I'm glad that I came out good, and I'm luckily I didn't get a felony. You know, I did some felony stuff, but I came out all right, man. Shoot, I'm all right, man. I'm trucking now. I've been doing this for 5 years.
Well, yeah, man. You do it as long as you can, man. Do it as long as you can. Ain't no
Yeah, I'm just
telling.
trying to.
Ain't no telling when but and don't think it's gonna be a lifetime gig, man.
Oh man, in the next 10 years, these trucks, man, the next 7 years, these trucks gonna be driving themselves.
Well, do you see the movie Logan?
You know what? I was looking on it on the bootleg version, but
Yeah.
it was too messed up. But no, I didn't see it yet.
Yeah, they showed self-driving trucks by 2029.
Yeah, so I'm
Yeah.
definitely trying to save a coin and just doing a lot of research, man, and just I had to switch my circle up. You know, when I was younger, you know, I'm 31, so when I was,
Hmm.
my circle is different from when I was 25, 20. It was like around the age of 28, it's just something started clicking in my head, and I just started reaching for something else, man. Like, you know, I look at it like, you know, like I was talking to my best friend, and I was telling him, man, there's really no difference between how a 31-year-old dress and a 13-year-old dress. You know, I mean, just the whole cancer culture, man. You know, I really see. I'm more on the outside of the box looking in now. You know what I'm saying? Like, and a lot of my friends still just, a lot of my old friends don't understand me. You know, I think I'm growing
Yeah.
in a lot of different ways.
Well, yeah, you diverging because basically you're not holding on to that old stuff. You have to basically have to change. So,
Yeah,
and
and that,
they're not changing with you.
no, for the most part. Hey, yeah, I used to follow what's the name? So you know about Umar, right?
Umar Johnson?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I used to check him out, but you know, he just
You see, something happened to him, man. He kind of
Yeah,
he went off the
That
deep end.
stripper. That stripper.
well, I think it's past that. Like I've seen his recent videos, his eyes all squinted, and I don't know if he trying to be street or I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think he had a break, man. When up against that guy, man. I can't remember
Oh
his
yeah,
name. He got
Betty.
into it, and yeah, he kind of went off the deep end because they had been on him about that money he got for the school. I don't think it was a stripper, but I think it was the money he had for the school. They had been on him about, so they had been hounding him about that. They had been hounding him about his degree and all that kind of stuff, and
Yeah,
there's a whole
like
bunch of stuff they had been hounding him about. And then that when he went off on that guy, um, I think he
yeah,
kind of had a break. So
Yeah,
he's
also
been
that
on one of
stripper
some.
too, though.
The stripper wasn't too bad. The stripper there wasn't too bad, but the thing is with the money and then with the when he had that debate against this, I think he was a Hebrew Israelite or something. He had that debate. He went off. He kind of lost a whole lot of points. So he's been on one ever since.
Yeah, talk about that Pan African stuff.
Yeah, yeah, and amongst the conscious community, man, he has a bad reputation right now. So
yeah. The
Hey,
only people that's still following him is women, man. Really.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah, because he
I'm talking
says,
about like my sister. I be
mm,
telling my sister about it. I'm like, I mean, look, I can't really follow somebody that they ain't gonna come through with their promises.
yeah,
He
but
said,
they think he guapped up though. That's why that's still they think he caked up.
yeah,
yeah, well, as long as you kiss black women's asses, man, they'll follow you
Hmm.
yeah, I know.
if you can
I
kiss
mean,
enough ass.
I know, man.
Still, yeah, but like BGS, you know what's crazy? I don't understand how you ended up on that list, man. Because the stuff you talk about is not as bad as some of these other people what they be talking about. Like you be actually spitting knowledge. Like it's like they don't want to hear the knowledge; they rather hear that ratchetness. It's
Oh
crazy.
yeah, yeah, I know why. Yeah, yeah, I talk to them like they're kids, so they don't like that. So
Yeah, because you got that BGS book. She be trying to tell people how to invest. Like you be on you talk about way more different topics than just talk about black and black woman, black man. Like there's too many issues that you address that for you to end up on that list like that. That's weird to me.
oh no, they don't like the way I say things. That's the problem with them. I'm not nice when I say it. It's not how it's not what I say. It's how I say it.
Man, then they must not have played. They must not have played sports because when you mess up, the coach ain't gonna be like, "Hey, I want you to ground the ball like this. I want you to run through the hole like this." The coach is gonna tell you when you fucking up. Part of my front.
Yeah, that's all I was telling them. That's all I told them. But I knew I was going to be on the list. I would I would have been shocked if I wasn't.
Yeah. And I don't see why Rom on the list. I mean, he just give us the game. He always bigging up. Well, he ain't bigging up females, but he always stay neutral. He just keeps it real.
Yeah, but they don't. When black women don't like you. Black women are trying to protect their brand, and Rom is not about the brand. They
Yeah.
don't. They want to be seen like they don't cheat, and everybody knows they cheat.
But
Okay.
but what I don't understand is that that ship is sailed like 40, 50 years ago, man. Like that the port is empty, the shipyard is done. Like that ship is sailed a long time ago, man. Like it's too late already.
Black women don't like their feelings hurt. That's what it is. They don't like their feelings hurt. They don't care whether they're right or wrong. They don't like their feelings hurt. And then, like I said, I said that's why I said on my address to them, don't fuck your feelings, cupcake. I don't care.
Yeah.
I tell that to my 4-year-old grandson when he's doing his homework. He wants to cry. I don't care about your feelings. Get your work done.
You know, it might surprise some people, man, but it when I saw that list, then that's when I truly said, you know what? For me, that might have been the nail in the coffin, to be completely honest with you. at least as far as the Shea Butter Twitter is concerned, man. I'm pretty sure you have brothers who would have said, well, Wilsonian, man, it took this list for that nail to be in a coffin, and it did. Because,
Yeah.
when you have brothers who were talking about Brexit, we're talking about sociology, psychology,
Yeah.
economics, and have nothing to do with these females. I mean, nothing to do with these project females.
And
And,
it still made the list.
it still made the list. You know what? That's when I said, you know what? I don't think it was just simply black females who were doing it. There had to be a cracker somewhere in their ear who mentioned that,
No,
who couldn't.
no. I mean,
Now,
you don't know. You don't know black women. Black women
yeah.
do not like their feelings hurt. Sophia Nelson, who's supposed to be a DC lawyer or a DC whatever it is, saw something on YouTube that she didn't like that hurt her feelings, and she went on a witch hunt.
She need a goddamn man. That's what she need.
That's what
And
she's mad about. She doesn't have one.
you
You
see
know what?
Somebody
you see
pointed
who her
that
role
out.
model is? Her role model is Beyonce. Did you go to her Facebook page? Like, they're happy as hell. This is crazy. Like, they're talking about sipping tea, flagging hateful black women videos. Like,
When I read that line, it said, we have to protect our image.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro,
yeah,
like that's done, bro. I don't think y'all understand. Like, the ashes already there. Matter of fact, the ashes already blew in the wind, man. There's nothing to protect.
yeah, there's
Y'all
nothing
brought
to
that
that.
up. Y'all
Like,
brought
yeah,
that
like a man, like, ain't nothing wrong with a man protect. Like, I was always taught protect the woman, but like, we're not gonna protect you in your ratchetness. Like, if you acting feminine and you act doing what you're supposed to do, we'll protect you. But if you out here causing rah rah and you coming up to dudes and punch him in their face and then looking at your man like protect me, like, nah, that's on you.
That's on you.
You know, Master BGS, man. You had a picture in your last video of I guess of the Akan women,
Uh-huh.
in the village, man. You know what,
Uh,
man? In the next 15 years, I'm gonna be in the middle of that, man. Y'all brothers can have these females over here in the U.S., man. They done and gone. And the Professor Black Truth, man, he done empty a whole clip on them already. Let the whole clip ride, man. Fully automatic, no firing pin.
yeah, because normally he kind of capes for them, man. So I was because I saw the title and it's talking about Maxine Waters. I said, okay. I said, go ahead and I'll go ahead and listen to this. And when he got to the end, he started talking about black women and they want to protect their feelings and whatnot. He was going in. I said, wow. I was started calling them cowards and them
Yeah,
slithering on their stomachs to get a pat on the head. I said, oh my goodness.
I'm scathing heat, man. That ether burns slow.
But
Yo,
they
but
didn't.
it's kind yeah, go ahead.
That's because I was wondering how Jason Black and him got on the list. I said, why are they on the list?
You know why? Because they can't. Because you know what, man. You know what? I think. You know what? Jason Black is absolutely apologetic when it comes to the what's the phrase? Bastard baby making. And let's be honest, how many of these females are either married or in long-term relationships? None of them.
None.
Well,
None. Oh, yeah.
I was planning on my next video talking about that, man. If you the last statistics that I saw, you have 900,000 black pregnancies every year, oh, more or less. That's like
By what age? Did they have an
huh?
age on that?
No, all of them from 15 to 45.
Damn.
15 to 45. You have 900, almost a million, almost like a million pregnancies. And it's like 30%, like you have like 30% of them are born out of wedlock. I mean, 30% of them are aborted.
But it's still below replacement levels. That's kind of the point.
It's still below replacement levels, but what I'm saying is, regardless, the biggest thing, the reason I think it's below replacements, there's two factors in that. Is one is that the government is not paying for them. Number one, and number two, because of child support laws, a lot more of you guys are actually using condoms.
Mm-hmm.
You're not impregnating them.
Hell no.
You know what? I would like to see a statistic on how many brothers have received a vasectomy.
You know what? That's very hard to find because there's
I don't think
I
many gonna
have
admit that.
yeah. It's really hard to find because was it Indiana University? I think it was did a study on condom use by race, and I found it on an article. I have the article, but I do not have. But the study that they used, I don't have, and I'm looking for the chart because it's been like it's over the last, I would say, 20 years, it's been like a 50%, at least a 50% increase in condom use by black males. In fact, black males use condoms more than any other race, and black females use contraceptives less than any
It's
other race.
it's because when it comes to our race, I'm pretty. Even if it's not your mom, like there's somebody in your family, your cousin, your aunt, like you see it's mad ratchet, and you're like, yo, I'm not gonna end up with a woman like that, b.
Well, it's not even that. It's financial, man. Nobody wants to get hit.
Yeah,
Nobody wants to be an indentured servant for 18 to 21 years, man.
facts.
That's what it is. Whether she's Queen of the Nile or she's a crackhead on the street, man. Nobody wants to get hit with that. So
Straight up.
brothers are basically
Well,
going ahead and had it up.
it depends. Those ones, those thugs that I'm not gonna say her name because I don't want your page flag. But she
Man,
said those thugs are the alphas. But those thugs get locked up. They get chicks pregnant on purpose. So when they come home, they got a place to stay. Everybody knows that.
they got a place to stay anyway, man. In fact, Isadora Storm was talking about that, but she was talking about it in Houston, man, where these thugs are getting out and they headed over to the Fat Girl Club to pick them up, find some place to stay.
Oh yeah, they have no quarrels. They'll holler at a deuce or one. They don't care. Like fat, as long
Yeah,
as you pay like you weigh, then you can stay, baby. They on that Jada stuff. They on that Jada kids.
yep,
Blows
yep.
my mind sometimes.
Well, everybody in the hood knows that's what it is, man. Where these dudes hang out at when they get out of
Yeah.
jail. They go get them a fat check.
But see, like I think that's kind of messing up the game, like far as dating too, because it gives a false sense of like she got it all to these chicks that are subpar.
Yeah.
And it's like
Yep. Yes.
You know what,
you got a
brothers?
guy that's physically fit, even though he can't provide nothing. Physically, it's like night and
Well-
day. And then these chicks be thinking that they.
Well, think about it. Think about it. Think about it. The people on the street, they got things to do. So you got work, you got other obligations. When you in jail, you ain't got nothing to do. You got up, you're gonna do your 1,000 push-ups, sit-ups. You're gonna get your body right. You're gonna come home. Of course, you're gonna be swole.
Yeah.
And that's what they attracted to. Like when you have all that time on your head, it's like a pro athlete. Pro athlete's job is to stay in shape. So if they can't stay in shape, they won't be able to keep that job. So of course they're gonna look the best. They have all that time on their hand to stay in shape. Most people on the street don't got that time. We don't got that luxury. We
It's
might have
like the
45 minutes
hyperbolic
here,
chain.
an hour there. They got all day.
Yup. Them boys, and then, man, they'll read every section of the newspaper. No page goes unread. They read the stocks. They read the life section. They read the money section. Sports, of course, front page, classifieds, you name it.
Yeah, well, I mean, certain chicks, man, are looking for dudes that are fresh out. In other words, they basically turn them over every 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because I'm an educated lady, and when I got out, I ain't had no fat bitch waiting for me.
You didn't go looking for one, did you?
No, I didn't. But I mean, I like the big girls anyway. But still,
I'm saying is you didn't like them like that, though, did you?
nah, I didn't. And you know what? Another
come
thing.
on, come on with Sony. Somebody, some two actually hollered at you, man. You just declined, didn't you? Come on, fess up,
Yo,
fess
I
up,
Listen,
think
I mean,
I think
beggars
everybody
can't
hollered
be
at a fat
choosers.
chick at one point.
huh?
I think everybody hollered at a fat chick at one point. As long as she got a pretty face, it's like
Shoot, my
you with it.
girlfriend now fat. My girlfriend now
What's
fat.
up?
But you know what though? But you want me
She
to
can
tell you
cook though,
something
ain't
though? Hey, she's a Muslim, like a Nation of Islam. Like her
Okay.
father, he work security for the minister,
Mhm.
and I'm not. I'm Christian, so he didn't really like me at first. But you know, like he loved me now. But she's a real good woman. I mean, she better be. She overweight, but
Damn.
you know, and you know what though, and you know, like I ain't gonna lie, I broke her heart before. Like I left her because I don't know, I was like binging on Black Ram videos, and I think I just up and left her ass. And then,
Straight
Yeah,
ghost.
but she was humble when you got back, wasn't she?
yeah, she just afraid that I'm gonna leave her again because I did just up and leave her. You know, I was just listening to a whole bunch of real talk, and
She
you know,
said she said
because I
something.
know,
Well, she overstepped her authority, man, and you bounced. That's what happened.
yeah, yeah, and you know what? I wish I knew half of this game when I was younger, when
Hmm.
I was like 21, because I went through the ringer, man, with my child's mother. Only had
Okay.
one kid. I
Yeah.
learned my lesson.
You
Yeah.
and everybody here.
Yep.
And,
Everybody plays the fool, man. Everybody
and,
got to tap out.
and you know what? I told my mom, I was talking to her. I was just like, why you never tell me, just the real, the real about some of like all of the women in the world ain't nice as you.
Because she had to tell on herself.
Yeah, you're right.
That's the thing a lot of guys
See,
don't get. You know what? It's
my
not.
my mom used to tell me though.
It's
I ain't gonna front. My mom used to
let
warn me
SBI
before.
finish. Let SBI
Yeah.
finish.
it's you know what? It's a father's job to make a man. A female does not know what the fuck to do when a child becomes 12, 13, and she's got to raise a man. She thinks it was nice and easy, and it probably was because it was a child. We're talking about a child because sex is irrelevant until you reach your fucking maturity where your fucking hormones are out of whack. So when a female comes up with a 12, 13-year old and the father ain't around, bitch does not know what to do. But if you have your dad around, you know what? That's what the father's role is.
The
To make
only
a man a man.
the only type of woman that's a mother that would tell her son the truth is if your mother was a hoe when she was young.
Yeah.
Serious.
Yeah.
If your mama was a hoe when she was young and she went through a lot of guys,
She
then
put you up on game.
she ain't got no shame in her game, and she
She
would
put
tell
you
you
up
the
on
real.
game. She
Yeah,
put you up on
her
game.
reputation is so bad she ain't got nothing to protect.
Golly.
Wasn't gonna say. Yeah, like my mom. Before I used to walk out the door for school, my mom used to tell me, "Watch them fast ass girls. Make sure you
Oh
wear a
yeah.
condom."
Well,
Hey
you
man,
were the
no
baby though, right?
judgments, no
You were the
judgments.
Oh
baby,
yeah,
right?
I was the youngest.
And did any of did the older brother have a kid out of wedlock?
Nah, but I seen some of his issues.
Oh,
He
okay.
had too. Like I had a whole lot of examples before me. Like I have a whole lot of older cousins, so like I soaked up
Oh
the
yeah.
game early.
Girl, yeah. See, that's the example. I remember my nephew, man, in Texas. He's from a small town in Texas, man, a military town in Texas, right? And his second child, you know, you know how it is. Everybody looks at the picture.
Yeah,
I look at the picture. I looked at. We have our family has certain features. That as soon as I looked at the child, he didn't have it. I said, go down and get a DNA test. I
Damn.
said, don't pass go. I said that ain't one of us. Go down and get a DNA test. He didn't. Well, he kind of went through the ringer. You know, he didn't pay because when she tried to force him to pay, they went and had a test and found out it wasn't his. But the thing is, if you let a baby hang around in your family long enough, the basically family will adopt it, especially a black family.
Mhm. Look, you know what people don't talk about though when it comes to black women,
What's that?
their predatory nature. Have you ever seen
No.
that? Have you ever seen that the movie or the show, The Get Down? I guess whatever you want to call it, that the get down, how basically older black women love to try to turn the younger black men out, like they're predatory in that nature.
Yeah, I mean, I've been through that. I mean, and this lady was 44,
Yeah.
and
Damn.
I
Yes.
lied to her. I told her I was 19, but she know I was skipping school. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. She got kids. She knew. Yeah, of course she knew.
Yeah, that predatory stuff, man, that be going
yeah,
on in the hood. They be acting like it's the men that be molesting all the kids. Like when, like her name on those podcasts, they always say it's the men that's doing. Nah, it's the women. There's a lot of women doing that.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Well, it used to be that the women in the neighborhood would shame that woman for doing that, but they
Yeah,
don't do
now
it anymore. They don't do it
no.
anymore.
Oh, I saw plenty of that, and when I was in the Philippines last month, oh my
Yeah.
god, that shit was no joke. Like bitches will tell on another bitch
Yeah.
if you're doing some hoe shit,
Yeah.
even if it's not even hoe shit, even if it's like a little bit of hoe shit, just like a little tiny thing,
Yeah.
you getting snitched on. That's all I know.
Yeah. You get snitched on. Yeah. They when I was young, because when I was in like 13, 14, there was a couple of this, and especially when you're in the church, there was a couple of members that were older. In fact, this one lady, I liked her a daughter, and she was coming on to me, but I'm 13, man. I didn't know what was going on, but basically the other women in the church got wind of him, and they checked her. Women normally check other women for doing that because it
Yeah,
ruins their reputation.
because you know
Yeah,
what, BGS, I
well, what,
saw. Remember when we had that live stream, and I was when I was talking to you, and I was talking to you from Mexico.
Yeah,
Like I did see a little bit of difference in women's behavior and stuff like that. But it wasn't until I went to the Philippines where my eyes were just like glazed open. It was just ridiculously different. It was just like another different tier of female behavior that I had never actually experienced. Now I heard about it.
yeah,
We had even talked about it on live stream so many times, but I never actually experienced it. And I was like, holy shit.
yeah. Hell, you go to. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let the other brother jump in because he was trying to jump in. You go to West Africa, man. That's what people don't realize. Okay, the matriarchy we have in the Black America is all fucked up. Okay, if we have a real matriarchy, and people say, well, then women are gonna get their choice and they're gonna pick whatever men they want. That's bullshit. No, in the real matriarchy, those women do not get to choose their husband. Queen Mother Queen Mother chooses who you gonna get with, and they catch you tipping around with somebody you ain't supposed to be with. They gonna go with his mother's gonna go after him. Basically, you gonna get she gonna take you out back and and get that cane out on your ass.
Yeah, I
You're
heard
not,
something about Mama Dukes or the oldest woman in the group.
yeah,
She just does. She says an order,
yeah.
and everybody follows suit. From
Yep.
what I know.
Well, yeah, we have that's how come black women are on that shit that they want to run. They want to run you when they're in the house. It's a long line of that stuff. But the thing is, we don't have a system set up for that. In other words, the rule that, like I said, they used in a matriarchal culture with patriarchy rules, and that's why this shit don't work. But go
Yeah,
ahead, brother. Another brother was trying to jump in.
I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
But somebody else try to jump in, and if not, I'm gonna let the SBI go finish the thought.
I got a quick. Wasn't me, but no one jumping in. I'll say something. Hello.
Go ahead. We hear you.
hello.
Yeah.
We hear
Yeah.
All right. I heard of what you talked about as far as the matriarch in Africa,
you.
but I also heard what Dr. Phil Valentine said about the matriarch in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what he said was the Africa was always patriarch way back,
No.
and when we fall, and when the invaders begin to fight with the Africans, then
Okay.
what ended up happening was
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you a question.
no, but let me
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yeah.
Ancient Egypt was it patrilineal or matrilineal?
Based on what I'm hearing from Dr. Phil Valentine,
No.
he
I'm
says,
talking about what's written. I'm not talking about what Dr. Phil Valentine says. I'm talking about what's written.
Real talk.
Uh, okay. Well, what is written is based on what has been, passed down to us. So we don't really know
No.
what
Yes, you
actually.
do. Yes, you do. They had books. They had release.
Well,
You had the fact they're still uncovering this stuff as we speak. What, as
all
it's
right.
written, was it
I,
I'm asking you a simple question. Was it patrilineal or matrilineal?
well, based on what I read, it was matriarch lineal.
So, so,
I can't really pronounce it.
so in other words, if those peoples who are the original peoples go all the way back to wherever,
Mhm.
the Egypt or the Egyptian, the nine nomes go back some, depending on who you're talking, some 60,000 years. And if you look at the Jawara tribe, which is basically the same, almost the same people whose culture goes back 100,000 years, you
Right.
see the same thing. That tells you that patriarchy, as we know patriarchy, which didn't show up until maybe 3,000 years ago.
Right.
The mother goddess, or the matrilineal line, showed up way before patriarchy. Patriarchy didn't show up until we started domesticating animals, and we figured out that the man's seed actually produced the child.
Right.
That was very, very late.
Yeah. I mean, what you said definitely makes a lot of sense. But I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and then one of the things
thinking is one thing, and research is another.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing.
Yes, you are disagreeing with me.
Hold on.
We're not doing alternative facts today.
Yeah.
I'm in no mood for alternative facts today. Ask the question.
I just got another question, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, put all joking aside. I mean, we try to figure something out, right? So
what's there to figure out?
Well, I am trying to figure something out, right?
Okay.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Now, we've been dealing with this matriarchal society in Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't you see we may need to change that, only because that the patriarch because what I'm saying is what is winning now is not matriarch, is patriarch. Don't you think we probably need to begin to revisit
your patriarchies all around the world are crumbling? What are you talking about? Hello?
Yeah, I was listening to you.
Okay, your patriarchy. Look. Every time as industrialization is in basically the society is advancing as quickly as it's advancing. What's happening? What do you see rising up? What is it? Female independence, right?
Well, what is rising up now is the so-called third world, right?
If you look, the so-called third world.
I mean, China is rising, right?
If you look,
fuck?
Look, China is a patriarchal country, but if you look within China, if you look at what's going on with the women and the marriages and stuff like that, what do you see? What do you see going on? You see what feminist independence, right?
Pussy run shit.
In other words, what I'm saying is they're balancing. Basically, they're putting a wrecking ball to the patriarchy.
So you're saying the patriarchy is eventually going to occupy the bottom, basically they're gonna lose the fight.
It's a system. It's a system, just like anything. Patriarchy is not a God-given anything. Okay, it's a system for people to actually organize themselves socially,
like capitalism,
like socialism, like feudalism, like slavery, like all the other isms. It depends on the environment and the needs of the people. Patriarchy works for people because males and females actually want it to work. If males and females do not want it to work, it will not work. Because
in the United States,
excuse me,
you're saying females do not want that to work anymore, so therefore that's not working.
It's sexual derived power, or what you subscribe as sexually derived power subscription from whatever society What we're trying to say is it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's what we're saying is if we did not want that shit to happen, that shit would have crumbled a long time ago.
Yeah.
But obviously, it might be a little bit, skewed a little bit right now. But it eventually just gonna set itself. It's a self. What's it called? BGS. It's a self-fixing problem.
It's
I forget the actual
self-correcting
term.
problem. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a self-correcting problem. So give it a few years, you're gonna be like, oh shit, I didn't see this coming. And me and BGS are gonna be like, yeah, we did, motherfucker.
Yeah. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is, that's why I was pointing out the video. There's a difference between a matriarchy and a gynocracy. A gynocracy is ruled by women. That's not a matriarchy. A matriarchy is more like it's a clan-based egalitarian society, which most of the world practice. What most of the world practice before, even in Northern Europe, most of the world still practice the clan, amongst the poor people, which is a clan-based egalitarian society. For the most part, strong patriarchies, just really like 2000, like 2,000 years ago, really rose up.
So based on what you said, also China will eventually change.
It's already changing, yeah.
It's all about outcomes. Everybody keeps forgetting. It's all about outcomes. That's what it comes down to. Forget everything you hear. Forget everything that's going on. It comes down to outcomes. Everything else is irrelevant because everything else will end up balancing itself out. People think that, oh shit, man, we're fucked. Other people are like, oh shit, no, everything's gonna end, and the welfare state has to end. No, it can fix itself. We don't know if it's gonna happen or not, but all that matters is the outcome itself. Now, again, none of us know what the fuck the outcome is gonna be, but we do know that eventually it's gonna come to half and half area. When that's gonna happen, we have no fucking idea.
Yeah.
Outcome. Humanity is dynamic.
Yeah, well, it's dynamic because your environment is dynamic, and basically your culture adapts to whatever environment you're in. So as societies grew and you needed warriors to protect your land and your people, guess what? You needed a patriarchy.
Yeah, like I'll give you a good example, right? So if you get married here right now, everybody knows what the deal is. We all know what's up. We're all red pill, right? So we already know what the outcome is going to be. And I want to keep repeating outcome because you guys need to focus on this. Stop focusing on other bullshit, okay? For example, if I get married here right now, I know what the outcome is, baby. Like, I got to be one retarded motherfucker if I'm red pill and I still do it. I whatever's coming to me, I deserve it. Now, it's like BGS has said so many fucking times, and motherfuckers do not listen. Listen. If you want X, Y, Z type of woman, you gotta look for a different environment so that your outcome shall be different. So, for example, if I want to go to the Philippines and say, you know what, let me propose to this bitch. She grew up in this environment. I know that the outcome is going to be different. Now, whether I bring the bitch back here or not, that's a whole different deal. But the outcome itself is going to be a lot better than here. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard of. Even Filipino women that have come here and have a couple kids and they get divorced. Okay, even during the divorce, most of the guys got the kids. Most of the guys got the kids.
That's a fucking fact. I never heard about any other race.
Yeah.
Where men marrying Filipino women actually kept their kids. You are fucking right. And it's not until you mentioned it right now that I realized, and I can go back to all my military buddies that married Filipino bitches. Yeah, they all kept it. I swear to God, they all kept their kids.
Yeah, she kept her citizen, her green card, or her citizenship, and she bounced, man. She didn't ask for nothing.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, really, honestly, still a better outcome. Still win-win, baby.
Yeah, even my boy, he was Army, and he was well, he was paratroop, probably special force. He just didn't admit it. But his second wife was Filipino, and she was a nurse. He brought her back. He stayed married to her for about 5-6 years. Then she bounced. but he got the kids, and she's paying child support to him.
Damn.
Yeah, who's the one that says black women don't like to compete on the market? That's what they don't want to compete
Oh,
with. They
that
don't want to.
Obsidian said that. Yeah,
Obsidian.
no, they don't.
Yeah, it's kind of true because they don't want to compete. They don't want to compete with more feminine women. That's why they try to scare them. So they walk. Because if you notice, like look at school. Like it's always the ugly fat the ugly fat chicks that always want to try to like fight the pretty girls.
Yeah,
It's like what you intimidated for because she's
yeah.
prettier than her. So she feels.
You know what? You know what? There's a you know who wrote about that? It was in the book The Bluest Eye. And
Yeah,
and basically, if brothers need to read Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye, man, she went in on females. I mean, she talked about men too, but she went in on females, man, and female nature about them being
yeah. I
jealous
seen
of
him
them.
cut her face.
Huh? Excuse me.
Her face. Like they jumped her and they pulled out the box cutter, started cutting her face.
I was talking about the girl that
The ugly John. Like they jumped the pretty girl and they sliced her
yeah,
face up.
yeah,
Like to this day she still bears the scar.
yeah, yeah.
You know, if you really look at superiority complex within females and their deriving races, right? So let's look at different races. If you look at all the races, who has the highest superiority complex and the worst background? I know most people will be like, oh, it's the black women. Honestly, it's the Russian women. But relative to us, it's the black woman.
Hmm.
You know, the worst motherfucking attitude. That's the highest superiority complex. Like they have this false sense of self where you could tell a bitch anything you want. Like, oh, you're this, you're that. It could be true. And they'll still brush you off like, I'm better than you. I'm better
Mm-hmm.
than any woman up in this motherfucking room. I
Yeah, they would.
deserve better.
It's
That
the,
Asian bitch ain't shit. That
yeah.
Mexican bitch ain't shit. Okay, that
That's
white bitch ain't shit. But yet,
Yep.
they're the
Yep.
only bitches that think
That
they have
don't
a
get married.
superiority complex that want to look like other bitches.
Hmm.
Yeah, but think about it. But like if they're all that, why aren't they getting married?
because they feel they're above the validation of men.
Yeah,
There you
Black
they
go.
do.
women typically like to validate themselves. That's why single motherhood is so prevalent, in my opinion.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it is a matriarchal pattern without matriarchal rules.
Hey, BGS.
Yeah.
Um, I was going to bring up. I think you had spoke about this before about women only trying to maintain a standard of living and only, targeting jobs that would give them that Mercedes or something like that.
Hmm.
Um, Now they do depend on the men to build these things. They themselves wouldn't, lift a finger to do so.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even select the men in their personal lives to do so. Notice how, if you had like a degree in engineering or something like that,
Hmm.
they may more likely pick the convict or something like that.
Hmm.
So, what I was getting at was, I do agree with you about the diminishing of patriarchy,
Hmm.
but at the same time, they know in the back of their heads they still need us to build these things. You
Yeah,
know,
that's why I said a matriarchy doesn't diminish the role of the man. In fact, it depends on the role of the man. I mean,
right?
there's in other words, the chief is not the woman. Okay, the whole tribe elects a chief, and the women, the elders on both sides have to come together and pick a chief. Okay,
Mhm.
or pick a leader, or pick a president, or whatever it is. Okay. Uh, if a real matriarchy, even in the church, a real matriarchy will never have a woman as a priest. It's always a man, because a man is supposed to do what? Uh, be the representative for the whole family. It's got to be a male, where it's the father or the uncle or the cousin or whatever. It's always a male. In other words, they have a respect for male power, and they
Black
expect a
women would
man
never
to do
sign
his
off
job.
on that.
Yeah,
in
it's like
America.
look at it like this. Okay,
American black women will sign
you
off.
ever seen a black chick making $30,000 a year? You ever seen how she acts? Now, if you compare her attitude to a doctor, even a nurse from, let's say, Philippines, I
Nigeria.
guarantee you the Filipino woman will still be a lot better attitude than that
Yeah,
thirty
yeah,
thousand
yeah.
dollar making black
Sure.
woman.
Well, so if
That's
you
and
a black man can tell you that an African woman or African woman coming over for the continent is humble and respectful to her man because that's the way she's been taught. Your
Yeah, all you gotta
husband,
do.
you have to be deferential to your husband. They teach
Yeah.
that.
Even if they have
Unfortunately,
toxicities.
All you have to do is look at them Dr. Boyce Watkins video. Look at what's her name, Nola Menga.
Hmm.
Like look how she acts. Like that's how you really want all black women to act. But
Hmm.
for they attack her like crazy.
And
Like
you
you
ever
know,
seen you
she
ever
says I
seen
don't
a
care. She'd be like, I don't care what type of job my man has. If he's outside selling bottles of water, I'm gonna be right next to him selling bottles of water right with him.
Yep.
Like
have you guys
that's
ever
what you
seen
want.
a first generation black chick from Africa?
Yeah.
How their behavior is like. They'll be very smart. They'll be very you know they could be better in every fucking regard that you can think of. And I know because for some reason in my ghetto part of the hood where I grew up and in my high school, there was a lot of them, and I mean a lot of them,
Hmm.
tall, fucking muscular, fucking, but just everything was in the right places. They were still very feminine, and
Yeah.
they were still very strong, I'm telling you, very fucking
Athletic,
intelligent. Yeah,
Yeah.
athletic track
but
stars.
but
Those are the
they were
ones that
but
become
still
track
but,
they
but
stars.
they still
unfortunately, the
kept their
second
femininity.
generation is all
Oh, one
missing.
at a time.
And
One at a time. One at a
and
time.
then if you ever look at them and their behavior with their boyfriends, it's like a whole different fucking animal. It's like, yeah, they can still be that woman, the strong, very intelligent black chick, but oh my god, like it's a 180.
Yo, they
Yeah,
going in
but
the
but
comment
but
section.
unfortunately, the next generation is not the same way.
No,
That's
because
because
they
they get
become
Americanized.
They get Americanized. Exactly. The feminine once they hit the schools and they start feminizing women. Um,
I mean, masculine.
when I say feminizing, in other words, the feminist agenda gets
Oh,
put in
okay.
their head.
Hey, BGS,
Yes, sir.
I,
Yeah.
Yes,
I
sir.
I don't I don't know if you've seen it before, but let's say, have you ever seen second generation like black women from Africa? Have you ever seen them?
Yeah.
If you have,
Yeah.
um, what is the difference between them and the first generation? Like, what really changes? Let's forget about feminism in general. Like, what
American
is what
school.
is the no 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 no? What is the immediate behavioral changes that you've seen? Because I haven't seen it, because I only get my information from when I was in high school, and they were all first generation. So, what have you seen? What is the immediate difference that you see?
They're a lot closer to American black women. Not quite because their mother is still strict because
So they
mother
don't
and parent.
subscribe right away. They don't subscribe to the mentality right away.
No, it. I would say it's just like USPI. You come from I know you are you first generation Mexico. Were you born in Mexico?
Yeah, I was born in Mexico.
Okay, in other words, basically you're an immigrant. What I'm saying is you can tell, amongst you between you and um, say Hispanics or Mexicans that have been here for like a couple generations, right?
Right.
It's the first the immigrant comes in the first generation that's born here. They still have a lot of those values, but the third one,
That's what I've noticed.
the
The third
third
generation is other
third
fucked up.
generation is fully American. But that's what they're talking about in Europe right now.
Yeah, they automatically subscribe to the hierarchy in
Yeah,
third generation.
see, by the time the third generation, basically the parents have been socialized already. Okay, even though they still carry some of the old world values of the previous country's values, by the third generation they become fully assimilated into the culture. So let's take a third generation Nigerian or a third generation, say a person from Ghana or wherever. Then they're indistinguishable from um, from the rest of the population because they're fully assimilated.
You're absolutely right.
You know,
Absolutely right.
I know we've been talking about culture a lot, and
Hmm.
I kind of treat it like an object class, like a what's a good example? Okay, you know how they used to make pots in the
Hmm.
past,
Hmm.
clay pottery.
Hmm.
They used to have like this rope that would be used as a handle.
Yeah.
And then when it started to become more revolutionized, they just made the handle all clay together, even though it kind of broke
Hmm.
more faster. And I think what ended up happening was that the people creating those pots, they were practicing something called skeuomorphism.
Hmm.
And that's pretty much where you take an element from some past artifact or some ornament.
Hmm.
And even though you no longer need it, you still feel as though you have to place it.
Hmm.
Just like your phone, for example. You know we don't have like the old standard phones where you speak on one side and the other side you hear from,
Hmm.
um, but it's still placed there as a icon, and I think they call it retronym or something like that.
Yeah.
But
Legacy.
right.
Legacy. Yeah.
So what I was getting at was the culture. The reason why a lot of African women they would change up, or even the new generation of black women, the reason why they carry that attitude from the past, some of the past feminists, is because they feel as though it's something they have to do. They don't even know why they do it.
Hmm.
Maybe in the past, the original feminists, they had their reasons, but
Hmm.
now the behavior carried on. They don't even know why they do it, but it's part of the culture,
Part of culture. Yeah.
which is just like the phone that I'm describing. So
Yeah.
it's just an ornament or a vestigial that's left behind, but that's
Sometimes.
not even justified.
But
Sometimes it is because the reason you invented it in the first place because it worked, right?
Right, right,
The human body hasn't changed, um, so in other words, the old phone had an earpiece at the top and a receiver, basically a microphone at the bottom because where's your mouth and where's your ears?
right.
So basically, why would you alter the phone so much when your body hasn't changed? In other words,
Right.
there's a reason that certain elements get passed down from generation to generation is because those are the elements that have worked in the past.
Yeah, I kind of like vehicles differently from looking from that perspective. Um, like for example, a long time ago we used to ride horses or whatnot,
Yeah.
and then you got the cars with the four wheels,
Yeah.
and then the lights, the headlights
Hmm.
that look reminiscent of eyes, and you got the radiator and whatnot. So it's some features that carry that aren't that necessary, but
Well,
then
we
again,
we still
how can we trace it? How can we
we still need wheels, right?
exactly? But
Okay.
it's just how they're placed, and I know it's necessary, how they're placed now. But how can we tell what features of anything, or even in a particular culture, is necessary?
If you look okay, if you look at the when the wheel when the, as far as transportation was concerned, when the wheel was first invented, which was with the two-wheel chariot, right?
Hmm.
Right.
The element, the two-wheel chariot is still around. We just call them what? We call them, what do they call them? Hoverboards
Yeah.
Yeah.
or hoverboards, and the other thing was the
Segway.
Segway. The Segway is just a redesign of something that goes back 4,000 years. What element? In other words, you have the local. You don't have horses pull it, but the idea of a two-wheel chariot is still around because that's just the basics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
I guess
trace
what I was
back the
trying to do.
environment.
Excuse me.
I mean, but at the end,
Basically, move.
I was just gonna say, at the end of the day, as far as sisters go, though, they are
Mhm.
not evolving. If anything, they're devolving because they're not happy.
No, that's what I was getting
And
at. I
these
was saying
outcomes
that
are
it's
bad.
nothing really justifying the behavior anymore. because
Yeah.
they're dealing with a whole set of men that aren't responsible for what happened in the past.
Well, they blame us so they don't look at themselves for their own decisions.
Well,
That's why it keeps coming back.
they had an opportunity back 50 years ago to examine it and actually fix it, but they decided to cover it up. That's like I played the clip. In 1970, you can hear it right there. What are they talking about? That's almost 50 years ago. What are they talking about? You have a whole group of women.
But at least it seems like they were more conscious though than women now.
Yeah, but I'm saying is, but you can still see the the matriarchy because they're
Yeah.
talking like what they have to fix the men.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was something.
Yeah,
They were still,
disintegrated.
talking the same way, but it was something backing it up, something behind it. But today's new generation, it's just void,
But
just words.
it's not regressing. It's stagnation.
It was actually it's disintegrating. That's what's happening. You know, you can look at if you don't. I mean, you can look at any chart, a social chart with the black male and black female as far as that kind of dynamic. You can just, I mean, you can look at it just disintegrate. But the thing is, when you try to merge, when you try to force a matriarchal culture, a matriarchal system, and smash it into a patriarchal system, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to the people's culture? It's shattered, right? And they didn't take the, black women refused because they're culturally it's foreign to them. A man, a strong father figure in a black family, even today, no matter what they say, is foreign. You look at Sophia Nelson, what they're trying to do to us right now. It's not about fixing anything. They're mad because they can't make their men do what they want them what they want them to. We're not
Yeah,
talking the way they want. We're not. They're trying to tell us how we should talk.
That's why I call them Tyler Perry women,
well, the
because they kind of
a
lock
big
us in the yard.
issue is black men have. But one of the things that I think black men, I won't say the last generation, but one thing we got to stop doing is we got to stop being passive with them. Like I feel like even the way we talk now, it's only like it's not even about talking, but I'm talking about really learning how to levy consequences to their behavior. Black women don't have that kind of fear of black men like they do of other races because
That's the
we're hamstring because if we actually put our hands on them, we're going to jail. So we have to find
Yeah,
other ways.
that's
so
what I was about to
what do you
say.
think is going on to white men? If you go over there and listen to Ear for Men with Paul Elam and see what he's talking about. Do you think it's just a black problem?
No,
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's just a black problem, but white men have a lot more. They have a lot more latitude than what other
Not
races
really.
have a lot of
Not
latitude.
really. They have Paul Elam. I was just listening to his last video where in Canada there's a school where they're making boys come in and confess their sins against women.
It's not a race thing anymore. You need to forget that bullshit. It's not a race thing anymore.
You know,
Yeah, once whites
So you're
experience it,
telling
it's
me
pretty
that
much
black
over.
men. So you're telling me that black in the legal system, black men don't get the harshest penalties for domestic violence. That's what you're telling me.
no, not anymore.
No,
Not
No,
hell no,
anymore.
hell
Not
no,
anymore.
hell no.
No, not anymore.
No, that's what your perception might be. It's
Yeah.
not a race thing anymore. You need to stop
And,
subscribing to this
and,
bullshit.
in
It's not a
fact,
race thing
You
and
anymore.
know, I still think,
in fact,
yeah,
what black women are complaining about, is if you do it against a black woman, you actually get less.
yeah,
White
yeah.
women
Because all the
are the protected
That's if
class.
you're a non-black man.
No,
No,
no, no, no,
no.
no,
It's more of
no.
look. It's not a race thing. Actually, when it comes down to women, black women itself, it's more of an ego thing.
what?
If you really look down on it, it's an ego thing. Because why do black women respond differently to, let's say, a Mexican man, a white man? It's an ego thing. Okay, it's not a race thing. It's an ego thing. And if you look at it that way, things will make a lot more sense to you. Stop subscribing to race bullshit. A
Okay,
man on every fucking
let me just
area,
make this
as far
clear.
as
Uh,
What
okay, go
I'm
ahead.
talking about,
let him,
Professor
Edward,
Lashley is talking
Let him
about.
finish. Let him finish, and then you
Okay.
go ahead.
Listen,
Finish your
we
thought.
we are all um getting fucked in the same fucking way now at this point. At this point, Okay, it might have been different before. Okay, it's just if you see it differently, it's just your perception. But if you really look at the numbers, we're all suffering the same motherfucking way at the same fucking level. Stop subscribing to
When
race.
Yeah,
when I
go ahead,
when I
Edward.
turn on when I
Okay.
turn on my 6 o'clock,
Odinga. Let Edward and then you.
All I'm going to say is Professor Black Truth subscribes to what I'm talking about as far as
Yeah,
that.
but that doesn't mean he's correct.
when I turn on my 6 o'clock
Like,
news,
man, look,
I don't
at
see.
the end of, I understand. Cause ain't nobody let me. Like I said, at the end of the day, if you want to talk about 2017, all I know is if there is a you could say it's not a race thing and everything's equal. That's what the white boys say over there in MGTOW. They make a lot of bigoted comments at the other side of their breath. I'm not saying race is the absolute. But what I am saying is there are certain cultural nuances between Hispanics, Asians, and whites as far as how the legal system operates.
Who is
whatever.
Hold on, Edward. Who is the most protected female in America?
The white woman.
No. I want him to answer it.
The white woman.
The white woman. You will get more penalties no matter who you are for putting your hands on a white woman. Even a white man knows that. It's not about him. It's not about him. It's about her. She is the most protected person in America, and everybody knows that. So basically, if the difference between you, a white man or a black man, whooping up on a black woman and whooping up on a white woman, you'll get more penalties for putting your hands on that white woman, no matter who you are, than that black woman. And that's one thing black women are complaining about, and I agree with them on that.
White men, I kind of challenge that a little bit.
Look, we'll go challenge it, but come up with something, man. Don't just say it's an
Okay,
opinion.
so
back it up with some real data.
Look
Yo,
at
Emmett
CNN
Till
and when
has something
white women up
about
here
that.
crying about these white boys getting away with pretty much sexual assault on these white women in these schools, and they
Where?
try to put it on black
Okay,
men.
I
Where?
love how you changing. We were talking about men. I love how you start changing.
No,
bullshit
that's
to women.
exactly what I was
Wait,
talking about.
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Where do you see that? My Google alerts go Title IX and Title IX and sexual assault on a daily basis. Man, I read this shit on a daily basis. You can't. Hold on a second. Where the hell do you think the yes means yes came from? Do you think black women started that?
The story I'm referring to happened in late 2016, where that
the heat is 70 degrees.
Okay, the exception is not the rule. The exception is not the rule.
Well, I'm saying I read this on a daily basis. You got guys that you can't even have drunk sex with a white woman without being charged for it. What about Mattress Girl, man? Who dated the dude for a whole year, had sex with him, they broke up, and 6 months later she accused him of rape. He had to go to trial. His parents and folks had to pay a hell of a lot of money, and he was a white dude. He's a white dude. White women are the most protected class in the United States.
I want to point something out because somebody made a really great comment in the chat room. Somebody said, you're forgetting about the fact that there's class, social position, and income play. Okay, I don't agree with it exactly necessarily, but the point is, it's not about race. There might be some other variables. There might be some other variables that play.
Money. It's money.
Let him finish, and then you a dinger.
Listen, there might be different variables at play. I'll give you that any fucking day. Okay.
It's money.
But stop fucking subscribing to this racist bullshit.
It's money.
Okay. Well, I just want to be accurate. I know how people feel, but go ahead, Dinger.
Yeah, if I turn on my 6 o'clock news, which I don't anymore, I stopped. I threw away my TV 20 years ago, or maybe 15 years ago. So if I were to turn on my 6 o'clock news, I don't see a white man being put to jail for rape. It's all black men. It's definitely a race issue with it.
But you can't go by the news.
Now you're getting
you can't go by the news. You can't go by the news because the news.
Okay, let's look at the prison numbers.
Nah, the news is
We're not.
basically.
Black men perpetuate more crime. That's why we're in jail more.
We're talking
I
about. We're not
know
talking about that.
what
We're talking on a
I know
specific
what you're doing.
case.
I know what you're doing. You need to stop it. First of all, you need to stop.
What?
Okay?
What?
I know what you're doing. Listen, we were talking about one fucking subject and you want to move it to something else just so you can keep subscribing to the black and white bullshit. So this racist bullshit. Stop. Stick to the
Okay,
fucking
let's
subject that we were
understand
talking
something.
about.
I'm a guest on this hangout, but so are you. So
Okay.
let's be clear here with that.
That's cool.
Okay.
Congrats.
Okay.
So, trying to go
Let's
like that,
let's
don't
pull it
go
back
at me
in and
like
be.
that.
I agree with Edward SPI. Let's pull it back a bit, and we'll take turns
Yeah,
and be logical.
you also got to realize, like the media is paid to basically perpetrate one image. So if there's white people getting arrested for rape, and they're not going to put that image on the television because it doesn't really sell papers. What sells papers is putting black people out there, making it seem like we're the ones committing all the crime.
Right.
Because I've
So-
been to jail. I've been to jail before, so I can tell you, I was shocked when I seen how many white people was locked up. Like, I was like, damn. Like, when you read the paper, you wouldn't think this many white people was
I
locked
say
up,
one
but there's a
more
lot
thing,
of
and
white
then I'm gonna
people
leave
locked
the
up in
race
jail.
issue alone.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say
What I'm saying, I don't.
You
You can use race in it, but let's be accurate. Just don't make up stuff.
No, because
Okay.
When I said what I said, it's not backed up. But because I'm a Pan Africanist, I'm ashamedly a Pan African. You know that. And if race was included in it and brothers were getting the shaft at something, I would bring it up. But the thing is, what you just said is not the case. Okay, you get less time for hitting a black woman than you will a white woman. I don't care who you are.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
because,
definitely
That's
agreed.
not what I was
definitely agree
saying,
with that.
though. What I was saying, see, this is what you're making it seem like. You're
No.
making it seem
I heard
like-
Edward. Don't. This is a hangout. It's recorded. I know what you
All
said.
right.
Everybody heard
All
what you
right.
said.
Okay. Clear. Okay. Whatever.
Yeah, and getting back to that subject, there's a difference between a rich person raping a woman or a poor person raping a woman.
Yeah,
Like, we know
yeah.
Big Ben. Look at Big Ben. Big Ben was accused of rape. Nothing happened to him. But go to a college campus and look what happened to some of them Duke players that had to go through the ringer because they weren't that famous yet.
Yeah.
Like, it matters. It's status. It's about status and
but
class.
here's another part to that story. That prosecutor got put in jail for doing that and got disbarred. That wouldn't have happened if it was a black player.
They were rich.
Mm-hmm.
They had money.
I'm not saying that's not a factor. I'm not saying that's not a factor, but I mean,
If you go down to Florida, you have a whole bunch of black quarterbacks, black football players that got accused of something, never did a lick of time in jail, never missed a game, and went to the NFL. And
you also got some that lost their whole careers, and then it came out later that they didn't do anything.
Like who?
I got to look up the articles, but even Jason Black did an article on that.
He
Like,
was
no, seriously,
he was in high
like
school.
three of them in Florida.
He was in high school. He was in high school. I know you're talking
No, he was
about.
in college. He was slated to go to the NFL draft.
He was in high school.
This was like a year ago.
Who's that Tampa Bay? Who's the Tampa? I don't know how to say his name right. Like the Tampa Bay quarterback.
It was a quarterback that the woman was
right
coming
now,
at him,
Jameis
and then
Winston?
he pushed her off, and they said she hit the white woman. But she's a white woman, so
They tried.
She's a
to
white
accuse-
woman. Yeah.
They tried to accuse Jameis. What's his name? Winston. How do you say his name properly?
Jameis Winston. Yeah.
Yeah, they accused him. He's still going through the issues. Like, but look, but Big Ben's cool, but he didn't do it at all. But like, he got drafted, but look, he's still being talked about all that stuff. Like, they're not gonna let him go.
Big Ben did it back then. If he tried to do that now, they would slay him.
Well, I mean, okay. What about that wide receiver in the New York Giants, McCown, that was hitting his girlfriend, and then because they were talking about Colin Kaepernick, how people were coming after Colin Kaepernick with the same players were trying to co-sign under McCown, and McCown was bouncing his girlfriend's head off the wall. Same kind of money.
Lawrence Taylor was in the locker room sniffing lines of coke.
Colin Kaepernick. You know what? Let's get to Colin Kaepernick real quick. And this is talking about millennials being fucking babies, okay? Everybody from my generation knows if you take a stand like that, you can kiss your fucking career goodbye. So if you take a stand like that, you got to be willing to take the hit and never
Yep.
go play a down in football again. You cannot do that in NFL, basketball, or whatever. There's plenty of players that
Craig
took
Hodges,
stand. Craig Hodges.
I'm Team Marshawn Lynch. That's all I gotta say
Abdul
about that.
Sharif Shaheem, whatever his name was, the dude that played for the Denver Nuggets.
Yep.
Like
Well,
You,
he's
they need to follow Marshawn Lynch's plan because he did it the right way.
what I'm saying is, I applaud Colin Kaepernick for doing it. I applaud him for doing it because basically you basically tossing your career in the garbage can.
but
Yeah, but that's when
it's
Rosa
also putting the
I,
red eye on it.
I,
It's
I,
also putting the NFL on blast too,
yeah, yeah,
because
it
now
does.
it's showing how racist the owners are. You speak
Exactly.
your mind. So now we can speak with our dollars. How many people are still going to go out and watch their favorite team when the season starts?
Yeah, that's true. What I'm saying is, but you have to be willing to take that hit because there's brothers out there that are on the ground doing the same thing that don't have that luxury. And number two, they pay a higher price than just money. Because
Mm-hmm.
there's a brother that was working against Black Lives Matter in Ferguson, that was trying to clean up the stuff that was that was going on in Ferguson. He lost his life.
Yeah,
He was
Tariq talked
found
about
out dead
that.
in a burnt up car. Yeah. In other words,
So
you lose your life, and most of the times that's what happens, man. A lot of
No.
brothers that tried to, in Los Angeles, were trying to negotiate gang peace between the Crips and the Bloods. There's a whole lot of brothers, man, that did 10 years behind just trying to forge a gang peace.
oh yeah, because they don't want that. That's bad for
They
business.
don't want that. That's bad for business. You have, if you're going to go out there and you're going to make that kind of statement publicly, you got to be willing to take the hit. So you can't come, like Kaepernick. I'm not saying he's crying. I'm sure he's not. I'm sure everybody told him that if you do this, you may never play football again. But you can't come cry that they're blackballing me. Of course they're blackballing you. In fact, every sports talk shows, black or white, says, of course they're blackballing him, but you knew that going in. You can't cry.
Yeah,
Muhammad Ali did it back in the 60s.
And Muhammad Ali
Okay,
did 5 years for it.
he didn't do 5 years, but he was blackballed for 5 years.
yeah.
Now, but what he got
But
locked
one
up for?
thing,
He
He got locked.
he was willing never to fight again.
Mm-hmm.
but on the other side of that, too, when I hear a lot of black people, and I'll talk about Coonan more than as much as anybody, but this is where black people have to really understand that you can't expect a lot of athletes or entertainers to do this and you don't have nothing to land on. And this is what not having an economy does. The reality of the situation is Colin Kaepernick should be able to know that if he tried to sell some stuff to black people, that it will sell because of what he did. Just
Well,
like Marshawn Lynch.
his
That,
jersey was the highest selling.
well,
So
that would,
people was
I'm gonna say this. That would be nice. Okay, that would be nice if that were possible. But at some fucking time, you got to be able to stand on principle and say, you know what? Regardless of whether I have to sleep on a cardboard box for the rest of my fucking life,
Mhm.
no more. No more. I'm not gonna take this anymore, and I'm gonna make a stand. I'm gonna make a stand on principle. That's called principle.
Yeah. Anyway, did anybody
Principle.
hear about Cam Newton say that he was I think he was Mexican?
Man,
And no disrespect to the dude on the show, but he said that in a comment just like yesterday.
So
I never heard him say that.
But
All
okay,
right,
so
look
he
it up.
did.
Everybody's talking
I
about it.
remember
Jason
him.
Black just shared that today, and he said it yesterday. It's okay.
So
I remember him doing a press conference talking about that he didn't think racism exists. He never had to deal with it until last
Yeah,
year, and then
Cam's
I
on
know
his first
then he
strike.
knew it was real.
yeah, yeah, he had his wake up call because he never had. He was a high profile athlete, man. He had white women sucking his dick since he was probably like 10 years old. So he never had to deal with it until now.
Man, he's one of those metrosexual males. Like, look at the way he dresses.
I'm not
I
even
mean,
going to down Cam like that, but Cam, it's clearly somebody in his ear, and I mean, to a certain extent, I understand because do you really want to wind up
It's
like
PR.
Kaepernick?
have you ever been around high
But
profile athletes when they were young and see how they're pampered from the time
yeah,
that they
AAU players, yeah, I've seen it. Like
yeah.
people that all NBA players, I mean, all
I mean,
All high school, all Americans, yeah.
it's just they're like 13, 14 years old. They're pampered.
That's a protected class for you as long as they stay in line.
Yeah, of course.
Man,
I've
teachers
seen
be cheating
that.
for them.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, what happened? Like I said, I live in North Carolina, and look at what came out with UNC. Like them dudes wasn't taking classes. I mean, McCants and all of them. Those are
Oh
people that
yeah.
won the championship.
Yeah, it's money. It's money.
And the thing
So
is, they always got some on you too.
no, it's all
But
about
anyway,
money. Yeah,
oh yeah, Lord.
I've been around them folks all my life, man. If you ever been around them, man, especially nowadays, they spot these kids early from the time they're 13, 14 years old. You know,
Oh
what
yeah.
used to happen,
I'm gonna say
they
something.
used to get adopted by white folks.
I think I think they target single mothers too.
Of course, because it's easier. Because without the dad there, they can control it. Because they know she's easily manipulated by money and gifts. All you got to do is give her a little bread, give her a gift card to Applebee's, and all of a sudden you got her kid for the whole day.
Yeah, what more? Well, yeah, but they don't care, man. They really don't care. If the kid's talented, they don't really care.
Because look at
But
AAU, Chris Webber and all that. Like
Yeah.
they got caught up
like the
in some
Rod.
scandal,
Yeah, they got
and
a
all that.
scammer, but with the exception of maybe one man, all of them had two parents. They came from Chris Webber came from a very upscale two-parent home. He was never poor. And his father worked for was it GM or Ford? I can't remember which one.
Well, I know Jalen Rose was poor because he
He
talked
was
about it
poor.
in that.
Yeah.
He talked
He
about
was,
it in that documentary.
yeah, he was poor. But even then, once they discovered who his father was when he was like 13 years old,
Yep.
they basically took him under his wing. But they take
Because
him.
he knew he had that pedigree. Because they knew he
Yeah,
was related to a basketball
yeah,
player, so he had that pedigree.
yep.
You know, I'm thinking
Yeah.
about that last hangout when you were talking about millennials and the baby boomers and stuff.
Hmm.
And I think I know what Edward was talking about, but I think that the message wasn't like clearly, it wasn't really put out there. I think what it is that um, if the old folks pretty much told us why they had to integrate, then we would understand. Like instead of just right away just saying to go to school and get a job and stuff. I think that message should have been told to us before instead of just giving us, those type of statements. And then that's what kind of created doubt in us because we saw that as, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. And I kind of agree with both of you guys when you and Ed were talking that day because I understand his frustration. There are a lot of,
Okay, I can tell you, well, my grandmother, she was fairly open with it, because I used to, because I was one of her favorites, so she used to talk to me for hours. So I know. Some things she didn't tell me about, man. She didn't, I had to find out from one of my aunts that when because my uncle, he had to. There's certain times where when you would go up against white people that you basically have to leave town. Okay, my uncle got into it. He was working on a farm for a white dude, right, for a white farmer, and him and the farmer's son got into it. Okay, they had got into a fight. He wanted to fight. He came home. He told my grandmother what had happened, and immediately she gathered up his stuff and put him on a bus out of town. Okay, he had to leave. Okay, she told me that. He told me that. But what she didn't tell me is that the next night, the farmer and his crew showed up at her house,
Mm-hmm.
and they beat her. They beat her. She still got scars today. They beat her because she would not tell them where her son had gone.
They was gonna kill him.
They were going to kill him. She
Wow.
didn't
But
tell me
the
that
thing
they
is,
beat. She didn't tell me that she didn't because they're so painful that they do not really want you to know. My
all
aunt
right. So
my aunt was
Because you
just
got to
my aunt
understand.
is 79 years old. My mother's is 80 years old. Okay, they were just here. They were just in town. My aunt, my uncle, and all, and they were. I had mentioned that, and they all laughed. I said they don't. They think that they want to go back to the time when they were when they're coming up. You think that you do.
Yeah,
Okay, you think that. You know.
can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
All right, Jason Black just did an after hours the other day, going in on this black father that went to a basketball game and talked about his son would be there if his grades were good.
Hmm.
And Mona Lachey is about the same age as you. I think she's like 60, like around, I think same age as you, 57, 60.
look at that. Hey,
Um,
Uh huh.
and basically and they were going in. They were going in on the lack of black parenting. What
Okay.
my point is not to go. My point is not to go as far as what you talk about, as far as your grandmother or your mother. My
Hmm.
mom is about 50. My mom is 56 years old. My
Hmm.
point is to talk about this babies raising babies epidemic. I'm talking about people that are like we're raising kids in the 70s, 80s. We're not talking about all the way back then. And I
Okay.
feel like the argument we were having was to going all the way, and I'm not gonna act like I didn't
No.
contribute to
No.
that, was
Okay. Okay.
going all
Well,
the way back to the
so,
Black Wall Street days.
well, you were going all the way back to the Black Wall Street
And
days.
that's
That's what
what,
I'm
yeah,
talking about.
I mentioned that. I mentioned that. So I did mention that. But what
Yeah.
I was more referring to is more like your age on up,
Okay.
like people having kids younger. I wasn't talking about all, I know, and we were talking about civil rights movement. I get that. But
Hmm.
that's not really what I really, really meant to go to. I was really talking about from the civil rights movement going forward. And that was
Hmm.
my fault for bringing up the Black Wall Street because that is why we went back there. But I'm talking about
Okay.
going
Okay.
forward.
Okay. Well, so okay. Now, if you want to re-bring it up, now I want to now we bring up your case and actually make it clear so we can discuss it because I
Okay,
am
my
I am
case to make
religious.
is if we were to actually audit most black parents from your age going forward, I
Hmm.
think we will find that a vast majority of black people really don't do what they need to do when it comes to their children. They
What?
don't.
Okay. Okay. What is that?
Preparing their children basically to effectively compete in this country.
Okay. Why not?
I'll give you my main case. Let's talk about credit. Like, if you look at how most black people think about credit,
Hmm.
how credit is used, what it's for,
Hmm.
and we're not even going back and talking about the fact that some parents will use the credit of their children messing it up before they even, get out the
Okay.
gate. But my
Okay.
point is, you can even look
but there's
at
good
No,
credit.
no,
credit
no,
and
no.
bad
Let him
credit.
make his case. No, this is
Even
between me and him. Let him make his case. I want to hear what he got to say. So I'm letting him make his case.
You look at credit, you look at life insurance, you look at
Hmm.
anything in regard to finance. If I
Hmm.
want to talk about what happened in the past, we don't even got to go way back to your grandmother. We can just
No,
go
no,
back.
no, 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 no. Don't bring them in. I want you to make your case. So because you bring in other elements.
Okay, when you look at finance, when you
Hmm.
look at values, when
Hmm.
you look at basically players are as good as their coach. And if you see players that ain't shit, then at some point you got to start
No,
looking
no,
at
no,
the
no.
coaches.
Make your case and make your argument. What are
I've
you
already, I
complaining
mean, my
about?
argument is finance, values, and ability to compete in this country.
Okay,
Like
where did
we're not
where,
talking the same thing, but it's
okay,
not.
where okay, in my generation, when my generation, because I was one of those kids, where was I supposed to learn it from?
And your generation well, I mean, let's give an example of the stuff that you're talking about on your videos when it comes
Mhm.
to things that might happen in the future. I'm not even
Yeah.
expecting that, but I'm talking about even 5% of that, saying this is where they're going. Or I'll give you a perfect example. The difference between how black women are treated in the workforce versus black men. The
Hmm.
reality is, as black boys, you have to learn how to interact with the economy differently than what black women would do. We're not taught that, or the fact that we're not shown, or when we don't respond. to the educational system, the public school system, as much as black women, but nobody knows, how that is until after the fact. Nobody talks about how black men are, I don't want to say targeted, but the environment is a lot more hostile. They just assume that we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, or we're just yucking it up. Like a lot of these things, or not even just the way that people choose in relationships where like men are disposable. And I'm going, back and forth for men and
Oh no,
women.
no, okay. What I'm saying is, you have a case against the boomers, and you talk about not the second first half of the boomers, who would call basically the sit-in generation, but you talk about the second half of the boomers, the basically the boomers that are born from what's 55 on. Okay, what is your case against them? Because you and Jason Black have a specific case against this group of people. What is it? What is
My
it?
case is it's them, and it's also the people from 70 to 70 to like 75 too. It
When you
is
talk,
not just
you talk about all the baby
it's actually
boomers,
further
period.
up,
Okay, all the
huh?
baby boomers. Okay, you talk about
Yeah,
all the baby boomers. What is your case against them, and what were we
because
supposed to have done?
he's forgetting about the war with them. Like you forgot, you must have forgot history. Like it was basically 1964 when they actually got half these laws passed, and then boom, in the 70s they got hit with feminism. That took the black man out the
Okay,
out.
okay. You had lots of things going on. Okay, because okay, yes, United States after World War II was at its pinnacle.
I was
Then
born in
you got
1986, by the way.
okay, yeah, okay, yeah, but you had the United States was at its pinnacle after World War II, and it's basically peaked out right before 1970, right? In
Mm-hmm.
1971, what happened to the whole United States economy?
It
You went off
tanked.
the gold standard, right? Remember
Mm-hmm.
that? Okay, then you had oil shocks. Then you had stagflation. Then you had the
Yep.
war on drugs. Then you
Yep.
then then you had to deal with what? You had to deal with feminism. Then you had to
Yep.
deal with no fault divorce.
Yep.
Then you had to start dealing with child support. Then you had to do. In other words, there's a whole lot of things that my generation had to deal with, one thing after another. It was not a stable time, and
And
and we and black people as a group, for the most part, I would say at least 70% of black people were in poverty. So basically, you had a whole group of people that had just come out of poverty, but most of them came from agricultural lands, because they came up from being sharecroppers and whatnot into the cities to take factory jobs, and they
mm-hmm.
were they were not, as a class, they were not educated.
And they
Okay, they
couldn't
were
see
not
the.
educated. In other words, you had basically you had less than 50% of black men or black people, period, graduating from high school, right? With high school diplomas. So you talk about the next class, the group that you guys are. We talk
And you didn't
about
even mention the Vietnam War.
we with Vietnam, with the Vietnam War, the Korean War.
So
We
I
don't
got a
even.
question for you.
Yes, sir.
With all of this, I got a question for you. As a young black man,
Hmm.
so would it be wrong, or as a black man is 30 years old, would it be wrong for me basically to say I'm gonna do what I need to do to get my stuff together?
No,
But if my parents need my help, I'm just gonna leave them by the wayside. If
you
I
can.
was just gonna be cold calculated about it.
You can do that, even though, like Aaron Clary was saying, there's a difference between between the village, or the clan based society or culture that we have versus white people. Aaron Clary just put up a video talking about
So
don't help your mother. No, basically, most black parents basically brought you up, hopefully, to be out on your own and go out on your own, not to help them.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the people begging you to help them are not black men. Most of the people begging you to help them are who? Your mother. That's what Aaron Clary was just
no,
saying
I
that.
understand that. No, that's a difference. That's a difference. I understand that. But what I'm
Matter of
saying
fact,
is, what's going on right now is our generation is being burdened with basically having to take care of the last generation. Let's focus 100% on the women because I know black men. That's not
And
something.
You know what? I'm
how
gonna
does
have
that
to agree with you on that one.
What just happened to the baby boomers' pensions? They basically got eliminated by what? By these people in '08 by doing what? Playing Russian roulette with the stock market.
No, hold on a second, Edward. Hold on a second, okay? If you look at the millennials as we speak, how many of them live at home?
I mean, if you talk about all races, that's a sizable percentage.
Okay. I'm talking about if I can tell you because I do because I'm associated with the conscious community in real life.
Okay.
You know how many homeless black millennial boys would be out there on the streets if their parents were not taking them in?
You know what though? I kind of see what he's saying though, because in my case,
Yeah, I mean, I go back to the coaches only as good as their players.
Right. See, no one has really taught me anything, and at this present moment, I'm trying to hold up 2 jobs to take care of my mother.
Yeah.
And that's 75 hours a week. And, you know, it's tiresome. And I stayed with my father 1 year, didn't get anything that would prepare me for what I had to do. And so I had to go around and, you know, pretty much figure out how to support not only my mother, which she was evicted. I had to get a house, and I had to also facilitate my sisters in that house because, you know, they were in the same situation as her. They were pretty much homeless. So it was all up to me. Now, did that build me up?
By the way.
That is called an economic downturn, which happened in what? The Depression. It's the same thing.
Right.
And
so what I'm saying
that's what
is
2008 was.
What I'm saying is
in a recession. That was a depression. That was a depression.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is this is the only reason I agree with him.
Edward.
This is the only reason I agree with Edward is that I was tired of you know, baby boomers when they first saw me. I don't know whether it be walking outside or something. They would assume I'm not doing anything, and they had no idea how much I had to do. So they would just assume I was because I'm in Chicago, so they always regard us as just, you know, just niggas just walking outside. So, you know, that's how I was first.
So why do you think they have that impression?
I know why. You know, that's what's out there. But
I know. What I'm saying, why? In other words, why do you think they have? Why do you think they have that impression? Or black millennials out there basically wrecking the game as a group?
Yeah, but they trying to like pretty much. Some of them going through what I'm going through, but they're going through different means. I'm just trying to be on the payroll. You know, everybody else, they pretty much either selling dope or cracking cards. So
Tone Talks just did a very good one, a very good thing talking about. He was talking about black marriages, and he was talking about. He's talking about it, but he also said something very significant. He said the majority of the black wealth lies with whom? In the hands of whom? The baby boomers.
Because they had a whole bunch of programs for them at that time.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You have way more. The thing is, you have an economic downturn. Nobody talks. When I was coming up as a kid, that basically nobody was hiring you when I was in the 70s and in the early 80s because you had an economic downturn. It's called stagflation, and it didn't get relieved until 1983, 84, when basically Ronald Reagan and I forget the name of the guy who was over the Fed, basically broke the back of that stuff and kind of got the dollar.
Alan Greenspan?
No, it wasn't Greenspan. Ward Greenspan.
Sir.
Yeah.
So what's the issue with the kids that were born between 83, born in 1995? What's the problem?
What? I'm talking about. What? Okay, you want to know? Okay, you want to know what the problem is? Because I had to raise y'all. Okay, you want to know what the problem is? Okay. What the problem that we saw, the problem that we made as a mistake as parents was we were too soft on you. You didn't have, but most of you guys, most of y'all, most of millennials, I'm not saying in a specific case, didn't have to walk to school. You got driven to
Hmm.
school. You got picked up. You got catered. You had tutors for the most part. You had better schooling. You had better housing. You had better food. You had better everything because your parents were working. It wasn't like when I was a kid. Most of you guys never experienced a hungry day.
Hmm.
Most of you. I'm not saying all of you. I mean, there's cases that are, that are tragic because your mama was on crack or whatever was going on. Y'all didn't experience that. Everybody I knew as a kid when I was coming up in the ghetto had to experience at least a couple hungry days a month because basically the money just ran out and there was no food and there was no jobs. Okay, I experienced that. This was in Los Angeles, which is basically a fairly liberal town. You
You know
guys
what
haven't
I
experienced that. So basically, no, basically you were not prepared because basically what parents always do is they want to make the lives of their children better than their lives. And maybe we overdid it.
you know what
And
I
that's
heard.
and a lot of millennial, a lot of boomers like me, a lot of boomers like me are regretting that maybe we weren't tough enough on the children, especially women are now regretting. Black women especially are now regretting that that they didn't put enough work in because they didn't want to make their children suffer like they did. That's the problem.
That's what the problem is.
I
I
just
don't
wanted
agree
the
with
That's the
education
problem.
pretty much.
that.
Huh?
May
You
be
know,
like that may be like 30% of y'all, and I'll put you in that 30% of quote unquote like really good black parents.
Mm,
But that's not. I feel like you speaking from your position, which your position, as far as I'm concerned, is like the top one of the top echelon positions from. I'm talking about, dude, when you look at these households and a lot of the dysfunction that a lot of these dudes, like most people don't even talk about the dysfunction they come out of. When you talk about the abuse, the rape, the incest, when you talk about drugs, alcohol, like are you like, dude, and I'm talking about the men and the women. Like seriously, like I'm not gonna, get in my own personal family stuff because I came out all right. But real talk, every black family got some really dark secrets up in there that people don't. I'm not even talking about what the kids don't know. I'm talking about what we do know and we've seen.
so what
Like everybody
so,
has.
so, so at this point because I have millennial children. At this point, I can tell you that now the millennials that actually have children, they're no better. They can't you can't
Well, I
point.
mean, the dysfunction is passed down. The dysfunction's
Where
passed
do
down.
so
I mean, it's already locked in.
where do you think we got it from? Like all of a sudden we just got dropped out of space as a whole group, as a whole class of a whole generation of people that are foreigners, and we were made brand new. Where do you think we got it from?
That may be true, but I don't have to. Okay, I will say this. I can, now that I am grown, I can
Mm-hmm.
honestly look at my parents. And look, my mom did a pretty solid job with what she was given. But at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, when I actually looked at the finances of my household, my mom went through $225,000. If you count up the Section 8 child support, and I mean talk about WIC and all that. I'm talking about Section 8. I'm talking about tax income credits, and I'm talking
Mm-hmm.
about child support. Didn't count
Uh-huh.
a stepfather I had. Actually, my mom was smart enough to have a stepfather that was in there, so we were hustling Section 8 because he
Mm-hmm.
was working at the Pepsi plant while my mom we were paying $125 a brand new house.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, I'm in a situation and I'm helping my mom connect her program, help her get a house. But my point is, she's got all this money and she has this emotional attachment to a house. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, you really look at where the money is, and this is the same thing with a lot of black parents are crying about gentrification, and they're
Mm-hmm.
trying to lean on us like what we supposed to do, and basically guilt tripping us. And yes, this is the majority of the women. The men are
Mm-hmm.
not doing this, but because one thing I'll say, if dad wasn't there, for the most part, dad still ain't there. It ain't like they just dip out and get some money out of nowhere. I will give them that credit. And this is the majority of the women, and that's why your video with the matriarchy stuff, that clan stuff, it actually added that piece. But here's
Mm-hmm.
my and I'm gonna come back to this, and I said this in the comic section. I'm not saying that y'all bad people and y'all should be thrown to the
No, no,
wolves, but at the
no.
same time, people want to tell me and look at me like, look here, young man. I'm like, hold up,
Right, right.
dude.
Everybody got to go through that.
If you, I've said this in the
Everybody,
barbershop.
everybody got to
If
go
you,
through that.
you know, well, I tell them straight up because I separate elders and olders. If I consider you an older, I'm like, fuck you, nigga. You just a nigga on the street. And dude wants to ask me why I be disrespectful. And because we were having a conversation about like black men and why older black men are not respected by and large. And I said the women don't respect you the same reason why the kids don't, because you didn't give a shit.
Okay, okay. Let's deal with that.
no.
Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that for a second. Okay, if you do that, and you feel that way, and women feel that way, and the younger men feel that way, what's going to happen to your society?
It's gonna crumble.
It's already there in the black community. So,
but look, but if you're already coming at the man like, I don't know what you have to say, you're not gonna listen to his wisdom because you're already gonna think you know more than him.
No, so I'm gonna tell you why I said what I said. I said what I said to him because he was coming down. No, I could tell based on what he was saying. Because he was coming at like another kid, and he was coming at him really hard, and he didn't know what the hell he's talking about. You gotta remember, I'm in hangouts like this, so I know the difference. And he was saying some stupid stuff that I knew was wrong. And when I challenged that, he tried to challenge me, and I was right, and he was wrong.
Okay.
So it's the ego crap. And my thing is, we got too much ego in the last generation. And when I look at every institution,
oh really? Oh really? What am I listening to right now? What am I listening to right now? What am I listening to right now?
I'm not an egotistical person. I'm just telling it like it is.
Really? Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. Back that up, son.
Who owns the HBCUs in this country? Who runs them?
It doesn't matter.
My generation or yours?
It doesn't matter.
NAACP and all our institutions. The Black Church.
It doesn't
who
matter.
runs them? My generation or yours?
We dealing with what you just said a minute ago. What you just say? You're not a what?
That's what I thought.
You said you're not a what?
I'm not an egotistical person.
Really? Because you don't come across that way.
I am passionate about what I believe.
No, but
if I'm wrong, I can say.
Trust me, son. You carry around 20-pound balls. I'm hearing you. And I don't have no problem with that. I got no problem with
that. I've been quiet for a long time, and I'm gonna
go
say
ahead,
it. And I've been saying in the fucking chat room for the longest. And somebody brought it up to me and said, "Oh, you're talking shit about Edward." No, pointing out somebody's fucking bullshit and faults is not talking shit. I want to make that clear. I've been saying this motherfucker has changed the subject 19 times, and I've been counting 19 times.
I like how you calling me motherfucker, but okay.
Okay, all right.
Let's be respectful, SBI. I know that's how you talk.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna say it like it is. I don't care.
Yeah.
Listen, 19 times. Okay. And when somebody intellectually fucks you, you want to change the subject again. Can we stick to one subject so that we can intellectually all learn? I want everyone to learn. I want to learn.
Okay, how many hangouts have you been on here? Or have you listened to?
He's listened to all of them.
I listen to all of them, but I'm rarely on any of them because I don't like to hear myself talk. I like to listen. I like to learn.
Yeah, he's been SBI has been with me a long time. He doesn't always join us. Yeah.
So he's obviously heard. This is the first time he's heard me. But I'm not changing the subject when I'm wrong.
The SBI was on one of my original hangouts. He was.
Okay.
So
he's the first time I'm here. So he's making all these assumptions about me.
Matter of fact, I don't even remember the last time you were not on a BGS stream. Let's put it like this.
No, and I know and don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong because even in the comment section. When they were going back and forth, I told him, what did I tell you, Edward? I wanted what? I wanted thinkers and not followers. And I told you to do what? I told you to do what? I told you to do what? So you stand your ground, right?
Keep doing it.
Keep doing
it. I do.
Keep doing what you're doing, but it's like I say, if you come at the king, right?
Okay. My thing is respect is earned. It's not given. And we got too many folks that think it should be owed to them and they keep on wanting to talk about
Res,
they were in the civil rights
res,
generation.
respect is one thing. Respect is one thing. And how you go about doing something, whether you respect the man or not, and how you comport yourself is another.
I can
Yeah,
understand that.
Yeah,
In other
that's
words,
if
being
it
that's
was
in
a
other
being
words,
respect.
what you
That's
say to
being
that what
respectful.
what you say to that old man says more about you than it does about him.
right, because if he was
Yeah,
foolish, you would have just nodded your head and just,
And then walk
forgot
on
about the whole thing.
because
Right.
because you have
Dang, that's all I got to
because you
say.
have a respect for your society, and you have because your example that you're putting forth to younger people and to the children when you get to be 40, 50, and then that young man says the exact same thing to you that you said to another old man. How are you going to feel? Because as young as you think you are, and as strong as you think you are, guess where you're going to be in 20 years, regardless of money. Yeah, yeah.
I agree for the most part with Edward, but
Why?
I disagree for the most part. But some of the things I don't
No,
agree
no,
with,
no. I
which
ask you
is
why do you agree with him?
one
Why?
thing that I agree is with this whole integration thing. But I don't agree 100%
No,
because
let's no, no, no.
my
Let's not gloss
understanding,
over it. Get into it because it's a
yeah,
hangout. Because you know how I
yeah,
am. Don't
yeah,
give me
yeah.
this gloss. Don't give me these gloss over answers because that's what I'm
Right.
getting. Why do
Well,
you
yeah,
disagree with
I'm
integration?
yeah, I'm actually getting to the point. So my understanding, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that most black people did not want integration. They wanted to be equal in terms of the government
Yeah,
benefits.
yeah,
The integration was really forced on us.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
So
so
how are you
to,
going to get? How are you going to get equality?
well, yeah, that's beyond
No, no,
me.
no,
But
no. That's not beyond. No bullshit. Okay, bullshit. I don't want bullshit answers. And like I said, especially this week, I'm not in the mood to entertain
By being
bullshit.
business literate.
Bullshit. No, by being business. How are you going to get equality?
By being
yeah,
business literate.
That's
I
bullshit,
guess
Edward. That's bullshit, Edward.
yeah,
But I'm asking Odinga.
I,
I'm asking him a
yeah, yeah,
question.
yeah. I think probably the only way is to integrate, right? But
No,
because it's, we are a subculture within the bigger culture, right? So it wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't even be feasible to be equal
Right, because
without
you would have seceded from the
integration.
nation.
Right. So
yeah.
the other point that I disagree with Edward is the fact that which is I strongly disagree
No,
with
no,
that one.
no. We don't stay on this integration piece because we're not gonna gloss over this. I want to know. I want you to put yourself back in 1945 when it started and tell me how you were gonna go about it.
See, they don't know
Violent.
about.
No,
See, they
no,
don't
no.
know about the hoses and the dogs being sucked on people and all that. Like,
I know they don't, but I'm asking him a
No,
question
no, no.
because
But
no, no, no,
all
no,
I'm
no, no, no,
saying,
no, no. I'm asking you a question. I'm not.
yeah.
What I'm saying, if you have a better plan or you have a better outcome and you know better than the people that were back there, according to what you know, how would you have gone about it?
and you got
Well,
to realize
No,
you
no,
ain't
no,
got
no,
no
no, no.
guns because you couldn't own a
Let
gun.
him answer. Let him answer
yeah.
because he put himself on the hot seat. How would you have gone about it?
No, actually, I am not disagreeing with the
No,
fact
no, no,
that
no, 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 no. I asked you a question. I asked you a question.
okay,
Since
well,
you
I
disagree,
would have
since
been
you, since
about it.
you disagree with integration, you disagree with all that stuff.
No,
How
no,
would
no, no.
you have how would
That's
you have
that
solved the
that
problem?
no that's you can go back on the recording. That's not what I said.
No, 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 no.
That
Wait, okay.
I did.
Wait a minute. I know I'm old. Am I hearing stuff?
No, no.
Nope.
What
Yeah,
did he
you
just say?
moving
No,
into the
Did he
court.
say
no,
did he say he disagreed with integration?
no,
Yep.
no.
Yep.
I
He's
didn't
not
say that.
talking. That's not what he means, though. I know
No,
what he's talking about.
that
He's
that's
talking
He's
about
not.
how
saying,
we adjusted to integration. He's talking about how okay, let's look at integration as like a new set of rules, supposedly. Like when the NBA changed the rules and you couldn't gut check on defense.
Hmm.
The way we adjusted and were taught to adjust to these new rules We were never given that. And I'm not saying we need to give that, but you want to not teach nobody nothing and then think I'm going to give you the respect. And I'm not talking about the people that usher in integration. I'm not talking
No,
about those
what,
people. I'm talking
that's
about 75,
that's
85.
that's what
Edward,
we're
you're
talking
missing the
about,
point,
Edward.
dude.
That's what we're talking about.
He wants him to explain himself. Stop fucking hearing yourself talk. Let him talk. He's asking
That's
him a
not.
question.
Right. All right.
I'll get to you right after that. Edward. Then we'll get to you. But I want him to
All right.
answer the question.
So, right. Before you ask me this question, you have to understand that I did not say I did not agree with integration. What I said was,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Am I crazy?
I did not say that. That's not what I said. What I said was, I think people back then, integration was not exactly what they wanted. They were asking for equality. So now, by giving them integration, that may be the solution. All I'm saying is they
Okay.
probably did not.
Say black people have been basically. You're right. Black people wanted equality. Okay, and integration was what they were offered. So, okay, how are black people going to get equality by themselves, and they're
You
not the
can't.
dominant group? How would you have done
Right.
it?
So, I don't know what's the solution, but I think the even Dr. Martin King says that he's afraid that our people are being integrated into a
Into
burning
a house,
house.
to a burning house. But the thing is, okay,
Right.
but what was the alternative?
I, I don't know.
So why are you blaming people for taking?
I am not. See, again, I'm not blaming. I'm just saying.
Okay, what are you saying then?
All I'm saying is I was trying to relate between what Edward was saying and what other folks have been, written about. That most black people did not want integration; they want equality. So integration was what provided them with the equality. So
But
Or
it's like
or a path to equality.
right,
basically, but when they meant equality, they wanted to have equal pay for the same job. They didn't
right,
really care about going to the same school. But
exactly,
you also
right.
got to realize back then, like we weren't allowed to really own guns and stuff like that. You can't actually fight for yourself unless you have the ability to bear arms. And whose army was bigger?
Who made the arms?
Exact, like the cops had all the guns. So at the end of the day, like whoever has the guns makes the laws.
I think it's a matter of pride versus reason.
You can have all the pride you want, but if they shoot you in the head, you're done.
I know,
Okay,
but to a person with pride, it doesn't even matter. I think that's what the big difference is. I understand
no,
that completely.
explain that. Explain that. Because we don't
Like
know what you mean.
you see, and I know this was like a movie, but that movie, the 300,
Mhm.
and towards the end, when they got slaughtered, they knew they was clearly outnumbered, but
Mhm.
they just, pretty much wanted to, carry the name, and I think that's what it is. Again, I will agree
Oh,
that
oh, oh,
integration was the solution.
what's the difference between the 300
They had
and
weapons to
black
defend
folks?
themselves.
No. They would have weapons independent, but they were not part of what?
A larger group, like
They were
far
not
as
part of the
a
larger
nation.
group. They were
Yeah,
their own what nation? Were they not?
right. But I was just, more or less talking about the pride thing. You knowing you against the numbers, but you still trying to carry something on, and I think that's all it is.
But see, look, but if they would have had that type of pride, you wouldn't be talking here today. Because what if your great grandfather would have said, you know what,
I
I'm
think
dying here today?
I don't
Then
think
you wouldn't even be able to be on this
I'm
hangout.
not supporting the pride. I'm just saying it was from the standpoint of what they were talking about. It wasn't really
It was
behind it.
it's pride. It was pride that they actually fought for it. They didn't just start fighting for it. They started fighting for it 200 years before. It
Hmm.
didn't just start with them. It didn't just start with them. I mean, I understand that black people don't read, but read your own history. It didn't just start
No,
with them. Yeah.
no, I'm not saying I was like for that. I was just saying some people just had, pride to not integrate, even though that was the solution.
You didn't have to integrate. You
You
have
had
to.
no choice.
You weren't forced to. I can tell you, growing up, you were not forced to integrate.
But
You had no
if they
choice though.
wanted equality, then I mean, I thought before it was needed for equality.
If you
Well,
wanted to if you wanted to be black people wanted to be they want to be part of the system and take advantage
yeah,
of the system equally
equal
just
under the
like
law.
everybody else.
Yeah,
They were
we don't
tired
want to
of
be
being
referred to
poor.
as second class citizens. Like if
Right,
you look
that's
at the
pride.
like we're like the Constitution refers to black people as second class citizens. Like we wanted to be equal under the law. So like equal pay. If we both get caught for the same crime, we should do the same time. We shouldn't get 30 years and this dude gets 30 days. Like that's what they meant
That's
about equal. But it's
that's
still
still
unequal to the
pride,
set.
though, isn't it? To
No,
try to be
no,
equal
that's
as
called reality. Oh, it's called reality. If you
I'm,
if you're in New York and and every time you walk down the street, cops are pulling you over and frisking you, is that pride or is that practicality and reality? Or is it both?
I think something. I don't know. Maybe something may be off. Maybe I explained something wrong, but it does. If I'm mistreated unequally, that ruins my pride. That it does. I mean, it's pride is treated as if it's something separate from this, you know, discussion. It can go hand in hand. I mean,
I mean, if anybody ever read the Walter Mosley books with what's his name, Easy Rollins? You ever read the Walter Mosley Easy Rollins novels?
No.
You guys should really. He couches a lot of social commentary in his books. Okay, and this is centered in Los Angeles, and which is basically where black people left the South to escape from the Los Angeles. He talks about the racism and what they had to go through, and how you were seen as black people, and especially black men. You should read. You should start reading. It's
yeah,
there. The
but
stuff
that
is there.
doesn't. I mean, everybody has. I mean, some sense of pride or dignity that they wouldn't want to.
Yeah, but I'm saying is you have. But the thing is, I understand that you don't. You have no knowledge of what went on before.
What's up, bud?
But that I don't think that has anything to really do with.
Yes, it does. It's a
No, because that
continuum.
I think we expounded on pride too long. Because I just said pride over reason. That means someone that may be foolish over someone that says, okay, I'm gonna take this for now. That's all I meant. I didn't mean anything deep or esoteric. I just
Well, that's basically
mentioned
what our
pride.
answer. That's what our ancestors said. They said we're going to be strong. We're going to take this for now until we find our chance to be able to fight. Because
Right.
you got
So
to,
I
you got to,
didn't
you got to
go.
be
I
able to pick and
didn't
choose
go
your
against
battles.
saying it. I just said
Yeah,
that versus this.
I mean,
That doesn't mean I'm for it.
it's logical. You know, it's not the if you go back to what is the movie Birth of a Nation when they were fighting crackers back then. Okay, it wasn't the first time. The slave revolts happen all the time. Black folks been fighting crackers from the time we got here. It's not new. The thing is,
yeah.
how do you go about getting what's due you? It's called politics, right?
Yeah, but I think when I stated the two, I think it was some assumption that I was attached
No, no,
to the
no.
statement.
Okay, we're trying to get into. I mean, I understand where pride, where what's called false pride and
Yeah,
practicality. In other words, there's a difference between practicality and what we call feeling and false pride.
right.
You know, I see that
Yeah,
all the time. I see it, especially in North Carolina. Back 10, 15 years ago, North Carolina, the dudes in North Carolina were on something, right? We're gonna take weapons.
I mean, I've been here for 15 years.
Okay, what I'm
So
saying, yeah, we know. I used to hear from y'all, man. Y'all were on something. Y'all wanted to go out and take guns, and go after them crackers. Is that true?
yeah, because I mean, in dark, like yeah, they were doing a lot of craziness out here. They were gentrifying them back then, and you see the results of that now. I mean, I've seen whole towns that used to have black people, their own farms and stuff. You don't know that black people ever existed. If you think a white people can't change a hood into a great suburb, you ain't been here, man. Just look up Holly Springs, man.
Man, look up Beverly Hills.
And Durham and Wilmington were two kind of pseudo Black Wall Streets that were out here. So yeah, they're a
They're
different
doing it to
breed out here.
Washington.
Yeah, oh yeah,
They're
they've
doing
been
it to
doing it in
Washington
Washington.
D.C. as we speak.
Yeah, and only Trump is going to slow that down because he's pulling the money in the block grants that actually allow him to do it. So it's going to slow him down.
Slow what down?
It's going to slow gentrification down because he's pulling the HUD block grants that allow him to actually do that kind of stuff. So in
I
other
mean, but
words, yeah,
I'll give you an example. Okay, let me give you something that's always pissed me off, like with my family. So
okay,
when elders die off in
mm-hmm.
my family, right? One
Mm-hmm.
of the things that I've always and I've actually gotten smacked in the mouth for doing this because they thought I really was vocal about it. They
Mm-hmm.
sold the house.
Well, I find that hard to believe, Edward. But go ahead,
Yeah,
man.
my mom. Yeah, my mom
Yeah,
punched her cousin.
you've always been that. You've probably been that way since came out of the womb. I'm sure. But go ahead.
Yes, my dad has been under attack since I came under the womb, and
Yeah, you were. I know. I got a daughter like you, so yeah, she's vocal. But go ahead.
well, this is what happened. What happened was this has happened 3 times now.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the elders in my family died. When it comes to
Mm-hmm.
probate, they will own real estate. So keep in mind
Mm-hmm.
stuff that I've been railing at right now, right? They will own
Mm-hmm.
real estate, they'll own houses, they spent time in there, and then the next generation, which would be my mom's generation, will treat it like a
Mm-hmm.
child tax return check, and they will break it up in probate and just sell the house off.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Yeah.
they out here like what happened when the house when like the value of the area goes up and they ain't got no money. And
Mm-hmm.
my grandfather told me that one thing, he never got around to doing it, but he said that he was thinking about trying to skip like my mom's generation as far as like the money
Mm-hmm.
because he didn't trust that generation because of
Mm-hmm.
what they were on and stuff like that. And
Mm-hmm.
my point is, I'm not trying to just blindly rail against everybody that's older than me. What I'm saying is there are clearly people that have done the best they could, but a lot of people
Mm-hmm.
were just fucking off. And the reality of
Mm-hmm.
the situation is nobody's trying to own up for that. I feel like you're circling the wagons for a lot of
No,
them.
I mean, in other words, it's an old problem. We're not the first generation to do it. It's been passed down, and that's a very old theme going from generation to generation.
That's true. And you know,
And we the thing is just as the boomers die and basically leave and leave property, you find out that the millennials and others are doing the exact same thing. It's an old problem that never got fixed.
No
You know
discipline.
what?
It's because people don't value home ownership. Like they think rent, like they rather rent, thinking I don't want to have to worry about the upkeep of the house. For some reason, people are convinced that having a house is more of a headache than renting an apartment. When you rent an
Yeah, I'm
apartment and you're
guilty
just
of
giving
that.
away $12,000, $20,000 here, and you don't get no equity, like that's way
don't get
worse
me
than you having
started
to
on
spend
that.
$7,000 to fix
Black
the
people,
roof.
black folks have a temporary have a very how can I say a very temporary mindset,
Short term.
Yes, we
short term
don't think
mindset.
about legacy.
We don't think like, well, yeah, that's a very old problem.
It's because they look at athletes as their legacy. They live vicariously through celebrities, like Tone says. Like they think because LeBron James made it, they made it. Look how they talk in the bar shops. Like they talk about Jay-Z like they know him. Like
No,
it's
it's
crazy.
true. Meanwhile, they're getting gentrified.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
they
well,
can't even say the stuff right
gentrification
in
was
front of
going to
their
happen
kids.
anyway, but that's beside the point.
Well, what I'm talking, yes, you're right. The wave of gentrification was going to happen. But
Hmm.
how you deal with that wave and how you prepare for that, that was a choice. And my thing is, I feel like the biggest disagreement that I have with you is I feel like you are
Hmm.
acting like you're some kind of accept, like rule. And I'm saying
No,
you're an exception. You're
I'm
not
not
a
saying
rule.
what I'm saying is I know I'm not I know I'm not the rule. Okay, I
Oh,
already
okay.
know that. What I'm saying if you're going to have a disagreement, let's be accurate about it.
Well, okay.
In other words, what you were doing in the last argument, you were trying to pull in a whole lot of invalid points.
Yeah, you were getting into your feelings.
Yeah, he was getting his feeling. But in other words, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that the problems that you're seeing, I agree with you because I've seen it. And I've seen it in the previous generation that did the same thing, that didn't take care of that had farmland, and they didn't want to farm, and they actually not only didn't get money for the land, they actually lost the land. And that's been going on for a very long time. That happened in the previous generation, not just ours. And it's something that has continued, but that has never been fixed. And what the 80s and the crack era did was actually make it worse.
Yep.
Yes, but this is where I get like obsidian though. You know, people act like the crack era just took over people.
It
It
did.
did.
It did.
So
Yo,
that's not.
he said
But
it
so you
backfired.
honestly,
Yo,
I'm
No,
talking
no,
about
no.
drug.
One
No,
at a
no, no,
time.
no, no, no. I'm talking about
the
drug
Larry Davis
dealers.
Hold
story.
on.
So you honestly saying
Let him finish. Let him finish.
you honestly saying that I should give people like Freeway Ricky Ross a pass because he wants to be goofy? Like
No,
I didn't know we
no,
would do that.
no. I
People
didn't. I
like that
didn't.
should be shot.
No, I don't know. I agree with you. He should be. But the thing is, you have to listen to what he's saying because he was there. I'm
That
not
is
saying
true.
you have. I'm not saying that you have. You know, I read Mein Kampf. I don't like Hitler. I read George Bush's words. I don't like George Bush. I don't like Donald Trump in particular. But the thing is, I listen to what he has. Like a lot of people disagree because I put up Eustace Mullins, and I say he was my favorite conspiracy theorist, right? Conspiracy writer. Okay. And I got checked because he said, "Do you know he's a racist?" And I said, "I don't give a fuck whether he's a racist or not."
Have you ever seen Freeway cracking the system?
Crack, I haven't seen it. One, I haven't seen it because
They
most
pulled
of it,
it
I'm sure
30
most of it
days
I
after it
know.
launched.
Most of it I know because I lived there. I came through the era, and Freeway Ricky Ross actually lived like 2 miles from where I'm at. I've been in crack houses. I've seen crack dealers. You know, I've had my share of strawberries here or there. I came up in that era. I before it was even before they even start rocking it up. Okay, I told the story where my coworkers, a good friend of mine, his brother was a chemist. His brother taught him how to do rocks, and they would take their whole paychecks, disappear for 4 or 5 days, and he would rock the cocaine up for him, and they would spend up 3 or 4 days basically getting high off of rock cocaine. I know what it did to the community because I know what the community was like before crack cocaine hit.
Have y'all seen what happened in Miami? Like with Obama, like it was killing people every day over that shit. Like they was going to war for that crack.
Yeah, it's good. Like if you Netflix, yeah, Netflix, Cocaine Cowboys.
Cocaine Cowboys 1 and 2. Like
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I went. You know, I played basketball with his nephew. Okay, people don't believe it. I played basketball with an Escobar.
I can believe that. But one of the things that's so powerful about that documentary, number one, Netflix pulled it off 30 days after it was launched. So that tells me all I need to know about that documentary. Must have put
It's
it
true.
together too much. And by the way, I have that. I found it, But my point is though, we don't talk about that stuff. That's one of the things that drew me to your channel is you talk about that stuff. This is not about me wanting to constantly berate, all people didn't do nothing. But we need to know what happened in order to know not to repeat the mistakes. And my biggest gripe is the fact that people are withholding information in order to basically cover up their own sins or whatever. And
What
then
people?
like it didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I'll give you an example. Okay, I was in Burger King. I don't know why this particular Burger King get well. I was in Burger King. The dude in front of me, he had problems ordering I guess the guy behind the counter wasn't understanding. We had straightened it out. We got to talking. He was telling me because we're about the same age. He was telling me how he was before he was 26, and he said his twin brother died. Okay, and how he didn't care about his rest of his life because or whatever, right? So I said, well, I said, how did your brother die? He said he got shot in a drive-by. And automatically, I already knew. Okay, I already knew by the way he was talking. I said, okay, I said, okay, you guys trying to drive by. I said, well, what year? He said 80, he said 86. I said, okay, you're right in the middle of it. And he showed me where it was, and basically it was, there's tons of crack houses where he was. And I looked at him. He looked at it and said, well, I said okay. I said okay. So I said, were you in that life? He said, yeah. And he said, in fact, me and him were doing a duo, and it happened to come back on us. I said, oh, yeah, I figured. In other words, we know, and there's people out there that are trying to change their life. Mostly it's the women that don't want to admit. Mostly it's the women that don't want to admit it because they want to admit what they're on, and that's the missing pieces. A lot of the brothers will admit, hey, I did this. I was out there. I sold drugs. Blah blah blah. I went to prison. That's what I came out. We see a lot of brothers actually saying that and admitting it.
I know
And
business owners that are like that.
excuse me.
I know business owners that got out of jail. I know a dude that runs a bakery out here. Very
Yeah,
good bakery.
and
Yeah.
he'll tell you his story, won't he?
Yeah, he's got it on he's got the newspaper thing on his in his shop, like the one where he got out of jail. It's a very good bakery though. Yeah, so yeah, he's just very open about it.
So who's not talking about it?
Oh, I know it's black women, but
Yeah.
that's the old story, or that's the
So
continuing story.
it's not that the information is not being passed down. It's not being passed down by the women because they don't want to admit they're wrong.
I can 110% agree with that.
Because all the brothers that I know that've been through it,
Oh.
in fact, this particular brother, he has he does counsel. He has a ministry. He's part of the church. He has a ministry, and he counsels young black men, young black boys on what he did and what not to do.
Yeah.
It happens. There's a lot of guys out there like that. So it's not. Yes, sir.
Yeah, here's a question for you. So since you was born, you grew up in the 70s and the 80s. So which one hit harder, the crack wave or the heroin wave?
The crack wave is nothing like the black community has ever seen before or since. Nothing. Absolutely, positively nothing.
Because that heroin was hitting the streets in the 70s, and when you seen it, didn't really seem like it was that bad.
We had heroin, we had PCP, we had all that stuff, but it was absolutely nothing compared to crack cocaine. Zero. Your community, even the heroin dealers and the PCP dealers and whatnot, they were pretty low key. There were certain spots they were low key, but crack cocaine and the cocaine money that came through in the 80s and the early 90s, man, was off the chain. There's nothing that we haven't seen since. Yeah, even Chicago's not half as bad. Even Chicago, as bad as it is, it's not half as bad as LA in the 80s. Not even close.
So BGS.
Yes, sir.
Is there any kind of like documentary or anything that shows the crack era? Because you make it sound like it was.
I put one up on my channel. There's lots of them.
That Cocaine Cowboys 1 and 2.
Yeah, the West Coast version that gets close.
The Larry Davis story, that's pretty good. Alpo and Rich Porter, that story's real.
Okay.
But if you can find not Cocaine Cowboys, Freeway Cracking the System, that's the best. That's a 2-hour documentary. And
that's the one by Tone, right? Ain't that the one by Tone?
You know what gives the best flavor of what it was like in the crack era of any series that I've ever seen that it comes closest to what it was like. It would be The Wire, even though they concentrate on heroin. But if you watch the Wire series, what was going on in Baltimore, that's what LA was like.
Spider bags, got them spider bags. Wow, good.
The Wire was basically Wire was just like a snippet of what LA was like, but LA was all over the town, and you had. And basically, basically have basically like a big open air drug market. That's what's going on in Chicago. There's not enough black folks in Chicago basically to supply all that money for those hoods. So it's white. Basically, it's an open air drug market where white people are coming in and getting their drugs. And that's the obvious part. The hidden part is that you have opioids basically wiping out the white community.
I was going to ask you about that
Yeah.
Because what they said was they said that the white mortality rate, like, so if you
We get.
compare like when you compare races by
Mhm.
class, they find that all the races but white people in the lower classes are actually gaining, life expectancy, but
Mhm.
white people are not. And
Yeah.
there was a study that said that a lot of it is due to suicide and opioids and
Yeah.
heroin addiction.
Yeah. In fact,
Crystal
it's
meth. They on that crystal
no,
meth
no.
now.
It's crystal. It's opioids or crystal meth. It's painkillers, and it's also that synthetic marijuana that people are smoking
That
because
K2.
the K2 are the synthetic opioids.
But
Yeah.
see, look, if whoever seen that movie Deep Cover, like Deep Cover told you what the era was going to be. They was talking about how they was already making them drugs in the lab. They said we
Mhm.
got. They were showing y'all bath salts without calling it bath salt. They was like, we got the synthetic coke.
Yeah.
Gives you the same sensation as cocaine without it come showing up in your system. They were showing the molecules and all that, and that was like 95.
Hmm. It's not new. And as people get poor, they pump a lot of these drugs onto the street. That's how come they're trying to legalize marijuana. They're trying
Yo,
to get these
Drugs
white people
Inc.
off this other stuff. Yeah.
Have you all seen that Drugs Inc. on Netflix? Yo, that talks about international drugs and stuff like that. It's some stuff you ain't never heard of before. It like eats your skin, like it's crazy. Like stuff that's on in Puerto Rico and stuff like that. Definitely look that up. Drugs Inc. But anyway,
Yo,
Uh,
matter of fact, a lot of dudes probably got high because the women was getting high. They was like, yo, if you want to chill with me, you gotta, they was
Yeah, that happened
getting,
too.
yeah,
Happened too. A lot of you,
they was getting the men addicted.
a
they
lot,
say that's how
what,
Bobby got it.
and there's a lot of stuff that's not spoken about that a lot of your drug dealers a lot of the people that actually deal drugs get recruited by women to make money.
Yep.
They don't
Now
talk about that.
that's shown in the wire how
Yeah.
she made her
Yeah.
son finance her lifestyle.
Yeah.
Name it.
It
Next
is.
to
So
I
you can
mean,
go out
yeah.
and hit these streets, boy, and make this money for me. That nigga was smart. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to go to college.
they
He
don't
wanted
talk
to do
about
all
that.
that other
That's
stuff.
shown in the wire. How she
Yeah.
made her son, how she made
Somebody got the speaker. You got your speaker
her.
on, bun down. You got to turn your speaker down.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
basically, you got to silence your face YouTube link because we're gonna hear ourselves in the background.
Yes.
Yeah.
A quick, just go back to that integration, but just wanted to make a point that I, forgot. If there was no integration, I think the U.S. or would you agree that the U.S. would have been less powerful?
We don't know. I think if there had been no integration, I think what they would have done would be euthanize the majority of black people. That's
Oh.
just my guess.
they almost did. North Carolina, those experiments.
Yeah.
They gave them a settlement off of that last year too, by the way. So that proves they did it.
They were planning it. They didn't do it wholesale like they did the Nazis beat them to the punch.
But I'm gonna tell you something. I always have believed, and that a lot of not what the Nazis got when it comes to the final solution. A lot of it they got from Americans because a
They
lot of
did.
people know
They did.
that the United States medical, association or medical, industry
Mhm.
would, work with. It was kind of like a friendly, like cohabit rivalry with the Germans, and a lot of like when Planned Parenthood and stuff like that, they just took what the Americans were doing and took that to like the extreme.
Well, you know what we did? We won the war and we took their scientists and brought them over here and made them work for us.
Well,
Yeah, of course.
that's why they were cool with doing that.
Hmm.
Operation Paperclip.
Yeah.
And what they don't tell
Yeah.
you, they take a lot of the information from the Japanese too, because the Japanese were doing experiments on their prisoners of war when it comes to like different diseases. They didn't take the scientists, but they took the research.
Mm.
It made they Eisenhower hated the Nazis so bad. He didn't want to replicate what they had done. In fact, they were just talking about Eisenhower's death camps where he basically starved to death
Hmm.
2 million Germans. He hated them so bad.
Do you know what Eisenhower is?
Well, I hope he could be a Jew, but it hasn't been. It's been hinted, but it's not in his bio. Let's put it that way.
Okay, that's how you know
Now,
it's a good question.
yeah, somebody's trying to say, did Hitler actually say that black people in America are the original Israelites or the original Jews from Israel, and they were going to use that to blackmail America? Because basically, that's like these scriptures going around the internet right now. Like
Well,
they're
yeah,
trying to.
well,
I don't.
what I'm saying, well, the thing is, it's going around in the internet. They have to provide documentation.
Ask Stolen Black.
Well, they have to provide documentation where he actually said that because he's a
Because they're
public
trying to say
figure.
they pulled it from his book.
Which book did he pull? Did he pull it from?
They don't. Of course, they don't show it.
Well then there's no documentation.
Yeah. And also the last point I wanted to make is that I don't think, regardless of how folks may have behaved in the past, I think older folks should. Older folks deserve respect. That's my only my other disagreement with Edward.
I mean, I'm not saying it. What I'm saying is your actions are there for you. It has nothing to do with how you feel about that person because it has something to do with the whole society. If if the kids come up disrespecting their parents and their elders, guess what they're teaching their children to actually do? Disrespect them.
Right.
Okay, so
Exactly.
I got to. Have you heard about that story with the NBA, the father going to an NBA game and coming up with a sign that says my kid's grades, my kid would be here, but his grades are bad.
In other words, he's a student first and he's a basketball player second. I did see the sign. I agree with it.
So, do you agree with that method?
Yes.
You
Because
agree with him
nobody
embarrassing
knows
his
who his
son
son
like that?
is.
Yes,
Do you know?
I can tell you why because my son was on this exact same track,
So
and
there,
I insisted that his books come before basketball. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this.
I
No,
understand
hold
that.
on hold on a second. Before basketball, okay. His mother, since his mother and I split up, they saw it differently. Basketball came before the books. Okay, she allowed him to basically flunk out of his last year of high school for the most part. He had to go to what do they call it? Continuation school, right?
Summer school.
No,
But
continuation school.
that's
Oh, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish the story. Okay. Six schools showed up at his house, showed up to the house to recruit him.
Yeah.
Why didn't he? Why? How come he didn't go to college to play ball?
what his grades.
His grades. You know how many? You know how many of these kids? You know how many of these kids actually make it to the NBA?
Oh, probably like 10, like not even 10%. Probably two,
Less
three
than
percent of
less
the pool.
10 1/10 of 1% make it to
Oh.
the NBA.
See, that's crazy. Yeah,
And yeah,
I
that's getting
I
lower
I,
because the international players
And
now.
it's yeah, what I'm talking about. I came up with NBA helps just like everybody else. Okay, like everybody else,
Wow.
everybody and I was a gym rat, and I can tell you out of all the people that I know, how many people actually made it to the NBA.
Yeah, but that was a basketball game. That wasn't like, him going up, as far as playing basketball. And here's my take on that. I'm not saying he was wrong for not letting him go to the game. Sure, he shouldn't have let him go to the game. But to put up a sign in front of everybody in there,
did
and
he
I'm
have his
talking about
name?
they talked about this on ESPN to
So why?
embarrass your son. And this dude is like not in high school. He's like in, I think, elementary school or something.
Oh yeah,
But did
well
he?
yeah.
But did he put
To,
his name on the sign?
and like I
So
said,
why did he do it? Did they go into why he did it?
Yeah, so it wasn't
he
personal. It
wanted
wasn't
the
personal at
attention
all.
more.
But did he
No.
put his name on the sign? No,
Yeah,
It's
like
easy.
he did
It's
put his
easy.
name on
It's
the
easy
sign.
for somebody without kids to say this.
he
I'm gonna
did.
tell you that.
Yeah, Tom had put
Okay,
his name
but
on
okay, so
his.
what I would say, yeah, it is easy, but at the same time, it's easy to know that a lot of these dudes are not sitting here and actually helping these kids with they're not parenting. And what they do is this same thing when it goes to that, what's that, with Sanford and Son haircut, or it's not that, when they cut their hair bad
Mm,
because they acting up. This like
mm.
that's just like, emotional abuse that
Okay,
basically these people
okay,
are
okay.
doing.
And like I said, it's easy for somebody without children to say that because you don't know what you had to go through to get to that point, do you?
It's
That's true.
relative.
Cause in other words, so what's worse? Okay, and let me ask you a question because we're gonna go back to some old school. What's worse, giving him a Sanford and Son haircut and embarrass him, or taking your belt or extension cord and beating him raw?
Sanford and Son haircut.
The Sanford and Son haircut is worse than the belt,
Up. And,
huh?
you're talking to somebody that got hit with an extension cord.
So you prefer an extension cord rather than Sanford and Son
Yep,
haircut?
because I'm not, because that embarrassment, a lot of these kids are committing suicide over shit like that.
Well, it was sometimes okay. If Cupcake, if you can't take the pressure.
Oh, I agree. I mean, personally, but if you ask me for a choice, I'm gonna tell you the choice.
Okay,
But
so in other words, if I say if Edward, if these grades don't come up, or you skip school again, you're gonna get a Sanford and Son haircut. Would that be
um,
effective for you?
yeah, first of all, so yes, if I had bad grades
Hmm.
and and you gave me that choice, you said you got like a week or
Hold on a
whatever.
second.
Yeah,
Somebody's got their speakers up. If you got your speakers on, either lower them or mute yourself until you're ready to speak.
yes, threats work with me.
Yeah, but it don't work with every kid. That's
Yeah,
why I say.
your bias is unfounded.
No, yeah, what I'm saying is, it's not his. What I'm saying is, he doesn't have the experience of having children.
That's what I'm
It's like,
saying. It's
so what?
unfounded.
So yeah. So what do you? So basically, Latino, he has children. They can tell you the lengths that you have to go through to get your children to do what? Conform. Now, some children, now they don't believe in you beating your kid raw because you would go to jail and whatnot. So what are your alternatives? You have to
I mean, I
find out
got
something
people
more
that got
creative.
kids that would say the complete opposite of what you're saying. Like, it's your age too.
Hmm?
Like, what they would say is, if that father was a better father, it wouldn't be in that situation. So that's a sign of him attention whoring, not a sign of him actually
No,
being a good parent.
No,
no, it's not about the
no,
father.
no.
It's not about the father at all.
Does it work for the kid? It doesn't matter whether the father's attention whoring or not. And a lot of people that don't have children, like Jason Black, doesn't have kids, are saying that he don't
Well, I
have
mean,
kids.
you have people. I mean, the people
Does
he's
Jason
around
Black
have
have
kids.
children? Does Jason Black have children?
Mona Lachey does.
Huh?
Mona Lachey does.
It's irrelevant.
I mean, Mona Lachey has children, but Jason Black, who's saying that, have children?
Well, they were both saying it, and no, he doesn't. But she was going harder than he was.
And that's a woman, especially. But fathers don't play that stuff. We're trying to get the kid conformed so he can be right.
Okay, okay, all right.
Can I say something when you guys get it when I get a
Go ahead.
chance?
No, George, jump in.
Sorry for the echo, if anything, if any.
Oh, hey, what's up,
Um,
bro? How's your business going, man?
Working, man, at another customer site right now.
Oh, okay. But go ahead, jump in.
All right. So I coach kids at the high school level right now, and I also have a nephew that's 16 years old. He's in 10th grade at the same high school, and we try everything with them. I mean, taking away remote controllers, and all this other stuff. And the beating stopped because he's getting older. So now you talk to him, so he understands consequences. Blah blah blah. But for some of these kids, it doesn't work, and you try and tell them, like, hey, don't do this, don't do that. And then they just come back out of nowhere and start doing it and don't understand the consequences of their action. So I just jumped in on the hangout, but with the father doing what he did, some people would be like, oh, that's shaming, that's going to hurt the child emotionally. But I think that's a part of the problem, that we're worrying about these kids' feelings. And when a cop starts getting at them, or your boss gets at them, the boss doesn't give a fuck about their feelings, and they
Even
get
though,
fucking fired, and that's
Nah,
it.
and you're right, because situation dictates. That's why, and people don't get it. especially people who don't have kids, especially people who don't work with these children, they don't get it because situation dictates. The army taught me that shit. That's basic fucking knowledge.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. Go
Well,
ahead,
you
bro.
know, and for
Hey,
even recently, one of my girls, for shot put, she made it to counties and got 8th place, and I'm like, you know, I'm telling her, I was like, listen, you know, she's like, oh man, 8th place, whatever. And I'm like, you have to understand that's a sense of entitlement. The fact that you're going off about 8th place. There's somebody that got 9th and probably threw farther than you, but that day she just didn't do that well, blah, blah, blah. And these kids is like, you know, they'll be like, you know, it's like they want first place. But when I say, hey, listen, run up these bleachers real fast and skip every other step, they're complaining, they're yelling, coach, why don't you do it? And I'm like, bro, I graduated in 2004. I already did it. Shut the fuck up and hit them bleachers. So I get it all the time. And, you know, when you work with these kids on a regular basis, you try everything not to strangle their ass. But it's like people don't understand like the amount of shit that you have to put in to even get the kid to the point where the father can show a sign on TV saying my kid's grades weren't good. And trust me, I know a lot of strippers that were former track stars. Nice bodies.
yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
'cause
Okay, well, go
let
ahead.
me jump
We'll give Everett a chance to rebuttal.
I just actually wanted to jump in a little bit
Okay,
because
go ahead, bro.
I know where Edward's coming from with that because I listened to the video. But why did he have to go like? Why did he have to go to the length of doing like a public degradation, whereas like another kind of race wouldn't do that, like a Chinese person or a Pakistani person or something along like
That's
that?
irrelevant. It's situational dictates. Situation
Exactly.
dictates. It doesn't matter. Your race doesn't matter at this point. This is not a subject about race again. Stop bringing up race.
In other words, the Chinese. Trust me,
It's
Chinese
always
women.
about race.
Oh
No, it's
my
not. No, it's
god.
not always
No,
about
it's
race.
not.
It's about what the lengths you have to go through for that child.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes the kid is just hard headed and you have to hit him with a stone instead of a pillow.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yep.
that's
Yeah, yeah, and
Well,
sometimes the
I
father
seen
ain't
the
shit.
video. I seen the video of
Oh,
the dad
okay.
boxing his son. Like his son handled that like a G. Like his son came back and basically hugged his dad. He knew what he was doing it for. Like they know your parent. Like when your parents punish you, you get upset at the time. Like, but you realize when you sitting there, like why they did it. Like you can't hold a grudge. Like, oh, my dad did this to me. I'm mad. Like I'm gonna work on my grades and I'm gonna get to the game. Like I played football. Like I played on the team. Like I knew if I didn't get like a
But again, you
75
all are
or
talking
above, I
like
wasn't gonna be able to play.
I hear what you're saying, but you talk about high school. I'm talking about like elementary school though.
So,
Don't matter.
so
Don't matter.
don't matter.
Don't matter.
Okay.
Don't matter. If you have a especially hard-headed child has been spoiled by his mother and is not listening to you, it's not like he started out like, okay, your grades are bad, and I'm gonna draw up a sign, I'm gonna go up in front of the TV with a sign, and I'm gonna embarrass you. Okay, it's a whole process. You don't know the whole process that he had to go through
We
until
all know if he went through a
And
process.
that's the
huh?
difference
You,
between a
you
man and
don't
a
know.
woman.
Yeah, you
That's the
don't know.
difference between a woman. Look, a woman will coddle or will do the whatever is the easiest way to shut them the fuck up or to get the desired result. Right? That's what a woman will do, and that's what you're not getting in a father thinks logically. They're not like fuck that, fuck
Oh my
feelings.
god.
Listen,
You
this
you
is what's gonna work.
you know what mothers will do because I've already
No, you're
been through this.
talking to the author. You're talking to the person you said was an authoritarian too. By the way, remember that?
I know. I'm saying, you know what a mother will do. Okay, a woman will do as far as her children are concerned. A woman will coddle and basically let them slide until what they get grown, and then all of a sudden she's wondering what happened. Fathers
And
don't
she'll
do that.
pet the cat.
Yeah.
No, then she's wondering. She's left wondering why is he not listening to me? What's going on? Hey, listen, I need help. Hey, let
I
me call the baby
understand.
daddy. What's up? Because this
No,
motherfucker's not
if-
listening. But the
I
whole
understand
time
where
you
no,
you're
you don't
refuse
going.
to.
understand it, Edward. You don't
No, you
understand it.
don't. This is not
God,
even a subject you
ba-
should be even commenting on. Period. I could tell you right now off the
You
bat.
don't understand it. Yeah. We have three people. You have three people that's been through this stuff that understand, and you don't because they've had to do it.
I've got younger cousins in my family. So
It's irrelevant.
Yeah, but are they your children?
they are not my children, but I have had a strong
Exactly.
in
You know,
them
And
being raised.
I'm talking from the role of a guardian, where my kid actually, my nephew lives with us, and I'm the disciplinarian, and I'm the one that has to deal with his grandmother letting him slide on washing the dishes, and then she complains about the fact that he doesn't wash the dishes, and then I go off on her as well. And it's just I'm just not gonna let you just slide. I'm not gonna let him slide. And I'm not gonna let you slide because you've already let him slide. And now you're coming in my ear after I get off a 12-hour shift talking about he doesn't do this.
yeah.
I
So
completely understand
like
that, and I agree with that.
No, you don't.
Well, in other
Dude,
words,
how the hell you gonna tell me what I do
you
or I
you
don't
don't
agree with?
understand, Edward. We could tell you don't understand. We know you don't understand because that's what he did is mild compared to what he could have done. That's
Damn right.
mild. That's mild.
Okay.
That's
And
mild.
one thing I tell my nephew, and I think I've said this before, and the last time I was on this hangout is or on a hangout was yo, I beat you because I love you, but when the cops beat you, that's not because they love you. So learn this lesson now from my belt and not their baton.
Damn right.
Yeah. And the thing, and I could tell this brother, only pulls out the belt when necessary. That's his last. That's one of his last. Am I right, brother? That is like the last
Damn
one of
right.
the last straws.
Listen, it's a very thin line between abuse and discipline. It's a
Man,
very thin
all right.
line, and trust me, I damn near cross it sometimes. But it takes a while before I get on. Like my nephew does a couple things. It'll be 10, 20 things, and it's like a countdown to D-Day. And he doesn't understand. And I warn him. I'll be like, listen, when I slap the shit out you, and I wake your ass up with this belt, don't cry.
Okay, I got a question for you,
Don't.
Dan.
And I'm sure the guy probably told his son what he's gonna do if he did something again, and his son probably didn't believe him.
Damn right.
Hey, if you do this again, I'm gonna take a sign. Because this is exactly what I would have done. Okay, we've gone through everything else. You're not listening to me. You do this again. You're not playing basketball, and I'm gonna show up. I'm gonna show up with this sign in front of cameras and tell you exactly what you do. I'm going to embarrass you, and he didn't believe it.
That's how we work. We do
That's how it works.
process of elimination. That's how men work.
He didn't just do it out of the blue. He did it because basically
You are making that
I understand you mean well, but you sound like a social justice warrior right now. That's all I'm saying.
You do. They're not babies, they're not babies, and they're not little girls, especially boys, especially.
That's what I'm saying. Characterizing what I'm saying.
Okay, what is your issue with this dude showing disciplining his kid that way? What's your issue?
Matter of fact, here's the question: what's the difference between that dad doing that and Mr. Ball over on ESPN, basically speaking for his kids, embarrassing them that way?
Well, he's trying to make him money. He's gonna make him money.
What did you say?
As what's it? Was it a LeVar Ball? Was that his name? LeVar
Yeah, because like basically embarrasses his kid every time he gets on ESPN. But I guess because his kids are in college and they're doing a good thing, like I guess that's positive reinforcement. But basically, it's the same thing. He used to get on them at home, said they had to make them run extra laps. Like,
but you know who else did that? 20 years, 25 years earlier, 30 years earlier.
Richard Hamilton,
Richard Williams.
I was gonna say, like where I'm from PA, so Richard Hamilton's like, I said Rich Hamilton, yeah, the boy from Detroit, Rip Hamilton.
I know, but I'm saying is, what LeVar Ball is doing is exactly what Richard Williams did with Venus and Serena, almost 30 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not the same thing as what I was talking about before.
No, I'm sorry. I'm answering his question. Not yours. I'm answering his question because he brought it up. Now we get what I'm trying. The problem that you have with this dude holding up a sign, which for old school parents is like, psst, are you kidding? Is that it?
I believe it's like that. By example. That's what I believe. You want
okay? Go ahead.
That's all I'm saying. I believe you lead by example. Your
They
kid is
don't. They
doing
don't.
batting
They don't
practice,
always.
you want to go to a basketball game, you know, and your kid is doing bad in grades, and you go, and then one of the things you do, and you want to embarrass your child. So that kind of gives me an indication as to what he has been doing. You
Yeah,
all
but
are associating all these
don't
things
take it
based on what you
Oh,
all
no,
don't
do.
take it don't take it personal. Listen, what anything that you have, any belief that you have over the subject is irrelevant. Don't take it personal. It's just
I'm
irrelevant.
not taking it
it's,
personal. First of
what,
all,
Yeah, you
my
are.
parents
You
oh,
are.
didn't do that.
oh, okay. Why? It's easy.
My
We can.
parents used the extension cord. My parents didn't do the embarrassment trip. So this
Doesn't
isn't
What
matter.
is?
It's still
What the
irrelevant.
thing?
Still
One of the
irrelevant.
things. The
personal.
extension cord doesn't work for every kid.
I didn't say it did, but I'm just saying I'm not taking it personal because that's not what my parents did.
You
Well, that's what. In other words,
But they didn't have social media then.
So basically, as I want to give an example. So what you guys are saying is like, I use myself an example because I got the belt, I got a piece of stick, I got like every kind of punishment,
Yeah, switch,
take away
shoe,
controller
boot,
and all
wait, go,
everything.
and
Go ahead. Let me
But
finish.
I
Go.
didn't have I didn't have a father, so like I had to wait until I got older and like I had to reach like a pivotal moment in my life to realize, I gotta buckle down. So like for each person or each child, it's like different. Is
Yeah.
basically what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
I don't have a child, so
I
Well,
I
agree.
mean,
yeah, I mean, what I've seen personally is like some kids where when you coach them a different way, or you have to pull them aside, or they're hypersensitive, even though they have like a strong exterior of sorts, that they'll be real hypersensitive. If you say something to them, they'll bite their lip and be like, and then walk away and get real mad and pout. And then sometimes you really just have to look at them and be like, man, fuck them. I think sometimes the misconception that people have that don't raise kids, and one thing I learned is just because the kids are soft and they're growing up doesn't mean you have to be or you should be.
and and that's my point. Like
And I think that's a problem.
when you know the child personally, you know what works. You know what how far you can go, you know how far you can take it, you know how
yep,
far you can, there's a line that you can cross, you know where that line is. Well, people looking
yeah,
from outside the glass, they're just like, oh no, what a meanie, oh my god, social justice warrior. Stop.
okay, you got a woman, you got a young girl that killed herself on Facebook, black girl,
Okay,
because of her
and
mother basically not knowing what that line is. So I
Well,
mean, I
then,
hear what
exactly,
you're
you said it
saying.
right, mother.
and then it doesn't matter. The thing is, it's
You
hard.
got fathers whooping their kids on Facebook Live.
Why do you think they're doing
And
that? Why do you think they're doing that?
yeah. Like
On
the
Facebook
one
Live?
dad boxed his kid because his kid joined the gang, and he was like, "Look, y'all jumped him in. This is me jumping him out. Basically, letting y'all know he ain't in that gang no more. So don't even approach my son." Like, there's different means and there. Like, you might not agree with the methods, but you can't knock the results if it gets what he needs.
Yep. Yeah,
damn right,
And
damn right.
at the end of the day, that's all that counts.
See,
and what I'm noticing with
women
like social
go
Yeah,
media,
but that
yeah, go ahead.
that's gonna be out for life.
See,
well,
Hold on a
go
second.
ahead.
I'll give you an example of the same thing without social media. And a whole lot of little girls, a whole lot of women tell this story. They cut up in school and whatnot. Mom addresses them, right? Dad addresses them, right? They keep it up until mom says, "You keep it up, I'm gonna come to school and I'm going to embarrass you," right?
Mm-hmm.
So what? So one day when the kid is cutting up, they get the phone call from the school. Teacher says, little Kimmy is doing exactly what you said, told her not to do." So mom puts on her bad wig. She puts on
Yep.
her house shoes.
Yep.
She puts on her robe. She gets her belt.
Yep.
She goes down to the school in front of all her friends, basically the whole school. She pulls her out of class and spanks her in front of everybody else.
I got
And
that
yet
same threat, and my parents
they're
Jamaican.
always, and yet they're always the last one to show up to school. But as soon as it's some that, oh my god, this kid is gonna get out of my control, oh, I gotta go to the extreme. But anything before that, any little knowledge that, oh, they're kind of fucking up right now, oh, I ain't showing up. PTA, what the fuck is that? A
And
man approaches it different to get a better result. He's not trying to fix things right away like a female would.
Yeah.
He's thinking logically, okay, well, I don't have to go that far. I don't have to push their buttons that fast. You know what? I don't have to embarrass them like that. I don't
Yeah.
have to hit them. Wait a minute, let me try this other thing that's right below that line.
Yep. I'll give you a good example, and my daughter remembers this till this day. She was 4 years old. She's going to preschool. I worked at night. My mother had to keep her, right? And so before I got off, she had to get her up and get her dressed. And she was continually having an issue with my mother getting up, getting her dressed because she didn't like the clothes that she was wearing and whatnot. She just went on for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, right? So I told her, and this is one thing that I do that maybe a lot of parents don't do. I told her beforehand that if you keep this up, I'm going to wake you up, and you're going to have to pick out your own clothes and iron them yourself. And she's at 4 years old, and she didn't believe me. So I got off work early one morning, went home, snatched the covers off of her because my mother usually let her, iron her clothes and cook her breakfast while she was still in bed. She's nice and warm. Snatched the covers up off of her, got her up, marched her over to the drawer, told her to pick out your clothes. You picked out your clothes. I put the ironing board up. I put the iron there, and I said, now since you don't want your grandmother to do it, you got to do it. I made her do it for 2 days in a row, and I had no more problems. Do you know she's 28? She still remembers that to this day.
Yeah, that's crazy. You let a 4-year-old use an iron.
You know why? Because
That's not
children,
crazy at
you know,
all.
this is what I learned from having children. Children are like criminals, right? If you let a criminal think that they can get away with something, they will go ahead and try to get away with it, right? But if they know and they know that they can't get away with it, they're not even gonna attempt it. It doesn't matter if it's a good outcome, regardless if it's gonna if they're gonna benefit out of it or not.
Yeah.
What I
Children are just
love,
like criminals.
We are like,
what
see, this
when
conversation is a. Go ahead.
what I love is when you watch a kid do
Mhm.
something, you're looking them dead in the eye, and you told them not to do it,
Mhm.
and they'll look you dead in the eye while their hand is like slowly approaching like whatever you told them not to touch,
Oh yeah.
and they're
Yeah.
just looking at
hand
you
in the
like
cookie jar.
Yeah.
right, and they're just
Yeah.
looking at you,
Like a cat.
and you look at them, and then you draw for the belt, and then they stop, so they
Yeah.
understand. But like
Yo, the hardest
that
the
criminal
hardest thing
deal is right.
Yeah, the hardest
Yeah.
thing that when dealing with kids is like some of the stuff you want like it's hard not you don't want to laugh because you
Mhm.
catching them, you're like, oh, this little bastard here thinks he's slick, but
It's
you don't
slick,
want to
yeah.
laugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the best analogy I've ever found. Ever since I had kids, I'm telling you, it's the best analogy I could ever find. Children are just like criminals. Let me tell you something. You correct the action right away, and motherfuckers know they can't get away with it in the future.
Mhm.
They will never even attempt it. You just got to give them that
Yeah.
stare.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers will be like,
Yeah.
nope,
Yeah.
nope, back away.
Yep. Yep.
Fucked
Yep.
up kids come from fucked up parents.
Yes, they do, and a lot of the kids that have come from fucked up
Asterisk
parents,
sometimes.
yeah, a lot of the kids that come from fucked up parents, the parents that didn't actually discipline their children.
Or single mothers.
I completely agree with that. I'm not arguing against discipline. I'm not arguing against that. I'm not arguing against harsh discipline. But
Yeah, you are.
is if the players are bad, usually it's an issue with the coach. Now, granted, when a lot of dudes are in this single father, single
No.
mother situations,
Mm.
don't have the full power all the time.
Let me ask
That's
you a
not how it
question,
works.
Edward. Let me ask you a question.
That's not how it
Edward.
works.
Let me ask you a question, Edward. You played sports, right?
Yes.
Have you played sports with a coach that was real easy and let the players do what they want?
Of course not. No.
You never did. You never have.
No.
You never played with a bad coach that did let the players did he let the players run over him? Those are the worst teams.
I've
The
been told
people
that
don't
I've
want to
been
be on.
very respectful. No, I haven't in any sport I played.
In other words,
That's college.
if you ever been on one, you don't want it's inked into your head.
I will say
Chaos.
this. I will say this. The closest has been recreational league, but that's because I knew the dude, and that wasn't really a coach situation. But and he wasn't a dude. He was like 3-4 years older than me, so that wasn't the same situation. When I played for a school, no, I haven't been in that situation.
And in other words, the tougher the coach, normally the better the team, right?
Yeah.
Better results.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Better
like I
results.
always
Same,
say, I
Yeah,
same
always
thing with
say,
and
parents.
I agree with
Same thing
that.
with parents. Same thing with parents.
I completely agree with that. And
No, you don't agree with that. You
No,
actually
no,
you actually saying the opposite.
let's SBI. Let us finish.
let me tell you why I agree with that. First of all, if that was true, I did not agree with that, then quite frankly, I wouldn't even like a guy like Jason Black that is very harsh. I
No,
so
no, let me finish.
so my point is, yeah, I agree with discipline and all of that, but there is, I don't even want to say a time and a place, but there's a certain way of doing things.
Yeah, but
And
it's not.
it's,
But that's not your way. It doesn't mean it's not effective.
like the thing is, we're making a lot of assumptions here. What I do
No.
know, growing
You,
up in Chicago, what I do know is I know a lot of people did a lot of things just to cover up their own bullshit because they really didn't want to deal with it.
yeah, but how do you know that it's in his case? Because you
I
judge.
don't know that's his case,
Is that
but
another?
arguments that we're having is as if like all fathers have the best intentions all the time. That's the
Okay,
argument you
you're
all are making, and that's not
okay.
really true.
So
You
Well,
don't
you
get it.
know,
Look,
so
look,
what?
look.
So
well,
what?
what I
So
Hold
in
on.
other words, go ahead. Go ahead,
Let
SBI.
me break it down. Let me break it down kindergarten style, okay? Kindergarten style. Because obviously you're not.
Oh,
It's
you
not
really
getting
trying
through.
to antagonize me?
No,
I
I'm
see
not.
that.
I swear to God, no,
Go
I'm
ahead.
really not.
Let
So
him make his point.
please don't take it personal. Please don't take it personal. I'm really trying to get. I'm really trying to get you to get our point,
Trying to
because
poke,
everybody gets it
but
except for
it's
you.
fine.
Hold on. Let me just talk.
I love
Do
these
you know what?
situations.
Do you know what knowledge base is?
Yes, I know what knowledge base is.
What is it?
It's like being book smart.
No.
Well, why don't you enlighten me on what knowledge base is?
Go ahead. Tell him, SBI. Explain your point.
Knowledge
Talk about
base
pool
is
of
every.
information.
Yeah, it's a
No,
pull of it.
no, it's not.
Go ahead.
Knowledge base is something. It's knowledge that you have derived all your beliefs from.
Yes, a pool of
That's the
information,
most.
a
No,
database
no, no.
Yeah,
This is
basically,
the.
on your
it's
This
experience.
basically
is
the same thing. Yeah, it's basically the same thing. But go
okay.
continue your
But he's
point.
Okay.
trying to
So
antagonize me without pretending not to.
what I'm.
Go ahead.
No, please don't take it.
No, no,
I'm
no.
telling you, please don't take
Make
it
your
personal.
point. Make it
I'm not.
SBR. Make your point.
What I'm saying is, there's knowledge base. It's highly accurate knowledge base. The difference is that you've been there, done that, and you have the experience, and that you can verify that knowledge base is actually very factual. Okay, you don't have that. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm trying to teach you. And please don't take it personal. But there is a humongous difference. You don't
Yeah,
have
there is
that,
a
and I
difference.
realize I know where you're coming from. I know that you mean well. I'm
No,
just
you
telling
you
you.
think you do, but you really don't
We
know
know
what.
you mean well, but then you don't. But the thing is, okay, what he's trying to say is because you never had kids, you don't know what the fuck you talk about. That's what he's trying to say in the nicest
I
way.
know that's what he's trying to talk about, but like, so if I don't have a child, if I'm
That's
not
what
a
all of us,
godfather or nothing,
all the fathers on the
I have
planet
no
trying to
six.
tell you.
You
You
don't,
don't have
and
kids, you know what the fuck you're talking about. That's what we're trying to say in a nice way.
Honestly, I think sometimes people that haven't raised kids, they come from the premise that they'll actually fucking listen, and they just don't.
They don't.
They
no,
don't.
I know kids don't listen, but I also know that if
Nah, you don't. Like to the extent to where like, and I'm just saying this straight up, like I thought the same thing, and I started raising my nephew. Like, okay, well, I'm just gonna come to him and just talk and so on and so forth. Blah blah blah. The
Oh no,
motherfucker
that's not
doesn't
work.
No,
listen,
they don't listen. Yeah,
I
and
got a
not even
question
to his
about
mom. And his mom is worse
yeah,
than
worse
me, and
than
I'm
that. Yeah, I
nice.
know. Yeah,
I, I
And
got a
his
question.
mom will like she tells it all the time. I will clothesline your fucking ass, and
yeah,
it's a straight up truth.
yeah.
but we
It
also
really,
have an
That's
epidemic
what.
of babies raising babies. And a problem
That's
is you all just completely act like that's not true.
What I'm
You all
saying,
living
no.
in
but
a
it has nothing to
world.
do in this
It's
case,
irrelevant. It's
Edward.
irrelevant. It's
It's
irrelevant.
relevant in
No,
this
it's
Because
not
case.
irrelevant
yes,
It
it
because
is.
is.
that affects
In
your
this.
knowledge
In
base.
this case. In this
It's an
case.
irrelevant
In this
bias.
case, we know exactly why the father did what he did, and we agree with it. That's what we're saying. We
but
agree
like
with it.
it seems that there's like a kind of like a catch-22 over here because we could be saying this, but like as like BGS was saying, like the parent might know like the extent of how the child can like accept it, but
Mhm.
maybe we don't know if the guy doing it knows the extent of his child. So it could still mess up the child or it could like help him out.
No. What you do?
I,
I'm telling you, as a parent that has raised children from the time they came out of the womb, because I was there, to the time that they have been grown.
Keywords not coming out of the
I,
womb, but
huh?
okay.
Excuse me.
Keyword is you were there, but
I was
okay.
there. I was there when they come out of the womb and saw their little personalities. I can tell you exactly how that father came to the point where he did what he did, and I agree with it. It's effective, and that child will remember it uh, uh, long after he'll tell that story to his grandchildren. I can tell you that.
I,
Or
Yeah,
it'll
I
blow
I
got
tell my
brains
nephew all
out,
the
but we'll
time, like,
all see.
What's
I
going
got a
on
question.
here? What's going on here is you have an erroneous bias. That's what it
I,
is.
I got a question from a non someone who do not have kids, right? Or
Hmm.
children. Um, can you draw from your childhood in order to raise your own child? Because
Yeah.
your child will be
Yeah.
the the mirror of yourself when you were a kid, right?
You draw from your own childhood. You do that because that is the template. But from the time that child is born, it's a constant give and take. It's a constant learning experience. Some
Mhm.
parents do it, and some parents don't. I believe that this particular guy, for him doing it the way he did it, knows his child very well because he went right to it and he did it to where that could get the maximum effect.
He knew exactly what the fuck
Exactly
he
what
was
he's doing.
doing because he knew he was going to get him the right result.
He's right
And I
result.
don't blame him for him. And the
Yeah.
only reason you cannot agree with it is because you have an erroneous bias.
No, I don't have enough
honestly,
bias. I think he's a decent one. I think he's doing it for the attention.
Yes, what you
That's
think. Yeah, you think that.
what I've
okay.
seen
So if
personally,
he's done it more than one time,
Has he?
would that change things?
Has he done it more than one time? Why
I
would he
believe
do
he
it?
has.
Well, wait,
Okay, your
you
belief and
believe it.
facts are
What I'm
different.
saying is, you believe that because you
So
believe
yes,
that.
I will
That,
go
te-
and get the
that,
information.
that
But to
tells
my
me.
knowledge, he's done it twice.
Oh, to your knowledge, he's done it twice. Okay,
Yes.
did it work the first time?
I guess not.
How do you know?
Because
Because
if
he
he
did.
had to do it twice,
No,
Yeah,
you're assuming. You're
you're
assuming.
assuming. You're assuming it didn't work.
you're assuming a lot too. I mean, it is what it is.
No, actually, no.
Because
I
at the end
don't
of the
get it.
day,
Our
I don't get it.
I
I
don't
don't
have
get it.
kids. I'm
I
not
don't get it. I don't get it.
Let's switch topics. Let's switch topics.
Huh? Excuse me.
Yeah, let's switch
I mean,
topics.
No,
I
what I'm
really
saying
don't
is
care.
you would rather that man take a stick, beat his kid, and and have that kid go into foster care rather than him hold up a sign in front of TV. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
I did not say that. I did not say that.
because all
Now,
these kids get questions. They like when they go to school, they get these questions and they don't know why they get asked these questions. If they put a wrong answer down, like children's services be knocking on the door, like, "Hey, we're here to take your
Yep.
son
I know
out,"
what
and you're like,
CFS is. I've been in foster care. So I know. I've spent a year in foster care, literally on my 13th birthday. So yes, I clearly know. And I also know what parents doing shit off their emotions can do.
People do make mistakes, but I don't believe this guy is
According,
making a
oh, they
mistake.
don't because their knowledge base is on point. But
Okay. So let me ask you this. So you're telling me that you had a healthy mom and dad relationship?
I had a stepfather.
Exactly. Thank you. You don't know shit.
I
No,
don't know
let's
shit.
be
I had a stepfather.
Alex, chill. Okay, chill. Alex, I know how you get down, Alex, but just chill out for a second.
um, to answer what the guy was just saying a moment
Stepfather, I
ago,
don't know nothing.
like what I've seen personally when it comes to like raising a child, even myself, how you are raised forms the basis of how you raise your child, and that's also a good and a bad thing depending on how you were raised yourself. But ultimately, these kids make these decisions,
Yep,
and it's their decision. Like,
their decision.
and that's kind of like another thing that you have to look at that throws a whole nother wrench in whatever you think you're gonna do to raise a child. Like they are their own person, and
Yep.
they're not gonna always listen to you.
"Yeah,
I agree with that.
there's 24 hours in a day. There's 24 hours in a day. If you're working your 9 to 5, you might see your kid 4 hours a day. He's at school for what, 8 hours a day. So at the end of the day, his friends and whoever he's around could be a big influence on him. So you're gonna have
Yep.
to be even harder in that 4 hours that you're seeing. you don't have all day that you're not homeschooling your kids. It'd be
I have a
different if you
brother
was homeschooling.
than me. I understand what you all are talking about a lot more than you all know.
Okay, I'll give you an example. My grandson is 4, okay? My grandson is 4. What embarrasses him is for me, his grandfather, to show up at his daycare in front of his class. He cries when I show up because he don't want to be embarrassed in front of his teacher and his classmates. He cries. But the thing is,
Right.
but the thing is, for him to be obedient, you know what? You know all the teacher has to say is pick up her cell phone and say what? I'm getting ready to call your. I'm getting ready to call your grandfather.
Maybe it's the Chicago.
Yeah,
I
and,
see a
and
lot
then
of
he has that oh
dysfunctional
shit face
people
when he sees
raising
you.
He
people.
had the old shit face, and it's different for every child.
And again, maybe it's the Chicago in me, but I see a lot of dysfunctional people raising people, and they want to pass it off to the kids.
When you walk in the shoes, Edward, then you can judge.
Listen, I
You
mean,
haven't walked in the shoes.
I know a lot of parents that are good parents, and then their kids are degenerates. Like
Yeah.
a lady recently, she just died a couple months ago, and you know her son was a total degenerate. You know, like there's nothing that they could really do for him. The other son, I think, sells drugs or something like that,
It's the
and has a
environment again.
family and all this
That's
other
it.
stuff. But like,
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's the environment, sometimes not. I knew a kid who a guy who's I knew my old lady, my ex. She actually went with a drug dealer. That's how come I know shit like that. She actually went with a drug dealer. Okay.
Sounds like DC
And
now.
huh?
So you,
I said that sounds like Miss Cooper now.
Okay, she actually went with she actually went with a drug dealer. So some of the stories I tell, like I said, I dated some chicks that had went with drug dealers, right? So he's a drug dealer. He had gone away. You know, he had like a 2-year bid. 2-year bid, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, okay, we're going by to visit, you know, because my stepson is his son, right? And so we're going to visit his grandparents, right? So I'm thinking, okay, we're going to the hood. Okay, his father was a colonel from the retired colonel from the Air Force, right? He had worked for Lockheed for retired from Lockheed that he had worked for 25 years. They lived in Fairfax. It was a very, very expensive upscale community. Okay, his mother basically ran the office pool for Santa Monica. And she had done that for 30 years. Very educated. Most of them had master's degrees. Very educated, very upscale. Everybody else on that community, everybody else on the block, including his sister, were very upper middle class, very educated, very forthright, all that kind of stuff. His sister was learning to be a pilot. Okay. Why did this kid decide to go left?
Yeah.
It wasn't his environment. It wasn't his parents. He had the best of everything, and everybody else in his community was the exact opposite. Why did this kid decide to go left? Sometimes they do because they have their own minds.
Yeah.
So himself.
Because you grew up and you say you're from Cali, right?
L.A. Yeah.
Yeah, so you already know what it is out there. Like depending on what block you on, that depends on whether or not you're a blood or a Crip.
Yep.
in an isolated incident, I understand that. But what happens when that becomes a trend within a group?
That is a trend.
Yeah.
So what happens? So it's just the kids are fucked up.
No, what a lot of went on is like cats that are old enough in my generation. You know, everybody remembers Miami Vice, right?
Yeah.
Miami
Scarface.
Vice. Miami Vice was before Scarface. Miami
Yeah,
Vice.
Yeah, you got a TV show.
The TV show. Okay, Miami Vice was the original thing of basically the drug dealers bling. You know, in Miami, basically what you see with what is it with Escobar? I think it was the Netflix thing went on in
Narcos.
Miami. Narcos.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Miami Vice talked about that then back as a TV show. in
So
the early '80s.
so
And,
I, I
so a lot of kids grew up wanting to be what?
Oh, drug dealers.
They want to be drug dealers because they wanted to live the Miami Vice bling. In fact,
Because they were showing all the beautiful women, the nice
and
cars, the beach
nice
life.
cars, the big houses.
so I have a question.
And
Yes,
Scarface
sir.
was a
If
bigger
you
advertisement for
don't,
that.
if that's the only way you know, like, so if that's a lifestyle you're trying to lead, and
Mhm.
the only way you know how to lead that lifestyle is to sell drugs because you don't know nothing else because you have never been told anything else or any other avenues, wouldn't you think that part of that environment is the lack of information?
Well, that's true. That's true. I mean, that's and what I'm saying is it wasn't just guys that grew up in the hood that were doing that.
Suburbs. They were doing it everywhere.
Suburbs. They were
They were
doing
doing
Oh,
it
every
I
because
everywhere.
the
know.
And
money was fast.
on the flip side, then you have those guys that grew up in the hood that
Yeah,
came out to be the shining stars, blah blah blah, the clean cut that moved into the suburbs later on.
yeah.
So like
Johnny
what you have
Cochran.
is the exceptions to the rule on both sides, or the exception to the norm, the unicorns, if you will.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's how you got that's how come cocaine and cocaine and crack cocaine and that kind of era was so impactful on the whole community. It just didn't affect people in the hood, affect people in upscale communities because they were all doing the same thing at the same time.
And a lot of people don't even understand how great cocaine actually was for South Florida, being a person that lives in South Florida, Broward
Yeah,
County.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
we
I'm
was
talking
talking
to
about
a
that earlier.
coach who's like
Oh, well,
47 now,
Yeah.
and
Oh
he
yeah,
said
you were a
there was
kid.
no Broward County,
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
okay.
a lot of
They
the
were
drugs
Miami.
built all that
Built all that.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
fact, they were
and caused
saying
the
That's
hyper
what
development that you see.
yes. In fact, they were
that's what
saying that
cocaine cowboys.
they were saying that South Beach and Miami was basically a backwater town, and basically Miami Vice and cocaine put Miami and South
On
Beach
the
on the
map.
map. Yep,
All Martian mangroves.
And
yep.
then
They
Scarface was an advertisement for it to do it some more.
Do some
Because then
more.
after
Yep.
that came, because after that came out, they're like, "Yo, I can get this type of money."
And,
It
and,
was
and
like
then
bags.
and then actually then after that came in gangster rap and those kind of movies, Boys in the Hood and that kind of stuff because
Menace to Society.
the ministers. But the first one that people probably don't. The first movie that came out like that they took advantage of.
Original Gangsters.
No, it wasn't Original Gangster. It was Colors. There's
Oh
a
yeah,
movie called
Colors. Yep.
Colors. That was the very first movie.
Rocket, and then
Yeah, the very first movie that actually came out glorifying this stuff. And then right after that, man, you
South
see,
Central.
yep, South
yeah, but the
Central.
thing is, absent of my problem is when you see all this, a big
Hmm.
reason why this flourished as much as it did, and keep in mind, I'm not going to speak on the crack era, but I'm talking about after the fact, is because only one, when it comes to like making money out, because you got groups of black men that they do not want to make money the linear way. Go to get a paycheck, go to school. They're not built that way. And a lot of reasons why they go to do drugs is because that's the only avenue they know because that's what's been passed down. Just like groups have passed down to how to run like a gas station or how to run other things. It's
No,
culturally that's been passed
but
down.
before the crack era, dude, that's the way you had to do it. When I was coming up, that's the way you had to do it. You you learn to start a business, you learn a trade, you go work for an aircraft company, you become an engineer, a draftsman, a host of other things. You
Yeah,
educate
independent.
yourself. Basically independence.
So where did that go?
I'm trying to tell you. That's why you don't understand the impact of the crack cocaine era. It just changed the whole culture, and it hasn't corrected itself since.
So that is not the
listen, it built
fault.
cities overnight, literally.
Overnight. In other words, who was saying it was somebody that was just saying that. Was it Black Ram or it was somebody I was just listening to? They were talking about young kids. Basically, no, was it I think it was Alpha Wisdom was talking about that because basically he
So
looked
black people are not complicit in that at all.
I'm not well, we're not saying who's complicit in it. We're not saying that What we're trying to do is explain it, and so people understand what happened instead of going by beliefs. And
Well, I mean, that echo.
somebody has a speaker on there. Nose, mute yourself. Well, go ahead.
Because this is what I'm talking about when I, I ain't trying to hash up the parent argument again, but this is what I'm talking about. You told me where did they get the information from, as if they didn't have the information, and now what we're talking about is they had the information before the crack era, and after the crack era, they didn't have the information. That's what
it changed the culture. It changed the culture that it hasn't changed because nobody knew. Nobody at the time. I mean, my brother, my boy, he's 47. He's probably young. But I'm saying
that's after the boomers, right?
What, no, he's a Gen Xer. He's a Gen Xer.
I'm just trying to. All I'm saying is that's what I was trying to say, and you kept on moving the conversation back to the 40s and 30s.
What are you talking about?
What I was talking about is the information that was not passed down to us, as far as what we need to adjust in the county. All the stuff you just said, as far as getting in a trade, doing their own business, skills, being an auto mechanic, whatever.
In other words, didn't you grow up learning that?
Did I grow up learning what?
To go to school, get a trade, be an engineer, all that stuff. You don't know.
No, what I was taught was to go to school, get a good education, and the white folks will hire you.
That's what we learned.
My grandfather told me to do something different, but that's what I was told.
Yeah, but
and as a black man, that's a hostile environment.
I know Nose has a speaker on. Go ahead and go ahead, brother, and speak because I know you want to get in. You got your speaker on. Go ahead. 09, go ahead.
I gotta drop off to Jeff.
Okay.
No, but that's all I was saying. That was what my point was. See, we're taught to go to school, get a good job. We're taught a job is waiting for us. We know that's not true now, but we're talking about even in the 2000s. Get educated, you will get high. You will be in the middle class. That's not true for black men. That's not true for black men.
That's not even true. That's not even true for white men. All the jobs are being outsourced because capitalism is going to go to where the cheapest labor is. It doesn't matter if they're going to cut out their own people that look like them.
But what I'm talking about, that's never been true for black men for the most part.
In other words, that's what we were taught. My brother's on the line. Wasn't that what you were taught?
We were all taught that.
Well, I was also taught to like find your own way and do something different. So I hear a lot of people always
turn on your speakers, my friend.
But entrepreneurship is not supported in the black community. It's not.
We don't have a community. We don't have a community.
We don't have a
like even myself. Right now, I'm looking into buying land and some other stuff.
But you
my parents didn't teach me that.
No, they didn't teach you that. Yeah.
But they taught me to go and learn something, like learn a trade and be adaptable to your society and everything else, just by their actions. So sometimes I hear a lot of videos lately where they blame the previous generation. I was listening to the last hangout where BGS was just kept on saying bullshit. It was hilarious. I love it.
Now that we're getting into brass tacks of what we're talking about,
because you're not making yourself clear, Edward. You're trying to find blame, man.
Yeah, everybody tries to blame the previous generation as if they can't make their own choices or do something them damn selves. And it's like, yo, why are you blaming people that fed you and clothed you? Like that's all they need to do, and they don't owe you fucking shit.
That's called maintaining.
Go ahead and do your own fucking thing. Wipe your own ass. I taught you that. You ain't gonna blame me for a clean ass.
It's called maintaining children. That's not raising children.
Yo, my bad.
Okay. Hold on a second. Mute your mics for a second because you guys are echoing. At the bottom line, as a parent, your job is to do what? Who's got their speaker on? Everybody, mute your mics. Mute your mics because you got the speakers on. At the bottom line, as a parent, your job number one is to get that child raised so it doesn't starve, that it can live and go and continue and live a decent life. That is your ultimate job. So you think that's just maintaining children? People that don't have children do not understand exactly how hard that is to do.
Your job is to raise your child and be productive and live a better life than you did.
If you can, your job is to make
That's to me what the measure of success and failure is.
your job is to make sure the child survives. That's your job. To get the child to
Survival
18.
is really the maximum, not even the minimum.
Yeah, your kid's gonna cost you $1 million in your lifetime, if not more, just to feed and shelter them.
And that's not factoring the cost of stress or price of stress.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. If go ahead, bro. Bun down.
No, I'm just saying that the person whoever has their mic open, their hangout video open, mute their mic.
Put some headphones on.
In other words, put your headphones on. But you got people listening to on their speakers, and I think that's 09. I'm gonna mute him real quick. Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Bun down.
No, I have nothing to say. I'm just listening, but they just needed.
Okay. A lot of people that don't have children do not understand the actual facility that you have to go to actually take care of a child, especially in this atmosphere, especially in an urban environment. It is really difficult to work, 8-9 hours, because basically if you work in, you spend 10 hours a day away from home. Where like you have to get ready, you got to travel, you got to work, you got to be there for almost 9 hours, then you got to come home. Somebody has to watch that child. Somebody has to take care of the child. Somebody has to feed that child. Your job as a parent is a 24-hour-a-day job. So making sure that the child is safe, fed, clothed, housed, kept safe, that in itself is extremely difficult. If it wasn't for me and my daughter's village actually watching out for him, you know how difficult a life that she would have just doing that. That's before you even educate them.
Well, I mean, this goes down into what environment you're deciding to have children in, though. I mean, people can talk about how hard it is, but the reality is this is why typically you're supposed to get married before you have children. And like I said, your daughter has your benefit of you.
If you have two people working, if you have two parents that have to work, if you have two parents that have to work, especially most people, most black people, most people, period, not just black people, all people have to work, okay? And unless you are skilled enough to where that mother can actually stay home, you need help taking care of that child. It is a difficult process, even if you sacrifice and you're working so that the woman can stay home and take care of the child. There's sacrifices you have to make, and that's not easy. It's not an easy job. It's not just, you're not raising a puppy. It's a human being. Human beings have to be taken care of. And if you're doing that in a city, especially a city like say a urban city where the child has to be protected and watched like Fort Knox for 24/7, it's even more a difficult job. You're not raising them out on the middle of a farm somewhere.
I have a question. Do you believe that black millennials are doing a better or worse job at raising children?
It's too soon to tell because the children are very small. What I see with my children is that with my grandchildren is that millennials have too many things going on. Okay, especially because of that smartphone, they have too many things going on. They're not as engaged with their children as I was with mine. Okay, when I a ton of times, I'll give you an example just today. My grandson has to tell his mother constantly, "Mommy, get off the phone. Mommy, put the phone down.
Yeah,
mommy, pay attention to me."
Mm-hmm. From what I'm saying,
just because you're taking him to McDonald's or you're taking him to whatever little park you are and having fun with it, your engagement with that child and paying attention to him is not up to par to what I did or my parents did.
It seems like the millennials are still children
Yeah,
themselves.
and what I'm seeing, a lot of like people are trying to be friends with their kids these days. Like they're not trying to discipline them. They're trying to talk to they treat them like they're friends. Like I know a lot of mothers that look at their daughters like their best
Babies
friend.
raising babies.
They gossip with them.
No, they're not
No,
babies.
it's not babies raising babies. It's
They're 30 years
women
old. They're
raising
not
babies.
babies raising
Women
babies.
are not meant to raise kids. It's men are supposed to raise kids, not women.
And there's no man, and a lot of them don't have men in the house at all.
That's a choice.
What's going on? What's going
No,
on?
it's not a choice.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What's a baby to you? How old's the baby?
If you are less than 24 years old, 23 years old.
Wow.
No, I understand it that maturity wise, but I'm talking about based on the maturity rate that these people are now.
17 or younger. That's what I would consider a baby.
That's what it should be, but that's not what it is.
In other words, you know just what you said. Somebody mute your mic.
Yo, that echo is killing me.
Man, get him.
Mute your mic unless you're speaking. Everybody mute your mic unless you're speaking. Okay. That just what you said, that a 24-year-old woman or 24-year-old adult is considered a baby and not mature enough. Okay. Back in the day, you were 17. I know 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds that were mature enough to raise children. So saying that a baby is 24, that's an indictment on your generation. You should be more mature at 24 years old.
I mean, I'm an older millennial, but I hear what you're saying. I mean, I agree with that. I don't disagree with that.
That's an indictment on your. That's an indictment on your generation right there.
I mean,
And
I'm
some
sure
people
when
are
they
40
get older,
with that maturity level though too. So that's another problem.
So in other words, they're not babies. They're not babies
well,
raising
there's
babies.
a lot of black people are stunted in their maturity rate. You really see this when you meet people overseas. Like when you deal with people.
Okay, you dropped out.
Yeah, I don't know why you keep going back to this black this, black that. Listen, I understand there is, I'm sure, and I agree that there is some sort of, racist, yada, yada, yada. But
Hispanic culture and black culture are absolutely different.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Not really.
Can I finish? So what I'm saying is, yes, to a certain extent, yes, there is a racial, whatever the hell you want to call it. But at this time and place, in this environment that we're living in, it's mostly about other external variables that have nothing to do with race. Race is a very small percentage, depending on what you're talking about. Yeah, depending on what you're talking about, yes, race does have something to do with it. But when we're talking about kids and raising children, okay, this is
so are black women the same as Hispanic women?
Yeah, a lot of times they are. Yeah.
Yeah, because then we have to separate. Then we have to separate single mothers from whole homes where they have a father and a mother, and then you have to separate of having a father and a mother where only one of them is working and where both of them is working. So there's so many other variables to the point where race is such a small amount in this topic specifically.
In this topic, yeah, because if you ever been in California, I mean, Alex will know what I'm talking about. Have you ever heard of the term cholo?
I've heard the term.
Yeah. The same thing. We have just as many gangsters and gangbangers and that kind of stuff, bad kids in the Hispanic community as you do in the black community in LA.
I'm not trying to knock you down. I'm not trying to make it small, this whole race thing that's what's going on. But specifically what we're talking about, every single time you bring up race, I just think you're a fucking idiot.
Oh, come on, don't do that, Alex. Come on now. In other words, I know how you feel.
Because
I know,
okay,
Alex.
We're both in the same state. We're both in the same state.
I know, Alex, but listen, okay? Chill out a little bit. Let's have a respectful dialogue, okay?
All right.
I know you're passionate, and Edward's passionate. What I'm saying is, tone it down just a tad, because we're trying to talk to each other. What I'm trying to school you on is, you are a millennial, okay? My son is the same age as you are. I know what happened, and I know the difference in the way they were raised around me. I raised them, and they were raised around me compared to the way I was raised. There's a difference. I know. So when you're trying to ask me a question, ask a question that I already know about. Your maturity is stunted because we were too soft on the millennials. You know, the whole thing about they joke about
BGS.
yes.
After you're done, I just want to ask
Okay.
add something.
Okay. You remember the thing about the everybody gets a trophy thing, the participation trophy, and how a lot of old school athletes they tear up the participation trophy shit. That's what we're talking about. In other words, they're more
Well, how did
concerned
that happen?
because the feminists brought in little girls into athletics activities, and little girls are emotional when they lose, right? So they did not want the little girls to feel bad. So they came up with participation trophies. So what did mothers start doing? They started insisting that all kids get a trophy for participating.
And the
Where
men
when
didn't
I
go
came,
along with that.
huh?
And didn't the men go along with that?
Because they were raised the same way.
What men? The adults.
Yeah,
So
they're
the
raised.
adult fathers decided that that was cool, or they went
In
along
other
with
words,
that.
they listen to the women because the society got to be too permissive. We don't want to damage the psyches of the little kids, and we don't want to damage them because what we went through, because we were hit, we were beat, we were punished, we blah blah blah, and we don't want the same thing that happened to me to happen to our children. Well, we didn't know what the results would be. Now we know the results.
I had that even the other day. One of the interpreters for one of the girls that does shot put, she's a deaf girl or hard of hearing, and I would tell her, listen, that's shorter. That was bad. No, don't do that. And he was like, well, do you have to say it like that? And I was like, yes, I do, because it's not good. It's not going to get her. She's not going to get to counties or regionals with that throw, especially if you have a girl throwing the same size shot put, 42 feet, and you're throwing at 26.
Mm-hmm.
You either get it right, or you're not even going to get a participation trophy, especially at the school county level. Like, you're just going to be like, hey, you didn't make it, and that's going to be worse to her than anything else. So I'm not going to sit there and give her that, pat on the head like you did a good job. No, you didn't. That shit sucked. Get better.
You know what I give you? Go Art Ford. I'm going ahead and get you in because I was starting to say them. Go ahead and weigh in, bro.
Well, the thing is, just like you said, the situation was too soft. It really was. Like, I see it, like how my parents raised me versus everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
My parents were hard on me. Like, I think I was telling somebody else another hangout. Like, my parents, I couldn't be hard. They were extremely very, very strict. A lot of these kids are being raised by themselves. They get these participation trophies, like you said. They don't do anything, and they expect everything to be handed to them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. Everybody's entitled now.
Boy. Well, I also believe that people that as people move further and further away from a survival lifestyle,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to see more and more of that.
Yeah.
So when you move towards a life of leisure, you start to get to where it's like you think that sense of entitlement. And I think that's one of the biggest things that we're moving so far away from having to survive.
Yeah, I'll give you a real good example, man. Because I'm in Los Angeles, right? And the Lakers, who have been champions, they got like 16 championships and whatnot, and they've been champions, right? So they have to rebuild. So they drafted all these young players, like 18, 19 years old, the one and dones, right? They drafted a whole bunch of them, right? And the big debate is that you have an old coach that will pull minutes, that will get on these players' asses, will tell them that it's not good enough. And you have all these millennial Gen X sports writers and pundits saying, well, you're too hard on the kids. You got to sit down and explain it to them. You got to give them a chance to fail. You got to work through their blah, 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 blah. They did it all of last year. Guess what happened this year? A lot of the stuff that they were doing last year, that they fired the coach, they brought in a younger coach, and guess what happened going into the season? All the mistakes that he was getting on them about, not playing, getting back on defense, throwing the ball away, making bad decisions, and blah blah blah. Guess what didn't get corrected? Everything he was talking about, because now they're seeing that being on them, patting them on the head, and treating them like they're babies. You get millions of dollars playing a pro sport, and if the cut's not good enough, you need to tell them and treat them like men and like grown-ups instead of babies, like it's romper room or something like that. I used to get on them like, this is the NBA. They're getting millions of dollars and playing in front of 20,000 people. Okay, this is a job. If they need a swift kick in the ass because they're not performing up to stuff, they're not hustling like they should be, they should have their minutes pulled. No, you got to suffer through their mistakes. This is not a vocational school. Either they make the grade or they don't. And now you got now you got Magic Johnson, who's an old school player, as the general manager, and guess what he's telling them? If you get your ass out there and hustle, you will get replaced. And guess what they're doing? They're starting to play better because he's actually doing it, because he's not listening to the pundits.
But that's also, he has the right, he has the capital to say that though, because he has fun.
Why do you have to say that?
Wait, what did you say?
And somebody got the speaker on. All right, I said, why does he have to say that? You're the NBA. What was going on is all the sports writers were basically mealy mouthed and treating these kids like they were babies instead of like they're professionals. Once you get there, you're supposed to know already. If you don't, you need a swift kick in the ass and tell them that you're not performing.
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I like the hard-nosed coaches. I mean, Chicago, I was mad that Tom Thibodeau left. So,
but that's an example of
the Bulls suck, because exactly what you're talking about.
But in other words, that's an example of a permissive society of coddling these people, and they're not improving. That's to say, they're not babies, and we're talking to them, treating them like babies. Because I used to hear the sports writers talk about these kids. Well, you have to sit down and explain it to them, and you got to talk to them the right way. You got to coddle them and work through this thing. I said, you're talking to them. This is not a high school kid. This guy's in the NBA. He's making $3 million a year. What are you talking about? Or you can't pull his minute because he's going to feel bad. So what?
No, I agree.
Well, the millennials are different. You can't treat them like the old school people. So, that's what millennials are different. You have to talk to them. You have to treat them this way. What the fuck are you talking about? And they're saying that the whole league is full of them.
Now it is.
The whole league is full of them. That's what I'm talking about. You can't. Everybody's worried about how they feel. I said, in other words, what you're supposed to do, yank him out of the start line and sit him on the bench. Go ahead, bro. You got your mic open.
Yeah, basically, look at basketball the way it was in the '90s, and look at the way it is now. You can see the difference between like the Jordan era and the LeBron era. LeBron's the star of the league, right? Why does he complain after every call? Why does he flop? Like, this dude is one of the biggest crybabies in the league.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an example of what's going on in the league. I mean,
a lot of that is engineered, though.
No, it's not.
It's the fact that he grew up with, like, he was basically getting everything handed to him since he was 17. His mom had a Hummer. He was already talking to Warren Buffett. Like, this dude didn't, like, he might have struggled when he was younger. His mom helped him cheat to pass school. Like, and that just came out last week.
He never had to do anything. He was a star since he was 13.
And now everybody wants to act like LeBron's this intelligent individual because he has money. He didn't go to school. Like, he's not intelligent. He didn't go to college. He didn't read anything like that.
No.
We're judging people who will never know. So it isn't really, neither here nor there.
No, but what I'm saying is people assume, like, because you got money, you're more intelligent than a fan.
Well, that's
That's all
supposed
I'm
to be over.
saying.
Well, we know LeBron didn't go to school, man. Come on, man. You know how it is.
Donald Trump.
This guy could
George Bush Jr., whatever his name is. Like that dude failed college and all that.
Yeah,
Dropped out of the Air Force.
No, he passed. He graduated.
They said they made it seem like he was getting F's.
No, he got a C. From Harvard.
But Harvard is an elite school.
Well,
People
who?
get in there because of money.
Yeah,
They're not getting in there because they're more intelligent or they're more educated. It's a network school.
Who went to Harvard?
George Bush.
Oh,
He got a C. He didn't flunk out of school. But most people, if you go to Harvard, you get a C.
I'm sorry. Getting to see it at Harvard.
Yeah.
Well, I thought he went to Yale.
Oh, he might have been Yale or Harvard, but I'm saying he went to Ivy League school.
Yes, so he was already connected.
Yeah, but I'm saying is he went to school. He didn't flunk. LeBron didn't go to school.
Most athletes are not.
Excuse me?
I said most athletes are not that smart. Like you said, they get school.
I mean, some are, some aren't.
Yeah, some are, but when you think about it, Mike is that.
Excuse me?
I don't know whose mic is that. Like shut off the.
It sounds like yours, man. You got to speak it up.
No, it's not mine.
Sounds like somebody outside.
Bun down. You got your mic.
I'm muted right now.
Is that better? Okay.
No more echo.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is anybody that's a gym rat that's been on the court knows what goes down as far as these athletes going to school. Now, some are very good students because their parents insist that they become a good student, no matter whether they can play basketball or not. You take a Steph Curry, for instance. Steph Curry, they insisted that he went to school. Even Shaq was insisted he had to go to school and get grades.
Yeah, but that was the thing, that he was insisted that he goes to school and get grades. But you have a lot of these brothers who are raised by single mothers who are coddled through high school, middle school, and elementary school. I mean, if you're 6'5" in fucking middle school, then you're gonna be coddled all the way until high school and college. So these brothers obviously know that they're gonna probably make it to the NBA. So they're not interested in actually learning. And I went to college, and a lot of these athletes sit in the back of the class. And literally, I went to college, and these guys were getting C's off of not doing any work.
And who do you blame this on?
I blame this on the teachers, because honestly, if you think about it, if I had the opportunity just to get C's in class without doing any work and have sex with as many women as I can, of course I'm gonna take that opportunity.
Can I ask you some questions?
No question.
You believe it's the teacher's responsibility to make sure that the children are educated? I'm asking that.
Well, the schools making money off the athletes, so it's to their benefit that these kids pass. If they don't pass, they won't be able to make money off them playing on the field or the court.
Let me reiterate the question. Is it the teacher's responsibility to make sure that the children want to learn?
And that's the system.
Isn't that the oath they take?
Yeah, honestly, you are right. That's the oath they take. But at the end of the day, you can suffer because all it takes is one.
It's suffering because it's about money.
See, listen to the question I'm asking.
Okay, you get a big echo if you're not speaking. You might.
Hear what I'm trying to say. Please, just follow this. There's no schooling to teach people how to parent, and teaching discipline comes from parents, right? So if the parents don't instill discipline to their children, how can you expect some outsider to enforce any type of authority over your children when your children don't respect authority? So you can't expect somebody who they don't know just because they're going to school to teach them what they don't want to learn.
No, I don't want to. Listen, I understand what you're trying to say, And I don't expect the schools to try to teach the kids how to want to learn, because I believe it all falls back on the parent, because
Mhm.
you have these same parents who know their kids ain't shit, who know their kids are bad, because this happened actually with my own family. I had my brother and sister who would, get into fights and do things like that. But my mother would come in and take the side of my sister and brother, knowing that damn well every school that they go to, they always get into fights. And instead of her actually listening to the teachers and actually listening to the administration, she would take it upon herself to listen to my brothers and sisters and take their sides when it was my brother and sister side. Because if you're going from school to school and you're having the same problems, then obviously it's the kids. So I do believe that it's the parents, but it's just a cycle that's growing up, which we have right now and today, is where you have a cycle of parents who are not fit to raise kids, who
I
are
totally
raising.
agree. Totally agree.
Yeah.
I'm not one to try to enforce anything on the society, but just like you got to have certificates to do everything. If you to be a parent, they should make you get a certificate on how to be a parent. These are the guidelines you got to follow, and this is what you're responsible for. So many people just say, "Oh, I want to have a baby," and men and women both. A lot of so they're not really taking into account how much effort, how much time, and how much hands-on you need to give to your children. PGS, the last video he did on the matriarchy and the community parenting kind of was reflective of that. Like at one time you had a group of people keeping the children in line. Now we've kind of broken away from that, where you have the government being the community and the single mother going to work. So who's teaching the children?
Well,
Yeah, but
if the single mother if the single mother's growing up poor, when she's growing up poor, she's looking at her son like he's the meal ticket. Like
Yes, true.
she's like
Yeah.
she's like, I gotta get him in here. Forget the books. If he gets me this $1 million, I can live vicariously through him.
I
Like
totally agree with you.
but
But
when you
that's what
think about it,
that's why I was saying that society should enforce some type of rules and
when you
regulations
have
on
people,
parenting.
If
They
you
get
got
too much leeway.
you have to mute if you're not speaking.
I got a question after you guys are done. For
that's
BJ.
Zero nine, you got to mute your mic.
hoop dreams.
Hoop dreams. Okay.
I mean, you see it a lot even with fathers, though. Like, I coach football as well, and you see some of these fathers trying to make decisions for their kids,
Mhm.
and it's kind of crazy because it's like, like you want your kid at that weight and his speed to play linebacker? Hell no. He's barely doing well as a defensive lineman. Like, I want him to plug a gap, and he's not even smart enough to do that. And you want him to be in the open field? Are you fucking serious? Hell no.
But the problem
Because
with most black people is that they're putting too much interest in sports. They need to put more
why,
Right.
why do you think they do that?
because they believe that's the only way that the kid's gonna make it.
No, they
need to
believe
put more-
because that kid is a lottery ticket. If anybody see the movie The Fences?
Yeah, I've seen it. I just
Nah, I
seen
haven't
it.
seen it yet.
Well, his dad was a trash man. But when he was a kid, what was he? He was one of the best baseball players in the city,
Baseball
right?
player. He didn't make it, so he was basically he was bitter at not making it to the
He was
league.
bitter because his parents didn't value sports because there was not that much money in sports at the time, right?
Yeah, which is smart because they wanted their kids to actually gain they wanted a kid to actually gain something that's going to be prosperous, because at the end of the day, you can sprain an ankle, you can get injured.
That's
and
true.
gonna be rare.
That's true. But I'm saying, but the thing is, the most families now, and anybody that's ever coached kids sees this. They look at that kid as a lottery ticket, and they're investing in what? A lottery ticket. This kid is going to blow up, and he's going to go to the NBA or the NFL or wherever, and he's going to make millions of dollars. And I've heard that from so many different people. Okay.
Yep.
But what happens to that kid?
When that kid signs, when that kid, especially with black parents, when that kid signs, the whole family has made it, right? That's what they believe.
What's the old adage, BGS? My son's gonna buy me a house.
My son's gonna buy me a house. Yeah.
I got
Yeah,
a
but
question.
but 5 years after he leaves the league, 1 year after he leaves the league, the house is repossessed.
Black people don't care. I mean, I'll give you an example. Remember that chick that chick that won like the Olympics beforehand? She had won won the like 4 gold medals or something like that.
Who's Simone Giles?
No, before her.
Oh, the girl that was caught with
Dominique Dawes?
Dominique, not no, what Dominique Dawes? I can't remember her name.
He was caught with the steroids, right?
No, she was. They used to call her the Flying Squirrel because they did it. They did an interview with her. Like her mother. Her mother was a working parent. I think it was in North or South Carolina. Somebody got the speaker on.
Yeah, I think it's
No Sam
not
09.
Sam 09. Oh no.
Yo, okay.
Yeah.
In other words,
It's not Sam 09. It's not Sam 09. It's
okay,
him.
he muted himself. Okay,
All right.
what happened is that okay, when they first interviewed her before she won her first Olympics, right? They talk about complain about her father not being in her life, and her mother being a single mother, and how they were struggling and whatnot. Okay, fast forward 4 years later to the next Olympics. Guess where they live? They, her mama and the family had moved into Atlanta, to Georgia, and they have this big old house with this double spiral staircase going up, and they're looking like and living in a mini mansion. Did her mother think about what her daughter's life was going to be after she stopped being in sports?
No, you know why? Because black people don't think about wealth.
Exactly. They think about right now.
Bro.
They haven't been taught how to make money. They haven't watched the Alex Dividend video.
because a lot of you got to remember, white folks didn't just start being white folks with their culture when they landed on these shores, did they? They extend thousands of years back into Europe, where they had to build their own little houses, and they had to work very hard, and they had to save all their money and push each generation forward one step at a time. Okay, black people here in America don't have that. Go ahead.
You know what another problem is that if you're a black person, you come into money, you get into the NBA, you make it to sports, you win a lottery. It's the thing that you have is you have family members who are actually
exactly
in a position of having nothing.
Yeah.
Because let's say Tim Tebow made it to the NFL, right? But he had or let's say Peyton Manning, he had brothers who had money.
Mm-hmm.
He had brothers who got college degrees, they became something. But most black people, they come from nothing. So when you get into the NFL or you get into the NBA, you have a lot of family members who are coming at you trying to ask for money. Whereas you have white people or people from other races who they might come into a lot of money, but they have other family members who might be doctors, lawyers, teachers, and they might not need as much.
Even poor white people, that make a lot of money, don't bring their whole family along because it's not in their culture.
It's not in their culture because they have the family members who have.
No, I'm talking.
They're not always poor.
Even
they have opportunity.
Even poor. I'm trying to tell you, even poor white people, very poor white people, because you hear about it all the time. That say you have a white person, a white guy that made it in the league, and his mother is still in poverty.
But the difference between that is black people are obligated to bring their family members
because of their culture.
It's a culture, but it's a self. It's I don't know how to say this, but it's a responsibility. You can't, as a black person, win a lot of money and not take care of your family who are struggling. That's just selfish.
Didn't I just? But it's that type of mentality that actually makes that happen. I mean, that's what happens. So, like, you saying that affirms that mentality is actually there. But then you will see what BGS is saying. I'm sorry I cut you off, but you see that white people don't think that way, or a lot of white people will think that way simply because they'll be like, well, okay, he's broke for a reason. Let me not help him or whatever. And like, they won't be considered selfish, but I'm from the outside looking in. Some people will say that they're selfish.
No, I know the white people tell. In fact, you don't have to believe me. Go to Aaron Clary's page when he says black men don't help your mother.
Why are most whites Republicans?
It makes no sense to me.
Why are most whites Republicans? There's a whole bunch of reasons why whites are Republicans.
Well,
Go ahead.
One main reason that I figured out is because Republicans always talk about self, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, stuff like that. Black people within our culture, we already have like the the tribe mind state where we're all in this together.
Of
Rather,
course.
But it's
I
still
mean,
that's where the
trials is
argument
a
comes.
double sword
people,
when it
people,
comes to white people,
people,
because most people that's Republicans are white. They want to be
well,
with the group.
well, in other words, I just did the video. I just did the video about matriarchy. And people don't read. If you read the piece, what does it say? If a guy become, if a guy in the clan becomes wealthy, he's not only responsible for his family, but he's responsible for the whole family.
In my defense, I haven't watched that video yet.
What I know in your defense, what I'm saying is, I just did it. In other words, what I'm trying to express to you that people say the culture doesn't matter. I'm saying yes, it does. And it affects you every day, and even on the line, you've seen how culture affects you. That the black community is a matriarchy, and it's based on the clan. Now, there's an upside to it, and there's a downside to it. Because the upside is that the whole clan, if somebody has resources, the whole clan benefits. In other words, nobody's going to starve. Nobody's going to be basically homeless as long as there's somebody that has resources that they can actually extend to you.
But the problem with most black people is, I forgot. I was watching 30 Going for Broke, and I forgot who the athlete was. But he was a football player.
09, you got to mute your microphone to speak. Go ahead.
But he was basically saying that his family, he wanted money. He got money, you know, from joining the NFL. But everybody was thinking that they can have the same lifestyle as him. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They were looking at his lifestyle, looking at the cars that he drove, and they were trying to mimic the lifestyle that he had, and they believed that he was obligated in giving them that lifestyle, which is untrue. Now, if I want a couple $1 million, what I'm trying to do is help my family out by taking them out of debt. But I'm not trying to provide you with a lifestyle. I'm just basically trying to provide you with the opportunity to get out of the position that you're in, so you can build yourself up.
How would your family feel about that?
Well, I don't care. To tell you the truth, I don't give a damn.
I know. I'm not saying how you feel. I'm asking you a specific question.
Well, they might be upset, but you can't live the same lifestyle.
In other words, you wouldn't. But I'm saying there's pressure on you to do what?
To help them out, and not
to help them out, and bring their lifestyle up to yours.
It's true. That's true.
Listen, yes, I should help them out.
No, I'm not.
I'm helping them out.
You're missing the point.
I understand what you're saying, but if you're looking at me,
well, we got your point.
If you're looking at me as a salary, then no. I'm just helping you out to get out of the position that you're in.
I understand, but I'm using you as an example to make a broader point. It's not that you would or would not. If you did not do that, how would you be seen by them?
It becomes a social pressure more than anything, I think.
It's a social pressure, but honestly, if you're expecting me to give you a lifestyle, meaning you're expecting me to give you a salary, then what kind of person are you?
They're black. That's what kind of person they are. They're typical. 09 wants to get in because I see him on mute. Go ahead, 09.
Yeah, because basically what you're talking about, that's what Yvette Cardell be talking about, like the anchor. Like every time, like the black man in the family starts to make money, you got to take care of like 10 to 20 people, so they bring you back down to their level. But I understand what he's saying. Like basically, like forget that, fam. Worry about what you got to do. But like, in order to do that, like like this is where LeBron got it smart at. Like he said, if you're gonna hang around me, you got to basically be of value to me. So he basically hired his friends to make, like, in order for them to actually earn a salary and they earn their keep. You can't just have people on your team just mooching, because that's not going to last too long. Because you can't fund your entourage. That's why rappers go broke. That's why all these athletes go broke.
Can I get on this?
Starting record labels, buying all these expensive cars, buying these mansions. Even Mike Tyson's house got foreclosed. Holyfield, and these people had millions. So like that stuff don't last forever.
Holyfield.
I really want to get on this, man.
Okay, CG3 wants to get in on this, and then we're gonna go to and then we'll see who's next. Go ahead.
I won't be
CG3.
long-winded, but I think all men want to be providers. All men want to protect things that are within their realm. So that's where it comes from. If I can make it, I want to take care of anybody who was good to me. I want to take care of the women in my life. I want to take care of people that never did me harm. And I can't speak about other groups of people, but I know black people, and black people in general want to show they made it, and they want people that saw them come up that didn't really do negative harm to them. They want to give them love. And with the social pressure of family, they really want to take care of family because they know family has the inside track. They know that family can destroy them. So they bring their families with them, even to their own detriment. That's
Yeah,
my take.
exactly, because it's your culture. Who's
Question:
next?
Do you believe
Yeah.
that just do you believe that they're just playing on the weakness? Sorry to interject.
It possibly can be. I can't truly
Probably
assess
not consciously,
or
but like,
evaluate someone else, but I'm gonna say this wrong, but women are really great at playing at men's weakness. They are better manipulators. They are better at seeing what will bother you, and they're better at coming off weak even when they're not. So
yeah, do you think a lot of that's actually conscious though, like, or is it just unconscious and they see it and they go for it, like lizard brain type activity?
Yeah,
BGS is way better at this than me,
it's
so I
part of
can't
your
answer
culture.
it.
Everybody remember? I saw this a long time ago. It was Gypsy Rose Lee. It was a movie, Gypsy Rose Lee. Natalie Wood was playing it, and she never made it, and she became a stripper, and she made a lot of money, and her mother came in to visit her, and and basically white people already know that okay, your life was your life, and I made it. I'm going to give you some money, but you cannot come up and live my lifestyle. It's not going to happen. I'll make sure that you don't starve, but you're not going to live my lifestyle. Black people don't feel that way, and basically, if you read the resource that I posted in my video, I did it for a reason. It's because it outlines precisely what the black community is and what it does, because we're still operating by matriarchal social rules to the T. In
I
other
agree.
words, you're expected, if I hit as a black man, I'm supposed to bring up the whole clan, not just me. Whereas white men don't do that. Okay, if basically if you don't work and earn for yourself, you don't eat. Now you can come work for me, you can come do a job for me, but you can't live my lifestyle because you haven't earned it. You have to earn your own lifestyle. Black people don't believe in that, or black people aren't socialized that way. So
I got a
in other
question.
words, Kobe Bryant just went through it. Even though his mother, married an NBA basketball player, she already had two houses. She took him through a whole bunch of stuff just because she wanted to buy a third house. And he was expected, because he had money, to get her a third house because he had three houses. Because that's his mother. But go ahead.
You remember remember Philip Buchanan? His mom tried to sue him, talking about, oh, I paid for him to go through school. He owes me a house. I don't know if y'all remember Philip Buchanan, the player that played from. Yeah, like it's crazy. His mom tried to sue him because he didn't want to take care of her.
That's wild. That's wild.
She wanted to live the same lifestyle that he lived, and his family was as well.
Yeah.
BGS, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
This is completely way out of the subject or out of the field. It's
Go ahead.
dealing with you were talking about it like a couple months ago. The theoretical astrophysics, and you were like saying it from a Gnostic point of view, how we don't really have space and it's all physical.
Oh yeah, we're just vibrations.
We going way out, man.
I'm waiting for this one. Go ahead, BGS.
You're going way out. In other words,
I actually
Go
I
ahead.
know I wanted like a follow up on that because I've been thinking about that. I just wanted to know like, does that also apply to like thoughts and dreams? So is like dreams and thought like a physical entity in space or in reality?
Dreams and thoughts are activity in an expense of energy in a field just like anything else. They're not as coalesced, they're not as strong, but they're still a field. Yeah, so a dream and a thought, and that's esotericism 101. It's a vibration, it's an activity just like anything else. It might not be congealed the way you are. The field might not be as strong as your body is, but it does occupy space. It does occupy everything else, just like any other activity.
So does if is it strong enough to affect like another person?
Uh, Depends on who you talk to. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Just like how can I put it? Okay. Say you're walking with your dog, right, and somebody yells, right?
Uh,
Do you detect it before? You might not detect it, but does your dog hear it?
the dog hears it,
The dog hears it. Why? Because the dog is what, more sensitive to it, right?
but that's a sound though. That's energy like
And
emitting already.
so in other words,
Frequency.
I'm using that as an analogy. Oh, zero
Oh,
nine, you got to mute your mic.
oh, okay. I see what
I'm
you're saying.
using it as an analogy, right?
Right.
Okay, because that dog has a stronger organ to sense that energy or that energy that's coming at him, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. If you have the ability to sense a thought or sense a feeling over a long distance, and you're sensitive to it, yes, you can detect it, because even though it's very, very weak, right?
Right.
But if you are sensitive enough to it, can you pick it up? You
Is
can
that
hear it, right?
is that like
Right.
when you have a thought about somebody and then you like the next day they call you and like
Yep.
you're like, you listen, my mind was just running on you, or I had a dream about you last night,
Yep. Yep.
and that I
Exactly.
guess ties
Well, you dropped out,
or a
or did I
solid
drop out?
canvas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Because we couldn't figure out how a shark that's 2 miles away or 5 miles away can detect blood, a drop of blood in the water.
The change of the watercolor or something like that,
No,
or
they're sensitive to
Well,
it. That's
they're sensitive to it.
So like this is a way far out kind of question. I think I need to do more research on this maybe. And also if you can recommend some books or videos on these subjects. But for like a black hole, does a black hole like disperse those that kind of energy and vibration?
that's interesting right there.
We don't know, because guess what? We've never experimented on a black hole.
Yeah, I'm reading a book right now called Now, The Physics of Time, and it addresses some of this stuff. But I've read a book on metaphysics called My Big Toe, and it's a three-book series, and it goes deep into metaphysics and how thoughts and it's more than I can really express. But if you're looking for some books to read on perception, relativity, metaphysics, and physics, I would say start with My Big Toe, and then now the physics of time, and it'll make you think about things.
Yeah, or the guide recommended to me. It's called Forces and Fields. I can't remember the name of the book. I don't have the
Heard of that
book in
one?
front of me. Huh? No, it's he because I asked the dude. I said, "Okay, where would you start as far as field theory?" He said Forces and Fields. I can't remember the name of the author. I'm looking for the book. I don't have the book in front of me, but we don't know, because the theory about a black hole is that it in the center of a black hole is extreme gravity. Okay, and then some people believe a black hole is the absence of gravity. Who is right?
Would you ever know? We can't test it, like you said.
Could
You
it even
can't
be
test it.
both?
Some things that they say are black holes, they don't believe they're black holes because they can't get close and they can't test it.
They can't test it. That's what I'm saying. From a distance, people. The theory is that there are black holes, but um, there are no experiments that says, okay, we know what a black hole is, because we've never been to one. We never experimented on one, so we don't really know exactly what it is.
See,
Hey,
Okay.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
get to it.
Um, you remember that conversation we had about the if you took a brain into another body, would it be the same person?
Yeah.
Or would
Awesome.
it have like the same soul?
Get
Yeah.
out. Awesome.
All right. You know how like the body is the receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Well, would do you think that is the body the receiver or the brain? Because if you take the brain out, the body is nothing.
Okay. Basically your idea of a brain is probably false. Your brain doesn't not stop at your neck.
Yeah, it's your whole nervous system.
It's your whole nervous system. In other words, when you're born, your nervous system is born with you and it grows with you. So your brain is part of what? Your nervous system. Your brain is only a tenth of your nervous system. So how can you take one part of somebody else's nervous system, put it onto another person's nervous system, and expect that person to be exactly the same?
Because if that body you're putting it on has basically arthritis, now you're basically putting a good brain in an arthritic body. So it's
What
gonna be
one
So
one other,
basically,
in other
so
words,
basically, no, go ahead.
no, in other words, you if you if you taking a CPU and putting it onto another motherboard, will it perform exactly the same?
no, because
Because
all
all
the
the
components,
connections.
because you would have to have all the same components, like the same video card. You have to have the same amount of
RAM.
RAM on. You have to have the same amount of everything.
So the personality of that machine will do what? Change, right?
Hmm.
So if we think that way, and we take a thought experiment, said, okay, what if I took a brain and put it into another body, and that whole body is a unit, and it projects a whole field. Would that person change, and how would that person change?
And now the question is, would the brain be able to survive without it being connected to the nervous system?
Uh, so far they say yes, but how
Would
do you?
that
Because
would
like,
there is an example of that? Would there of success? Would there be like automail or the bionic arms and what have you?
Somebody who watches Full Metal Alchemist.
Uh, uh, it's not the same because you taking you basically attaching a mechanical device to take input from a nerve. Even though
Okay.
you got to remember, the reason you have false feelings in a nerve is because that nerve is supposed to pick up sensory from a particular point. It's because you cut it off. I mean, you cut off the connection to that nerve, so it
Okay.
still feels like there's fingers connected to it.
Oh, okay.
So if you're saying if the brain was put into like another body, the nerve like it would be like there would be a sense of incompatibility because of the simple fact that like almost I guess in computer terms the serial numbers are off.
It could be incompatibility, or
Something like
basically you're changing the uh, the personality of the whole system. Oh,
right. I mean, because I even see that sometimes when I do a clone of a computer, that there's still one thing that's off, or if there is one thing that's off, even a BIOS revision or something like that,
yeah,
or chipset firmware revision,
yeah,
you will see where you have that you will see where you have that issue.
yeah. And you're talking about a machine that's a hell of a lot more complex than a computer.
Right. Yeah, the machine that made the machine.
Yeah, it'd be like you growing a whole computer from the ground up and then
Right.
swapping parts.
it's like swapping an Intel processor for AMD and expecting to get the same results.
Yeah, and well, basically even
It
more
not
than
gonna
that,
happen.
because your body generates a field. It generates a field because of the whole thing. Because it's like it you're not just your nervous system isn't just is just running your muscles and stuff like that. Basically attached to all the cells in your body because all these cells are independent. And what happens when all of a sudden basically you take the old leader out and put a new leader in, and it's supposed to run a body of trillions of cells.
All right. I guess they kind of rebel in that sense, or they just like,
Oh,
no.
well, see, we don't know. They could just adapt to it over time, or we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you have Netflix, but there's this. It's like this bugged out show called The Dollhouse. Basically, they hook people up to this machine like the Matrix, but they can actually put your brain and thoughts on hard drives, so they can basically create whatever they want. They create super soldiers by just putting them in the chair and saying, "Hey, we're gonna make you a samurai soldier today." Then when they come back in the chair, they can erase all their thoughts and then basically program them again.
Yeah, they talked about that with what is it? What was the name of that movie? Um, where he basically he changed the memories and stuff like that.
Was that Transcendent?
Johnny Mnemonic?
No, not Johnny
No, no,
Mnemonic. It was
that was the movie
Transcendent.
it was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh man,
Total Recall.
Total Recall.
Yeah, Total Recall.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you had a movie with Denzel Washington. I forgot that movie.
Which one was that?
To my Deja Vu.
Where Deja Vu.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, basically they basically were sending him
back in time.
Back in time. Yeah.
Excuse me,
sending him-
BGS.
Yes, sir.
While we're on the topic, I was trying to look into. I was actually looking into black holes myself, just out of curiosity, and I got caught up on the subject of dark matter, and I was wondering, when it comes to field theories, when it comes to atoms and what's the space in between the atomic clouds? The information that I found indicates a vacuum when it comes to the actual electrons and the nucleus in an atom, but I'm curious about the space outside the immediate vicinity of those electrons.
Yeah, with the space in between it's all the same thing. It's the dark matter is the background material of the whole universe. And basically what we call solid matter or is just the field that's acting upon that background material.
Isn't that what that movie Thor was about? Them trying to get a hold of all that dark matter?
With dark matter, you don't have to get a
movie?
hold of dark matter. It exists all over the whole universe is made up of it.
By the way, is it
I
even
think they was
possible?
trying to use it as like concentrated and use it as a weapon or something like that.
I'm sorry, that's funny. That's funny.
Well, if you can, basically you are congealed dark matter, concentrated.
Is it even possible for a human to even perceive a black hole, anyways? Because we can't even see it because it's so dark.
It's just okay.
Now,
Mathematically, it's theoretically proof. They can say it exists because mathematically they can prove it, but we can't. We can't even get close to one. How would you? It would take technology way beyond what we have today to be able to observe it.
Well, what was the closest one? I think the closest black hole is the one that exists in the center of our universe, and that's like 4,200,000 light years away. So, I mean, it's a one-way trip at this point.
There's one in Florida, Jacksonville Jaguars.
Or the New Jersey Nets.
Yeah,
Just
New
throw
York
your
Knicks.
They said
The New
go
York
there.
Knicks.
the closest black hole is 6,000 light years away.
Is that in the future or in the past?
This is from March 18, 2016. They're saying where's the closest black hole for this?
No, I'm talking about actually traveling to it.
In the future,
It's
the
always,
past. What are you
it's
talking
always
about?
in the past. It's always in the. I mean, we only seeing what we saw 6,000 light years ago for what they can predict. So
Okay.
that's where it
Let's
was.
assume they don't know, man.
You know, that's where it was.
They don't know. They're assuming. It's just because they've never been far enough out to even test it.
But that's what they
Is it
say.
one of those things you won't even know that you're in it though?
How
Like
we know?
other people will perceive that you're in it, but then we don't know that we're in it.
Oh,
Like we could be moving closely, or is this kind of like a lot of
We
abstract thought?
it
this
was
is some
it's
real
abstract
deep
thought at
stuff
this
right
point.
here.
Either you're going to get crushed by it, or you're going to go in the middle of it and accelerated by it. It's going to be
But
it's going to be a lack of
time,
gravity.
time would have you wouldn't even know because it's how would time for you would be the same, but time
Hmm.
would take it's infinite. Like it's supposed to be it take infinite energy to so
Yeah,
you
that's
would
what I'm
never know.
wondering. Like, would you even really know that you're in it? Like, you could be, but
How would you know? I mean,
yeah, it's kind of like
it's
you don't even know you're in an abusive relationship till your friend says, "Hey, listen, he shouldn't be doing that to you." You know, like,
oh, that's a good
Well,
one.
otherwise he
That's
loves you.
true.
You know.
well, the
So
thing is, okay, if you're in a ship and you enter in a black hole and it starts crushing your ship because of the gravitons, I'm sure you're going to know that you're in it, right?
oh yeah, okay,
Uh,
okay,
if if it's anti-gravity and it just accelerates you, then you won't, right?
So what about the Bermuda Triangle?
I'm loving this. This is awesome.
They said the Bermuda Triangle is basically a magnetic field that throws off instruments and people get lost.
I think it's a Disney amusement park that went wrong.
Could be. We don't. I don't know. It's close enough, man. Go down there and see.
Right, right next door to me.
Yeah, yeah.
If
Go
I
down
come
there and
back,
check
I'll
it
tell
out.
you my stories.
Yeah, yeah.
If I come back.
I'm sure that people sail through it all the time.
Yeah.
But that's what they're saying is this. Everything from aliens to electromagnetic interference.
Okay,
I got.
BGS. Oh,
I
sorry. Go ahead.
apologize. Oh, okay. Um, I wanted to bring this up earlier with the whole integration subject.
Mm-hmm.
I just so happened to be perusing the internet and I came across a dude who actually had no problem saying that he was part of the alt-right,
Mm-hmm.
and he was proposing all that race realism
Mm-hmm.
philosophy and mindset. And he brought up a curious point.
Mm-hmm.
Are genes a factor on how different cultures develop their philosophies?
Yeah.
Like, I was wondering if you can explain that to me, like how the different structures of the brain could equate to the different forms of religion.
Okay.
That picture.
Somebody's got their speaker on. Okay. Okay. It's like this. Okay. Think of yourself as a gardener, right? Okay. You if you say you growing flowers or roses or whatnot, and you got 15 different colors of roses, but you want blue and you want say pink, right? How would you make sure that your flower bed has nothing but blue or pink roses? What would you do? Hello? Is he there?
I'd I'd if I have a blue or pink rose, I'd have to breed it first. But once I get the seeds, I make sure that
Kill the other
I
one.
You
keep
select for
propagating
them.
the seeds. Yeah,
You select for them, right?
yeah,
So, in other words, depending on the environment, depending on where people are from, the needs of those people, people will start doing what? Selecting for certain what? Certain traits, right?
right.
So the gene, everybody, the genes will be there, but if they start selecting for certain traits, what we start seeing more of those particular people, right?
Right.
Okay, it's like blonde hair and blue eyes are very, very recessive. Okay, extremely recessive. So how do you get a whole bunch of blonde hair, blue eyed people?
You select that trait.
You select that trait. So in other words, yes, genes are a factor. They're not the whole factor, but they are a factor. So in other words, culture acts like the gardener. You take an environment, you take a whole group of people, and and the more successful people or successful traits that people have, they will be selected for, right? And
Okay, right.
over time, say it's not over a decade or even 100 years. You take a group of people that have been around for 400 or 500 years. Eventually you will start to see what the genes that they select for, right, pop up.
Right. Right.
Okay, like like most black people 200 years ago, I would say like 99% of them were very, very dark. You couldn't tell them the difference between them and African people, right?
Right.
Most black people nowadays, in other words, there are not a whole lot of very, very dark people in the
More
black
brown
community
than
anymore.
black.
More brown than black because what? Lighter skin has been what? Selected for, right?
Hmm.
Right.
Same thing for intelligence, same thing for everything else. It's selected for over time.
Now, would you say like a slave master raping his slave, is it selected for or is it forced in
That's
them?
force. That's force. But I'm talking about a whole wide group.
But you're talking about like over time where they keep on doing it, or like
Oh,
people keep on breeding lighter and lighter kids.
yes.
That's select. Okay.
Yeah, the Jewish people have done that for thousands of years.
Yeah, like the infatuation with, oh man, I like me a red bone with a fat ass type stuff.
Yeah, green eyes, red hair, lighter skin, blah blah. What was everything that um, black, dark, the Chrissy and those kind of people complain about? They're not being selected for. It's not. It's not, and most of that is by women.
I don't know
Hmm.
about you, man, but I can't look at white pussy. I mean, that's just
What is saying?
no
It's not.
offense to them. You know, I just can't
No,
look.
I'm saying.
That's just
I'm not saying that you
shit
would
is weird.
date a white woman, but amongst black people,
A
Yeah,
light
the
skinned black
majority.
girl you
a
I
date.
light
think
skinned black. Yeah.
But before we get too far off that, I understand the selection of genes. I'm just wondering, I might be making a leap here, if there is a correlation in the different gene pools to the actual religions in that region. Like, for example, um, Indian person down in India clearly has a different gene pool than um, a Roman, let's say.
Hmm.
But if you look at the structures of their religion at the time, it was polytheistic, right?
Hmm.
So I was wondering, okay, well, you have the more uh, monotheistic cultures like you find with the Arabs and I suppose Christianity. I'm just wondering that, is it the different structures of their brain? Is it
No.
that can the gene pool actually influence what the general form of a religion, or is that just
It's mostly environment.
Yeah, I think the culture.
Mostly
Because
environment.
The Greeks have like non-gods.
Yeah. It's mostly environment. Yeah. But and then what religion is religion is like mostly cultural. I mean, there might be a slight variation in genes that prefers one type of religion over the other, but I doubt it. Religion is very, very cultural. It's very high in cultural, so it depends more on culture than it does on genes.
okay? All right.
Because if that was the case, if black people wouldn't be Christians.
Yeah, true.
Now, what's scary about what you were just talking about is in this society today, they don't value intelligence. They basically value the resources. So if a person's not really that intelligent but he's rich, they're gonna want to breed with that person as opposed to the intelligent person. So society's gonna get dumber. That's why if you notice, like back in the day, they were smarter in those older civilizations, but now you're noticing like we're starting to get dumbed down. They got this new math where it doesn't matter how you get to the number 5 as long as you can prove it. Like the
Yeah.
stuff they're doing now. Oh man,
So so
it's
Well,
well,
so
would
what
you
is
do
what is
you
it
can
was
you
it
really
was
say that the
intelligence?
person is dumb?
So what is intelligence used for?
resources.
To do what? Survival, right?
Yeah, survival.
Yeah.
But with black women is different.
No, what I'm saying is what black woman does what it's supposed to. Black woman, if meant more money and her offspring will survive better, if she got with a smart guy, she'd do what?
But most black women, single mothers, they breed with the thugs. They breed with the men who are most attractive. The thugs.
That's cultural.
And
That's
then
cultural.
and then
So
try to go
How
to
about
get and then
how,
get the
how about
intelligent man to be the cleanup man. Well,
they
try.
clean
how,
up
how,
because
how
they
about
want his
how about
resources to
how
take
about
care of their bastard kid.
how about African women on a continent? Who they prefer, a smart man or a dumb guy?
Yeah, but those women have a different culture, like you said.
Exactly. It's not genetic.
Well, those women don't think backwards.
Well, it's not the culture has. It's always about resources. It's never about how smart the guy is. I mean, 99% of 90% of the women could care less about an intellectual conversation.
Until it's wartime.
I've been
Until it's
arguing that for
wartime.
the longest.
Black women lie.
Listen, I used to be on social media, not social media, but I used to be on those little dating websites, and women all the time would say that they want a man who. I used to see this all the time. That women want a man who's a sapiosexual, or they say that they're attracted.
That's a buzzword. That they don't really mean that because when they find them,
Exactly.
they get intimidated because oh my god, he sounds too smart and
They,
he's
they
weird or
want
some shit like that.
They
they
don't
want to be
familiarize with
they
that.
want to be your friend. They don't want to date you.
Well, it's
Women
because
don't
they
want
they know they can't
intelligent.
manipulate you. They can manipulate that thug dude to do some stupid shit like go shoot up a
No,
store, go rob this dude for me. We need this. Where
wait, what it comes
the
down
smart
to
man's
is
gonna think intelligently and be like, look,
yes,
we can do it
It's
this
the-
way. They want to be able to manipulate you. The smarter you are, the harder you are to manipulate.
but it's
if
not even that. It's that I'm not going to argue that it's not that. But what it is that these women are not attractive. Plus, they don't familiarize themselves with a intelligent man. They can't. They really don't get along with an intelligent man.
why why
It's
do-
not
why do they want an intelligent man in the first place? Is to do what?
because of his resources.
Because he has the ability to bring in more resources. That's it.
But but besides that, they have nothing in common with him.
They don't.
Because
Yeah.
the intelligent man is not going to be sitting around watching basketball wives. He's not going to want to be talking about worldly affairs. He doesn't care about social media. He doesn't care
But
about
that
all
well that's kind of like
that.
what BGS always says. Like they worry about the nest, so the nest doesn't really care about if the tree is smart where you got or the tree that they got the branch from is bigger than others. All it cares about is the fact that the branch is in my nest.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I'm putting
Yeah,
that
but
correct.
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
difference between
Your material.
American black women and African black women is that African black women from the womb they want a smart man because they want to they
Because
want to build a family. But American black women they don't want a smart, intelligent man until they get past their prime.
yeah. Because
But the society promotes that.
yeah.
Kind of like
Exactly.
these hoes ain't loyal because they don't have to be. Like
Yeah.
They
Shout
don't
out
have
to
to.
Chris Brown.
BGS.
right.
Yeah.
Where
This
do
is
you
why
see the
black men need standards.
where do you see the future of relationships between men and women in the future going?
Well,
No,
It
marriage
looks
is
like they're gonna
dead.
be bred.
Not marriage, it's just any type of interaction. Like, do you think that it will ever be?
You're gonna be
Uh,
able to go to your Walmart and be like, look, I want the brunette, I want this one, I want that. You're gonna be able to get your own chick.
Yeah.
What I'm
Walmart's
saying,
gonna start selling prostitution. I can't wait.
it won't be based on marriage or it won't be based on marriage or survival if we keep down this path. It'll be
Yeah.
recreational.
and what are your
Kind of
hopes?
is now.
Yeah, well, pretty much. Yeah. What's that?
Yeah, man.
What are your hopes?
What are my hopes as far as the relation between men and women?
In the future? Yeah, just your hopes, your outlook.
In other words, what I really want is men and women to understand what the situation and then stop going back and forth and bickering about bullshit. If it's going to be casual sex and you're going to have kids or you're not going to have kids, figure out what's best way to raise those children and stop trying to fight over an outdated ideas. Most black women don't really want to get married.
I
No.
personally
I agree with
like
that
people just
statement.
to be upfront. Like
Not until they get
you like
older, and then they worry about survival.
What do they until they get up? They get older and they figure out there's something I haven't done, and there's pressure put on them to actually get married.
I think that a lot of them, I've heard women say this a lot. who's going to take care of me if they don't have children? I don't want to be by myself. And if they have 3 or 4 children, they don't care as much. But if they don't have
You need to
children,
get a four on
they're
one
they're
k.
more is more likely, especially if they're not making a lot of money. They're more they're more adamant about getting married.
Well, but they want a partner. Women depend on a partner, not just necessarily for money, but also companionships. They need it way more than men do,
I agree.
and that's why they want to get married, so they're guaranteed to have a companion for the rest of their life. Whether it doesn't matter whether they can stand each other or not. He's in the house, and I have a companion.
I'm
Yeah.
about to go out on a limb here, and I think the one of the biggest problems is dishonesty between both men and women. Because I know
Yep.
a lot of men, we enjoy women, but we don't want to be used and manipulated. And most women
Exactly.
have a different outlook on it than we do. So they're always feeling like they're victimized, and men are saying, "Hey, look what we're doing. We're not victimizing you. We're being what we're supposed to be. But since you want us to play this game, we play the game with you." And then it all goes downhill from that. You know.
Well,
Men, the trade secret is men just started to get honest. They haven't always been honest.
Well, I totally agree with you.
Hey Charles,
Go for it.
I got a question. Are you in Bangkok with the picture?
No, no, I'm not.
All right, I'm just asking.
But I've been to Bangkok. If you, yeah, I've been there.
No, it's just the picture that you taking. I see Asian women in back of you, and I see the beard. I'm just asking.
No, I was tell you the truth. I was in Long Beach.
Oh, okay.
At a okay.
Off topic, but all right, we can return.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if a lot of people just be honest about what they're saying or what they actually want, I think you would get a lot of this bullshit drama and back and forth and child support and all types. Well, maybe child support, but like I think it would solve a lot of problems. And the fact that people aren't telling the truth
I
is
think a lot
kind
of
of
women,
causing a lot of issues.
a lot of women deal with a lot of social pressure. I don't want to say it's much more than men, but it's in a different way, and they care more. Their ego is bigger than ours. So
Yeah.
women don't want their fantasy broken. So they will rather live a
Nobody
lie and
wants to
have you
bubble
lie to them than
first.
accept the truth. Like, you know, that's just most women. That's my belief, and I could be totally wrong,
You're
but that's
right.
what I believe.
Hey, the problem with black women, and I speak solely on black women because I'm only concerned with black women because that's what I'm attracted to. Black women think backward.
Okay, how's that?
They believe, they think backwards on the belief that they believe that men their um by their accomplishments, by their degrees,
Hmm.
by how much
That's
degrees
how
they have.
women
That's
treat
because they're
us.
thinking like men. They're
They're
thinking
thinking
that's
That,
exactly. No.
That's what
because
they've been taught.
That's what they've been
they
taught. But we want an attractive woman who's going to be submissive and who's
yep.
going to basically make our lives better.
Totally agree.
No man want to go work 8 hours and go home to a woman who's going to treat him like his boss.
Yeah,
A
In the
man,
battle.
but that's not the way they've been socialized for the past 40 years.
I totally agree. A lot of women are not
but that's just
submissive.
black women.
No,
No, it's
all
not
women.
just black women. It's
All
all
women.
women.
Yeah.
That's a mistake a lot of people make.
Honestly, I got to argue against that because I don't believe it's all women. Because
Oh,
even
Oh
white
no,
women
no,
know that they
it's
have
all women,
feminine.
brother. It's in the literature. It's in the literature.
Date them
It's
all,
all
bro.
women. It's all
well, we
women.
in
Mhm.
Big Town.
I'm more open than the average brother, and I've dated a lot of women, and I'm telling you, all women are like that. I mean,
They're
you
all like
might
that.
find one, but the majority, they think they're running it. You even see, even the groupies, they try to get with the richest dudes. They try to run them, and when they don't do
Yeah.
what the groupies want, they try to put the men on blast.
Yep.
That's why I argue with men. I tell men all the time that if you have standards, you're basically limiting your options of the women that you can deal with. Because a
Yeah.
man with standards do not deal with a lot of women, or he doesn't.
In,
Nah.
in other words, what white women are
But
trying to
that
is trying to create a gynocracy or a matriarchy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to push the matriarchal rules onto a patriarchy, right, and force them in that direction. What is that going to do to women that are already in a matriarchy? Push them even further in that direction, right?
hmm
Faster, right? Because their culture are already is adapted to that. So whatever you do to them, it's going to wind up double with black women. That's how come you see it double with black women, because that's already in their culture. And what feminists are telling them aligns with exactly what their culture is telling them.
Hey, BGS. Do you think that's the reason why you start to see a lot more? Cause I think it seems like because we as black men are matriarchal in our culture,
Hmm.
that makes it the white woman more attracted to the black male.
Yeah, you see that with not only with what white women, but also Hispanics, because Hispanics come from a patriarchal culture, right? But
Yep.
the thing is, they're taught in school to be what, pushing more matriarchal. So basically, they need men that are willing, more flexible, right? So who are the group of men that are more flexible?
The thugs.
Black men.
Black men.
Period.
It's
Black men
not
are the
about
biggest
thugs.
fish on earth.
It's just black men.
Period.
So what would be, since the white male is more patriarchal? What do you think? Just because that since the white male probably has put the white woman on a pedestal, is that where the reason why
No, white men have more what?
wealth?
Money.
Wealth.
They have a bigger bargaining chip.
Yeah, and
And
plus they
look,
have
and if
more
you
act. They have,
and listen to
they have
those black feminists how they talk. They always be like, "Well, the black men didn't step up in the culture, but they don't understand like who the
But
dominant culture. So
but
even
see,
when we do good, it's still not good enough for
they
them. You could
they
have 250,000 liquid, but they're still like, oh, that's not enough for me. I want the
they
guy that has a million. So
they
they're gonna.
know.
That's crazy.
They know.
Yeah, they're
They,
insatiable in some
they just
cases.
bull.
Some
No,
women.
they know, man. They just need an excuse to jump the fence.
Yeah.
And what's making them mad is that black men don't care that they jump the fence.
well, see,
You
this
know
the
what?
thing
What
though.
makes them even matter is that they feel that black men are their only option. Because swirling is not an option for them. It's a dream.
Yeah.
It's not an option for a lot of them, that's for sure too.
It's, because honestly, I remember I don't know what YouTuber made a video about this, but a lot of swirlers are actually single
Yeah.
And
That's
why are they
wow.
single?
That's hard hitting.
because they can't get a
That's
man.
the
They
truth.
can't get a
They
I
can't
agree.
get a
That
white
was the
man to
setup.
marry them.
Marry them.
no.
They
So
may date. They may date them, but they may the white man may fuck them, but they're not
Fuck
going to
them.
marry them.
What
No.
I'm what I'm saying is, women don't realize why, black women don't realize why I encourage swirling. I encourage swirling because it's basically going to give black. All it's going to do is give black men more options.
Yes. I've been arguing that same thing because I said that with this YouTube censorship,
Mhm.
what they're doing is they're just creating more Tommy Sotomayor's, and then
Yep.
what they're doing is they're taking more men who are just commenting on your videos, and what they're going to do is on the third gender war, they're going to come back and these men who are just commenting are going to come and be YouTubers who are going to come and create videos.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you, look, go to that Simone 56 chicks Facebook. You're gonna get a good laugh. Like she got that Beyonce picture with all them fists up, like they're hand in hand with their sisters. Like they just want to take down black men. Like how much anger can you have for black men? Like they must wake up with anger in their minds. Like I hate this guy. Like it's crazy.
They
Like
get they
they got
probably
that
get triggered
vendetta.
pretty
It's
easily.
ridiculous.
See, the problem is that these women are being run, black women, these black sisters, and there's going to be a clash between conscious black women, feminists, and bedouin. Because the conscious black women are going to realize that the bedouins and feminists are trying to steer them off in the wrong path. They're actually not for black advancement or for the black community,
Yeah.
and they're going to
Because
realize this and bump heads.
if you think about it, right after they announced that that bachelorette, that black bachelorette is going to be cavorting with white men. Have you
Mm-hmm.
noticed all the interracial ads that pair black men and white women up that have popped up all over the place all of a sudden?
I mean, talking about the Colgate commercial and all that.
Colgate commercials. I've seen them in car commercials. I've seen them in rental car commercials. We had a big movie called Get Out that was talking about it. In other words, the floodgates are going to open because what I've been trying to tell swirlers especially is that what's going to happen is that is that white women are going to come down and start raiding your men because basically you are, whether you like it or not, you are the least desired.
The last option.
You're the last option of the group. So the last thing you want to do is open up the gates, because if you open the gates to get out, guess who's going to get out with you? The black men.
Yeah.
And
And
there's
That
way
one
more
demon
women
out,
that
they'll
like
all be
us.
released.
Yes.
Because basically what did they pick men for? They pick men for what? Resources, right?
Resources.
Who are the white women are going to go after first?
The black men with resources.
The black men with resources.
And then
And
they're
that's
gonna be
the
crying
black men
again.
that women.
Then they're gonna
Because
be crying
honestly,
again, talking about why do the men with the money, why do the black guys that got money always want to date a white girl?
exactly.
Well,
Because
see,
when you
that's
talk
that's
about
the
the
reason.
women, they're not mad that they're not talking about the men in the community. They're talking about these athletes,
Yeah.
actors, entertainers. They don't care about the black men in the community.
Well, they
Because when
don't
you
care.
talk,
They don't care now. They don't care now. What
But
happened?
I guarantee you, when them athletes was in school, I guarantee none of them black girls wanted to date them at all.
no.
Sure they did,
Some cases.
but there's competition. In other words, basically, you playing hard to get with Jamal, while Becky's taking it up the ass and blowing sucking on his dick.
Doctors
What
that
offers he gonna take?
it's the doctors, lawyers, engineers that they didn't want.
What? Okay, not even just the doctors, lawyers, and engineers. Just think about the pipe fitters, the plumbers, the electricians, and all those other people that
Yeah,
make
they look
$70,000 a year.
they look down on them. They think, oh, he an electrician. He got a blue collar job. Like, they look down on that. They want a man they could brag about and say, look, he does this, he does that, he does this. Mom, I got a good man. But
You know why?
like,
Because black women want a lifestyle to show off to their friends and enemies.
Yeah, but what do white women want to do?
They just
They
want to
basically
live.
want to look forward to the next
Branches
generation.
for that nest.
And so, in other words, if you keep a pipe fitter that's making $70,000 a year, and you take a white woman that's halfway decent looking, but she can't find a white man that's making $70,000 a year, does she care that it's a black man or is it a white man?
she don't care at all.
Exactly.
They worry about the numbers, I guess.
So if you're
Oh,
making
yeah, they worried about the numbers.
so
BGS, let me ask you, where do you see the black male and female relationship going on from here?
it's going to continue to collapse.
Yeah, because where's that article at that said black women have $5 net worth?
Oh, that's an old article, man. You had to dig that up. There's a lot of people said that. They refresh it every year.
Yeah, because look at their spending habits. Like the one comment said, they're 76K in debt, but they want to drive a 2015-16 Mercedes Benz.
Oh,
Well, that's
hell
cultural,
yeah.
man. Because I have to argue with not only my mother but my ex, and my sisters and stuff like that about saving money. Because basically, if you have 10 grand in the bank, they think you're rich. I said
That
that's
10
nothing.
grand ain't nothing.
It's nothing. But the thing is, if they have $1,000 in the bank, they think there's too much. They got to go out and spend it.
Oh man, I think Boyce Watkins was the one that said if they would spend their money on their hair weave, they would be able to buy houses. Oh, that black women went at that bull's neck.
They should own hair supply stores. That's what they should do.
Yeah, but
That's my next business move.
But yeah, I mean, everybody's dated black women. How long? When a black woman gets money in her hand, how long can she hold it?
5 minutes.
Hold it. She don't.
Well, see, especially with online shopping now.
I mean, that's kind of like a black condition
online
too.
shopping is the word.
They are comfortable being broke.
How many black women have called you cheap?
Oh,
A lot.
yeah, frugal.
I've been called boring because I work during the day.
Wait a minute. Wait, repeat that? You bullshitting me, man. Come on now.
No, dead ass. Like I was chicks that I met some chick that I kind of knew through someone else, and she was like, "Let's go out to rock bar on the beach." Blah blah blah. It's the middle of the freaking day. I run a business where a customer could be down right now, and I got to rush out to him. and she's like, "Oh, you're born," and I'm thinking to myself, like, "Are you serious?"
How old was
Well,
this woman, man?
she used to dating
She's
thugs.
about the
Thugs
same
and
age
them.
as me, 30 something.
You
Yeah,
And
she
that
used to
goes
dating
back to
thugs.
Edward, and that goes back to Edward's point about their maturity.
Yeah.
A little bit like they
Look at the
just
echo.
like a lot.
Okay.
I
Are the
think that's
folks again?
from '09. Yeah. Um, and that just goes back to that their lack of maturity in a lot of ways because it's like it's the middle of the day. Like I don't even. There's a lot of things I don't even do unless it's. I don't even go to the bank in the middle of the day.
Unless it's an emergency, right?
Yeah, like unless I really need to get like today I had to transfer like a loan amount from one bank to the next, and we're talking like 15K. I'm going to the bank for that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like if I have a $47 check that I haven't even spent time just to what's it called, take the picture on an app for, like like so, but she's calling me boring because I'm not going to go out with her and get drinks at a bar in the middle of the day. And I showed her, like it happened right in front of her. A customer calls and he's like, "Well, listen, Mike, I need help with cabling, blah blah blah." And I was like, "Well, listen, I didn't really feel like doing it," but she was like, "Oh, you see, you could have just went." And I was like, "No, you don't understand. Like, I'm sacrificing a lot just even talking to you right now." But some women just don't see that. You know, in this case, we'll say black women, but
Black women. Yeah.
some women just don't see that. They'd be like, "Oh, you're boring." It's like, are you stupid? Nobody's
Yeah.
gonna lay up with you in the middle of the
What they're
day,
really saying is that you're not willing to take a risk on them.
right?
It's like,
Yeah, well, they
I guess
childish.
that you can they can translate it as like you don't think I'm worth it. And it's
No,
just like
and,
you're
and,
kind of
and no,
not.
you're boring because you don't think the way I think.
Right.
That's what
Right.
it means. I live an exciting lifestyle because I don't have any responsibilities, or I don't care about my responsibilities, and I'm spontaneous and I can do what I want to because that's what I see on TV.
because they think
You
they're
know,
gonna always
the
feel
funny thing of the funny thing about that story is we're in front of an auto zone because her car is fucked up, and I'm thinking in my head, like if my car is fucked up, I can just hop in my truck. Like I have
Mhm.
another, so I'm gonna take my boring ass home, and you can deal with your single car. Like fuck
listen.
that stupid shit.
I listen to David Ramsey. I don't know if you guys know of him,
Yeah.
but I listen to his
Yeah, Dave
podcast
Renzi. Yeah.
sometimes. And I was listening to another guy, and they basically said that every time you get paid, you want to put 10% of your check towards a savings account. So that's what I do. I have automatic deposit of 10% into a bank account I don't touch, and then I have money going into another bank account. But a lot of these black people too,
You should be
they
doing
get
more with your money.
high interest rate car loans and they get these expensive cars, and
Oh
they don't
yeah.
have money at the end of the month because they want to live a lifestyle. That's the problem with a lot of black women is they want to
Man,
live.
I've heard
Yeah.
50.
Yeah.
I've heard 15% on a damn Kia,
Yeah.
You
and
know
it's
what?
like on a Kia.
A lot of people don't understand financial management. A lot of people are trying to survive, and a lot of people have big egos, so they will rather look the part and live in debt because we've been taught to have a debt
Yeah.
society. We've been taught that credit is good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, people, most of us, black people, we really don't understand dividends from stock. We don't understand compound growth. We don't understand how to double your money. It's people that don't work at all. They have some money. They may day traders. They trade every day. They probably make $500 to $1,000 a day just understanding how money works.
Yeah.
And that's the ignorance of most of us. We don't even do the research.
Yeah.
Compound versus simple
But
interest.
CG3, you work. I'm still know you work around a lot of Asians. How much money do Asians actually spend?
Little as possible.
They don't
Very, very
spend
little.
shit.
I had a
And
friend. My
and
friend
5 years
had
later, they own their house and they got 3 cars. You wonder how did they get them? Because they don't spend shit. They work all the time. They don't spend nothing. They don't waste money. Period. Because like I said, they don't even drink bottled water, man. They bring water from home in a container.
I got an Asian friend. He would never ever tip ever. Like you got to do a backflip, sing a song, and light a candle and rub his back for him to give you a tip. Because he's against. He will not give you money. It's your job to do. He says he will not spend on anything. He will. He will sell rooms at his house to other Asians that come over. He will do everything it take. And how much do you think the man is worth?
I would say at least a couple 100,000, right?
Well, he's a multi-millionaire.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Multi.
that's the problem with black women because you could be driving your mother's car, spending your last bit of money on the outfit that you went to the club with, and she's gonna take you over a man with a 2002 Honda Accord wearing regular clothes, even though that man might have a couple thousand in the bank,
Because
just
they want
because.
to look successful. They want to look
Hmm.
like I've made
I
it.
mean,
It
that's
doesn't matter if I have it or not. It's the fact that you think I've made it, and image is everything. Perception is everything. And a lot of people want to fake it till they make it. If I look great, sooner or later, maybe somebody who's, even though they don't understand they got ratchet style, maybe somebody who's affluent may connect with me, and then I'll be on that affluent level.
Welcome to the black community.
Yep. Because
Listen, I personally, even recently, um, when I learned that I can get 60 to 80 acres in Colorado, Idaho, Maine, Michigan
Wisconsin.
for like half of what my car payment is,
mhm.
I went to sell my car like that weekend. Like if the deal would have been better, I would have sold the damn car that weekend, and that was this past Sunday.
Mm.
And it's just like I looked at it, I was like, what the fudge have I been doing? Like this is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
when the light goes on and you understand money.
Yeah. And I'm starting to understand it a lot more. And my business partner, he was just like, Mike, you're about to sell the 7. Are you fucking serious? And I was like, bro, wouldn't it be nicer if I drove ATVs across 80 acres of land? Like
It's
the local community park in my neighborhood is 85 acres.
Hmm.
I can get 80 acres of land, my damn self, just for myself.
Can I explain something? I would love to hear anybody argue against me, but marketing is a powerful drug. I try to be as financially responsible as possible, but sooner or later they come out with a gadget that I may really want, and
Yeah.
I may be able to afford it, but it would defeat my financial goals. Like when the Nintendo Switch came out, man, I
Mhm.
wanted to get that thing. I was looking around, I was like trying to talk myself out of it, but luckily I couldn't find it, and that saved me. Or the Google Pixel came out, and I wanted the Pixel.
Mhm.
Oh, luckily I couldn't find it, and it saved me. But
Mhm.
it's always something new that you're going to just desire. You're going to
Yeah.
desire that next the Samsung Galaxy X Plus. Oh, it came out
Yeah.
and it looks. I like big phones. I'm like, whoo, I want
Mhm.
this phone. But I had to talk myself out of it. It's a hard thing to defeat desire. Desire can conquer us all. Just like with women, they really want that 6'7" basketball player. They know you a good man. They know that. But damn, I really want him. Ooh, I really want him. And
Mhm.
then when she can get him, she's gonna go ahead and try to take it. You know what I mean? So I'm using that analogy to say you have to really have discipline and focus to survive and make smart choices because all it takes is one instant to mess up all that you've tried to do.
You know what?
Yeah.
What I've learned about finance and stuff like that. What's more important than discipline is habit.
Totally agree. 100% habit.
People, because everybody, especially every woman that told me they want to get control of their spending. And I tell them something really simple uh, to help control their spending, which is just take 30 index cards and take one a day and write down everything that you spent. And then at the end of the month, look at it and see where you wasted money. And women actually know that it probably will work, and they don't want to do it because they don't want to know.
I mean, even me personally, like recently, like I've just been really uncovering and revealing my own dysfunction to myself and just becoming like just cognizant of it. Like, hey, listen, Mike, that is very dysfunctional behavior. And I'll be like, I know. And then that helps me, like, especially like, it helps me do it less.
Hmm.
I can't say that I'm totally I have totally abolished those behaviors or gotten rid of them, I should say, or just erased them, but it's actually helped me a lot. And my business partners have realized it because they trust me and some of the deals that we make. And other people have realized it too. Like, yo, listen, Mike, the things that you're doing now, um, we see a change. So
Yeah.
be revealing it is a big deal.
Well, there's 3 levels of spending. Um, there's needs, there's wants, and there's unconscious spending. Fuck with money, just fuck off, not even thinking about it, right? And
Right.
the biggest thing that you want to get rid of is the unconscious spending. In other
That's
words,
when you're sitting in the line and you buy all that gum, you buy that candy because you're waiting. You're like, oh, I want this.
I want this, or
Eating at McDonald's.
eating at McDonald's, or basically um, anything that you do is just a habit that you don't really need or really don't particularly want. It's just a habit that you picked up that you do. Um, like say for instance, just instead of getting buying bottled water, like my family drives me crazy with my family. They buy spend all this money on bottled water instead of just getting a big sparkless water container.
And you know what's funny about that?
I have a water
Like, you
cooler.
know how it says PWS on the bottle? Like, they think it stands for pure water, like purified water. It's
Mhm.
actually public water supply. So all they're doing is taking the water hose and just filling up the bottle.
Yeah, it running through a filter. Yeah, yeah.
That's funny.
When you can buy
I
the
got a water
filter.
cooler at the house.
Thank you, BGS. You maybe just want to look up sparkless water and how much it costs. So it's much more cheaper to get the cooler than it is to get the water bottles, correct?
Exactly. I mean, it drives me crazy because they do it every every couple of weeks. It's
And
like, but that's what they want to do. And I said, look at all the money you're blowing on individual water bottles. It's not like you're traveling with it. You drink it all day. I said, you don't want to drink water out of tap. You don't want to get a filter. Get you what is it? Was it a water cooler? Go down to the local water filter place, spend a couple bucks, and get 5-10 gallons and put it on top, rather
Yeah, I
than
think
I have a
spending.
question about
Yeah, go
that.
ahead.
This is really interesting. Is spring
Mhm.
water really good for you compared to regular tap water?
Because it has minerals in it. Because when you filter water or you ionize water, you take all the
Yeah, you
minerals
take
out.
a lot of that out.
Yeah. So spring water is a lot better for you because it has essential minerals that are it's in the water.
Okay.
Yeah, that is
So
picked up. I think
I've
that is picked up when it's like traveling down through sediment and rock and stuff like
Right.
that.
Yeah.
I just always drink filtered water. I never thought anything about it. Like I hear people talk about alkaline water. I've never did any research. I'm ignorant on this. So
Alkaline.
Alkaline water is actually really good for your body,
which
Yeah.
is better,
especially if
spring
you have
water or alkaline water? Which one is
cancers.
better?
Because it's bringing your pH back to normal.
Exactly,
It's
away
like
from
it's like the
acidic
alkaline,
levels.
because when you eat sugar and processed foods, you develop a lot of acids that's in your system. So basically,
that's how you get cancer.
yeah,
Right.
it's how you get cancer, but also
Other
it
diseases too flourish
but
in that.
yeah, but it also does other things because to bring your pH up, it has to bring in calcium and other stuff. So where does it get it from? It gets it from your bones and ligaments and all the other kind of stuff. So,
how much water do you
and,
drink a day?
hmm,
And I was saying, how much water does he drink a day?
Me?
who, me or Charles?
No, Charles.
I drink probably about a gallon, half a gallon to a gallon.
Yeah, that's good.
Maybe about a gallon.
Cause I drink about a gallon a day.
I need to get up
Yeah,
to that.
yeah, but I'm saying that a lot of people do unconscious spending. You don't want you want water, but does it matter what form it comes in? And people don't think about that. You don't start if you actually calculate it out and actually writing it down how much water you spend on just bottled water, and say if you spend say like my family, they probably spend good grief, they probably spend about at least 70-80 bucks in bottled water a month.
Yeah,
That's a
another
lot.
thing of
That's a lot.
unconscious spending is just looking at your Comcast bill, if you
Yeah.
guys have that service, and then notice that you're paying, so much money in little boxes and all this other stuff and other extra fees or whatever. Like once you start looking at it and put it on a spreadsheet, you'll get a Kindle TV and streaming services so damn quick it won't even be funny.
Yeah.
All I got is Netflix.
What's better, Arrowhead or Sparklets? Are they the same brand? Are they different brands? I don't know too much about this.
You have to look up and see where their source is and how they process their water. But I'm sure they're pretty much the same. They take. I think Arrowhead is better because they come from it comes from they say it comes from wells up in the mountains, and they basically bring take the well water and bring it down, and then they filter it and stuff like that. Where Sparklets is basically city water that they've run through filters. So it just depends. It just depends. And they always say that they have to add, because of the law, they have to add a little bit of chlorine to it. to kill
Plant money.
bacteria. Yeah.
Right.
Speaking of money, what are these binary option firms I keep seeing around? Are they like day trading? What is it?
It's similar to day trading, but binary options is I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time. Binary options means is that you're either it's share for share. Either uh, it's say you're buying say like Google, and somebody has to buy and somebody has to sell. So basically, you're either on the if I'm getting it right, you're either on the buy side or the sell side. But it's a binary option. In other words, for everybody that for every dollar that somebody buys, somebody has to sell it. So that's a binary trade. If I'm remembering my terminology correctly, we all kind of option trades, 3 for 1. Uh, Strangles, all kind of stuff. I was just looking at it, man. I was just refreshing my memory on some of that stuff. I can't remember. I can remember all kind of exotic option trades that I actually put on.
Well, what is day trading in general? Like, is there any good,
It's
particular good resource if I wanted to start getting my, my
oh,
feet wet in this?
internet is full of it, man. It's full of them now. Before it was tough to look for, but you can just look it up. I was just looking at something my buddy suggested to me. Let me look at my email
Yeah, you
because
can go to TD Ameritrade too.
Yeah, they got lessons on everything on TD Ameritrade. Just click on the videos and they'll teach you the basics of it.
Yeah, you know
they
that
think
thing on
There's so
they
many
there.
think it's
websites.
swim. Yeah, there's so many of them out there, but it's called. See, pull it up because they
I use
send me
Stock
email.
Twits. I use Thinkorswim. I use so many different sites, man. It's ridiculous. I look up everything. Some of the stuff is free. Some of the stuff is like I don't really pay, but like some people offer like one free uh, advice a day. I go to NNA 100 and read what they say the top 25 growth stocks or top 25 self stocks, and I go do the research. Like when you have the money to actually really do it, it's always a risk and a gamble because you never know how the market's going to move. But let's say you
Yeah.
had $25,000 or $50,000 and you bought something that was let's say you bought 1,000 shares of something. It was like maybe $1 a share and it goes up, just $1. How much did you make? You know what I mean? You bought 1,000 shares, you made
Right.
$1,000 in a day.
Yeah.
So I'm just
I lost money not buying AMD. But
I got
uh,
AMD.
I got it when it was $3.
you
But
got
see,
it when
I
it.
That
was
was a
So did
good
I got it
move.
when it was 350.
Okay.
yeah, I didn't like
Yep.
I was still learning at the time and I was really
And I
cautious
remember
with
I was talking
I
to my
wasn't buying big
coworker about when
quantities.
I was working at my old job. He was like, "Oh, I'm not buying that. I'm not." He said, "AMD, no, that's a bad stock." The
Yeah.
next thing you know it, I look at the jump. I'm like, "Oh shit, it's at $15."
I've done some dumb some
Hope you
dumb
bought it.
trades and I've done some really great trades, man. So I've done like I bought something and then it went up, then I sold it, and then I started going back up again, and I knew it was closer to its high 52 weeks, and I knew I shouldn't have bought it, and I bought it anyway, and you
What
end
I'm
up
kicking
losing a little bit. It
myself on
wasn't
is
much, but
not buying Bank of
I
America.
have more I shouldn't be impulsive. I shouldn't think it's kind of like if Google was going up. Remember when Google was like $600, but it's at its high and it kept rising. So people,
Yeah.
probably
That's
bought the stock and they
that's
probably
fear and
made their
greed.
money, but you never know when it's going to fall.
That's fear and
So
greed. Yeah,
yeah,
controlling fear and greed is the biggest.
Or Bitcoin. Another one.
Uh, 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 uh,
Now
uh,
Bitcoin took a hit.
yeah, it depends. Bitcoin is basically what is it called?
Virtual currency.
No, it's a virtual currency, but it's not a flight to safety. What they call it? It's a
Oh, it's
hedge.
like gold.
It's a hedge
Right.
against,
It's
isn't
a
it a
hedge
hedge
Right.
against
against the
currency.
American dollar?
Or it could be a hedge against European currencies because it's a virtual currencies to move money, so it's a hedge. But the apply basically subscribe to this newsletter. He's pretty good. It's called Trading Your Way, and he sends out newsletters like once or twice a day with all kinds of stuff. So, but he's basically an option trader.
it's free.
It's free, yeah.
Oh
You,
wow,
you sign up for it,
trading.
he'll send you a beginner's book on trading.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Like even myself with Bitcoin, I didn't get into it years ago when it first like its first big move.
Hmm.
But now, I mean, when I bought it a couple months ago, and I started buying like say like $100 a week,
Hmm.
um, I think I made probably like $380 when it
Hmm.
shot up to about 1,200.
Hmm.
But for me, Bitcoin is a long hold, like your
Hmm.
gold, your like your metals from my in that. That's the way I look
Hmm.
at it.
It's a defensive currency. Yeah.
I would always tell
Right,
somebody to for long holds, try to get stocks that have dividends because you get paid for it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's what I try to
Yeah.
tell
Yep.
people.
Yeah.
Try to
Nike.
find the stocks that are they're going up that have dividends. I mean, because
Yeah.
it fluctuates regardless, but
right,
you want something that's going to have growth
Yeah.
and it's going to pay you.
right.
Yeah. If you don't know how to trade, that's the best way to go, especially with stocks. Stocks
And
are
then you can
slow.
have dividend reinvestment. So like the dividend, instead of getting dividends, they buy back stocks. And next thing you know, you started off with like maybe like 100 shares, and next thing you know, you got 150. You're like, oh shit, because like the dividends,
Right.
they're reinvesting themselves, buying back
Yeah.
little shares.
And then they split and they do all kind of stuff. Yeah. But I mean, it'll teach you about money more than anything else. It'll teach you how to think about money in a different way.
This is the kind of info I needed because
And you want to
I've
diversify
dabbled
your
in the
portfolio.
Uh,
Diversification is
well,
key.
what it means is you want to
Yep.
spread your
I
investment so if something takes a loss, you don't lose all your stuff. That's all diversification
Exactly.
was they're talking about.
Well,
So
yeah,
put that.
diversification, but also paying
Got to
attention.
spread that butter.
Yeah.
What spread it, but also pay attention to your
Hmm.
investments. A lot of people get hit because they start losing track of their investments. They sleeping
Yeah.
on
Hmm.
stuff.
Like sometimes diversification can be not so great because I think like this. Like let's say I spent $5,000, I could have put all $5,000 into AMD or Nvidia, and look how much money I would have made. But
Yeah.
no, I had to stick a little money in Home Depot. I had to stick a little money over here in Verizon.
Yeah. Well, it would
Can't
see
always
this.
win.
Well, I'm saying,
Well, when I mean diversify, like bonds,
Well, I
mutual
know what you
funds,
mean.
and buy some stocks.
Yeah,
yeah,
you just saying spread your assets across multiple investment opportunities, not just stocks, bonds, CDs,
Yes,
real estate,
definitely
whatever.
CDs. CDs
no,
is a
Oh yeah,
guaranteed rate of return.
and that's where the reassessment comes in your portfolio too. Is you have to actually look around and say, okay, listen, what's making me the most money, and then start sticking with that for a little while. And then when you start, like, you really have to actually maybe even visualize your trends, graph, whatever. You really have to do a lot of work, a lot of due diligence to make sure that you're always making money and you hedge at the proper times. You know,
do
BGS said
these
it best. It's all
that's
habit.
just
Once you make it a habit, it becomes routine.
yeah,
You'll check
yeah,
all the
yeah.
time.
w-
The
Especially with digital technology, you can follow all your investments all
oh
time,
yeah,
real
yeah. It's not,
time.
oh hell, it's a lot easier.
which
Yeah, a hell of a lot
which
yeah.
easier.
You
sites would you suggest at least as far as the stock brokers or companies? Like I've heard of Ameritrade. If I
TD
go
Ameritrade is
through
great.
there,
E-Trade is
I if I were to go to there, could
because they
they actually make the portfolio? Like who do I physically
Oh
go
yeah,
to
if you yeah,
for to
depends on
make
your
the
amount of money.
portfolio?
You can actually. In fact, it was I'm trying to think.
I think
It
Boyce
was
Watkins did a video on TD Ameritrade not too long ago. He
Kim
always does. He recommends that.
Kim Ferriss talked about automated that uses actually AIs to actually allocate your portfolio for you.
TD Ameritrade does that, doesn't it? I think they do.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't know if
you
they
can
do it.
set it up because it's going to ask you, do you want to be conservative?
It
It's
does.
going to
Yeah,
ask you what type of growth you're looking for,
hmm
conservative, moderate
yeah,
growth, aggressive. So you set it up, and then it's going to tell you what you need, what you should be invested in.
yeah. And plus, it asks you a bunch of questions about lifestyle and all that kind of stuff.
yeah. And Betterment will do
Which
the same
And
thing if, in concerns to Nest Egg and
yeah,
Betterment.com. That is as far as
also,
Nest Egg and retirement.
I use TD Ameritrade, and on almost virtually all stocks that's been traded for a little while, they'll tell you to sell it or to buy it. If you go check out the stock, just click on it. It'll say accumulate. It'll say hold. I mean,
yeah,
you still got
Hmm.
to take a chance, but it's usually experts. Like it's like more than just one. I can't think of the term, but one uh, stock analysis company telling you what you should do,
yeah.
and then you take consensus of
Basically,
it.
all this stuff is AIs now, man. For the most part,
Right.
Algorithms.
Yeah,
algorithm.
you're starting to see like a lot of deep cloud, deep learning
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah.
Starting to
But
Most
you
make these
gotta,
Perfect
what you
predictions.
gotta
example.
do is you gotta control your fear. If you see your stock lose like $3, don't get scared and be like, damn, now I gotta sell.
No,
because
well,
when
Yeah.
you
what the thing,
Don't
what I'm trying,
invest the
sell,
money that you need.
what I'm saying, okay, thing is when you lay out your chart, when you lay out your chart at the very beginning, when you lay out your chart, you see it going up, and then you have what they call trailing stops. You should always have trailing stops underneath all your security. So basically your out is already built in. So in other words, you see it going down $3, you don't worry about it because if your trailing stops at 4 or 5, it'll get stopped out anyway.
So
That way you
I'm
don't
gonna
have to
say
think
it.
about
and it's a
I
dividend,
agree with
if
everything
it's a
BGS is
dividend
saying.
paying stock, you get that money back.
it. Excuse me?
Listen,
Because
I agree with
if it's
everything
a dividend
BGS is
paying
saying.
stock, you can actually get some of that money back in the long haul.
Follow the trends of the stock. My advice to somebody is you want to buy something when it's at its buy low. We always hear that, but it's the truth. Try to catch something that's either at its low, or if you want to take a risk, you can always go at IPO, and you want to buy it when it's upticking. So once you see a
Because
pattern, if you see it was high up here, then it went down here, but it started to go up, you buy it
Yeah.
right then and there.
What I'm saying is this is coming from an old trader, man. People do it by gut feel, and we were taught not to do it by gut feel. You put in a trailing stop. So if in other words, if your trailing stop is a 10% loss, it's 10% from whatever your gains are. So in other words, that's where you put your out. So you don't have to
I agree.
think about it. So in other words, you don't say, well, maybe it'll go back up, maybe it won't. It's automatic built in. If it hits the stops, it hits the stop.
I agree.
You either go
You
look
kind
for
of just
something
do.
else. You either go look for something else, or you wait for an opportunity to get back in.
Kind of
But you
plan
need
your
to learn how to
escape
read
ahead
it.
of time, right?
The people
Yeah,
who
because
really,
you're taking the emotion. Because you're taking the emotion out of it.
I
That's what
agree.
you
I
want
hear
to
what
do.
you're saying.
Kind of letting your system actually work for you,
Work.
Exactly.
right? Yeah, because like even if you look at Bitcoin, its most recent low is $800 and something.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, though, it was probably about 600.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's steady, you know, 980, 990, a
Mm-hmm.
thousand.
Yeah.
So
So you
now is the time to buy because. Go ahead. Sorry.
so what I'm saying, it depends on a chart. I haven't looked at a chart of Bitcoin, so I really couldn't tell you. So
Oh yeah, and
it doesn't.
that's charting what I remember from my head. But yes, exactly.
So
Like
in other
that's me
words,
looking at the trend.
your entry and exit points are all relative. It doesn't matter where it came from. It's your entry and exit point according to the chart as you're looking at it. So in other words, the buying opportunity is according to the chart that you're looking at now. It's not historically.
Right, right. And because if you start looking historically, then you'll look at AMD, like you guys are saying, and you're starting to kick yourself. I should have bought it when it's $3, and you're just hoping
Yeah.
and waiting for it to drop again. But it's not
Well,
But it may
going
not
to.
drop.
well, the thing is,
Right.
AMD had been dead so long, and
Exactly.
like
Because they're
it's
getting
been
their
on my.
ass kicked.
Well, they had been dead so long that you look at it, you look at it go down and down and down, and basically it's a dead cat, right? It's been sitting at like 250 for a long time, and it was been on my basically AMD's been on my radar, my stock radar since 19. When did I start looking at AMD? 1996. So been 20 years. I mean, it's there, and I was looking at it, saying, man, I should buy some AMD because
Mhm.
it's been dead for a long time and they're still around, and they're not. You can't lose very much money because they're already at the bottom.
Right.
But then
BGS.
they took off. Yeah,
But
go ahead.
you didn't see the trend. Like you didn't see the trend when Nvidia started to move up. It was just automatic that AMD would because they're the
Yeah,
competition, and the AI was coming. So anybody who knows the fourth industrial revolution would say that all these people who make processors or graphics cards
yeah,
are going to do
but
extremely well. AMD, Intel,
Nvidia made its move way before AMD did, though.
yeah, it skyrocketed way earlier.
well,
Yeah, way
Like
earlier.
AMD's and PlayStations.
yeah, you got to see the deals that it's not
And I
just
think in
PlayStation, it's
Nintendo's as
Xbox,
well.
and Nintendo too. So
Yeah,
AMD was taking it over. Just like when you know a new product is going to come out and you see the buzz, like the Nintendo Switch. I bought a Nintendo was like $25 a
hmm
share, and I
yeah,
said I know it's gonna make some money on this, so I bought a couple of shares.
yeah,
I
But
made some money.
AMD, as
yeah,
far as CPUs, haven't been doing anything recently because the FX chips were horrible. Now they got the
Well,
new Ryzen chips, and now they're
yeah.
yes,
optimized for them. So
Right.
there's a lot of hype around these Ryzen chips, which I'm trying to wait until they optimize and see what they're doing. They already optimized at least what's that game? Ashes.
hmm
It's a game called Ashes or something.
You're talking about
But
Dark
they
Souls
already
3.
Mass
Dark
Effect?
Souls 3. Dark Souls 3
no,
Is that the
download.
is
Ashes
that
of
the new Mass Effect?
Andor.
Yeah.
no.
I'll be right back, fellas.
It's like a CPU game. It's like Ashes of Dexterity or something like that. But the game had a 30% increase just now off of some updates that they did. So
Right.
it's getting real close to the i7.
Oh wow, AMD
All right.
doing it, huh?
Yeah, the new Ryzen chips.
I know what you're talking about. Trust me, I know this.
But with AMD though, like as a builder, I've always seen AMD as a great way or a great budget build processor.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
That's their
like
market.
you get so much bang for your buck from that, even as a server.
Is Nvidia a heavy hitter concerning the rise in the VR that's coming up? Or
I think both
uh,
Nvidia and ATI AMD
Yeah,
are
Nvidia
both
makes
heavy
a yo,
hitters.
Nvidia makes a
He
good
said
product.
ATI. That's what it used to be before
Exactly.
AMD
Yeah.
bought them.
Right.
See,
Download
this is
music
like
in the game.
this is
if
more of
you
a
see
question
if
for
you can see the
BGA.
future,
Oh, I'm sorry.
if you can see the future, you can see robotics is going to be the future. So anything that's going to be automation, that's the stocks you need to start buying now
I
and
totally
keeping them
agree
for the
with that.
long haul.
VR is being is going to be a big thing. You know it is when you have on Amazon. They have these things where you can all the VR cables, you can hang it up behind you on the wall so it doesn't get tangled or whatever. And
Yeah.
it's like little things like that. Almost like social media is a big thing, or when you start having
Snap
things like selfie sticks.
Well, it's only
Snapchat.
VR
What
for
like
computers,
didn't
not VR for
Snapchat
consoles, though. Because the PlayStation VR, it hasn't been doing quite well.
yeah.
Right. Okay.
It's you know what I think people don't like. It's like 3D TV. People don't like to wear glasses and stuff over their eyes unless they can really see the benefit of it, or if not, it becomes immersive. So
Well, I think it's one of those things where now they don't. I mean, a lot of people didn't like camping or homesteading out west until one or two people did it, and then the pioneers, the one that got in first, are the ones that owned all the land and so on and so forth. So
Well,
you kind of got to be a pioneer in this case. Is the point I'm trying to make.
speaking about pioneering, are any of you brothers aware of this sleep tank trend that's going on? It's more for a question for BGS. I heard in California these float tanks. That's what they're called.
Oh yeah, they've been
Yeah,
around.
these. I heard that they're starting to jump up again. So I'm just wondering if anybody has any knowledge concerning that area.
I mean, I've tried them a couple of times, but yeah, but that's an old idea.
Is that supposed to make you sleep better?
No, it's supposed to help you meditate and give you an altered state of consciousness. In fact, there's a movie called Altered State. It was done back in the mid '80s, the early '80s. Altered States, where they talk about deprivation and the light, sound, and weightlessness. It's supposed to give you like an altered state of consciousness if you stay in there long enough. Because
what I'm hearing is people are taking it to the next level. They're going ahead, getting high, take a couple puffs, and then jumping in that tank. I'm just thinking, if this legalization for marijuana comes across, I wouldn't be surprised to see more float tanks pop up.
Oh yeah, basically they were popular in the '60s and '70s because people were taking LSD and they're getting in those float tanks. So it's something that's coming back. It's just a fad. But it's really built for alternate, like mushrooms or LSD or peyote or something like that.
It's a pretty long running fad if it's been around since the 60s. Or do fads,
It
do
went
they
out
have
of
that
style.
longevity?
It went
Well,
out
it
of
was
style and it's coming back in.
the whole purpose. Like they created it for it was a military tactic. Like they were going to use it for warfare, but then they realized what it could do. Like so they kept it for other usage. Some of them hallucinogens, like LSD.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? What did I try it? I tried it about 6 years ago. Yeah.
The ayahuasca stuff.
Yeah, if you can find it first.
Yeah, like recently, one of my customers, one of her employees, is getting deep into ayahuasca and a whole almost like cult that he's in, and nobody can tell him that, hey, this is not good. But he's already a thin guy, and then he's gotten even thinner because of like his advanced use of the drug, or it's just getting kind of crazy. Now he wants to move to, I think, Brazil. And I'm like, nah, don't let him go. He ain't gonna come back.
What's ayahuasca?
It's a hallucinatory drug.
Some crazy ass shit from what I hear.
Yeah, it is.
But what's the cult? What's the ideology? I figure if it's a cult, then it's got to have some kind of thing like Scientology
Well,
or
ayahuasca's a
something.
drug, but he's actually in almost like a cult where they use ayahuasca to transcend their existence as they know it, in a sense.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
But ayahuasca is a drug, not a cult itself. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you for speaking, because every time I hear something, I say, man, there's so much I don't know.
And that thing's been out for a while. Like, from what I gather,
The cult of the drug.
Sorry, the drug.
Oh yeah, try like about 1,500 years.
Whoa. Okay. Wasn't thinking that far.
Yeah, it's an ancient drug that if I'm not mistaken, I think it was the not the Mayans, but the other Central American Indians down there.
Aztecs.
No, it was the Mayans. Because I was offered this stuff when I was down in Central America.
What are the legal ramifications for this? I mean, is it on the same level as weed as far as you get busted, you're done?
No, it's like LSD or heroin or something like that. It's on that level.
The TV show Fringe was the first show I ever saw that really promoted LSD. Like, yo, you can really expand your consciousness taking this. Before that, I've kind of heard it, but never presented in such a I want to say esoteric, scientific way.
Oh, well, because it's out of fashion. LSD was the 60s. So you weren't even around then. It was in the TV. It was everywhere in the 60s.
While I have such informed people here, as far as beginning to build a portfolio, I'm in the middle of school right now, so I don't have a lot of play money, but I was thinking, okay, I might as well put this into something. I think I'm operating off. Let me check real quick. I'm operating off of $5,000
that's
to
good.
invest in something, and I'm just thinking, okay, maybe not stocks right away, but I already got stuff put away in a CD, so.
I mean, I'm not a
fiduciary,
but
I bought
say
some
like
marijuana
500
stock.
One at a time.
Can I go first?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Okay, so when you say you don't have a lot of money, you don't need a lot of money. I bought a marijuana stock. I think it was CBIS or Surna, SURNA. And when I bought it, I think it was like 8 cents a share, and it went up to I think like 21 cents a share. And I think I bought 1,000 shares, and I probably made like $80. And I bought CBUS, and I think it was like 5 cents or 3 cents a share when I bought it, and I think it's up there now, like I want to say 12, 15 cents, but I still made 40, $50. So you don't have to have a lot of money to get in the stock game at all.
Yeah,
If
like
you don't
those
know
are
what
penny stock.
if you don't want to do with it, park it in an index fund.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, S&P 500, right?
Yeah.
You go with that. I mean, because the number, if you look it up, and like I had this recently with my old boss and some other friend, but they said 9.2% is the magic number, and if you put your money in for a decade, you'll double your money. And that's because the S&P's S&P 500's track record shows that you can even double your money even during the housing crisis. People still doubled their money or did well by just investing in the index.
Because people had no place else to put their money.
Mm-hmm. So it's always strong.
They went to zero interest rates. So if you wanted to make any money off your money, where do you have to put it?
Stock market.
Yeah.
It's the only place to park it. And the reason it's going up now is because Europe's trying to get their money out. So yeah, if you don't know what to do with it, park it into an index fund until you can figure it out.
Like I also would tell you, like, again, I'm not a fiduciary, but if you got 5Gs, take 5 to 1,000, something that you could quote unquote lose, and then, or even do play accounts and don't lose anything. Start getting into stock trading and looking at charts, as BGS would always say.
Yeah, before you trade, you always do 6 months paper trading before you do anything.
Okay, where can I find these charts? What do they look like? Are they
You
just
go to Google Finance and click on any stock symbol that shows up, and you'll see a chart.
You see a
You go
chart.
from 1 day to 5 days to a month to a year to 3 years to 5 years.
Yeah.
What is Apple's like? Just I think it's
AAPL.
AAPL. Yeah, just type that into Google right now, and you'll see the chart.
Yeah.
And then there's other places where these charts are aggregated and then broken down as well.
Yeah.
By like other traders and things like that. So the information is not only out there; it's just so many sources.
Yeah.
So
When I
your sources too.
when I first started trading, I had to pay for a service, and I had to make my own charts.
Now it's all done by the computer.
Somebody's
Easy to follow.
If you go to Thinkorswim, you probably can load up and you actually save your charts and stuff like that.
If you want to get into Forex too, a friend of mine who I work with like locally, he runs Traders Edge, and they have an actual group on what's it, Telegram. Yeah, Facebook as well, but they have a group on Telegram, a messaging app like WhatsApp. And if you find Trader's Edge, you can get invited to it or something like that.
You can also use stock twits. You got to be more careful and more diligent about taking advice. But a lot of people will tweet about what they're buying, selling, and follow the trends.
Yeah, because you'll hear most people say, like myself, I'm not a fiduciary or I'm not this, but I'm doing this and this and this.
Oh yeah, we back in the day we used to have a trader. We used to do it on AOL a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
We just talked to the farmers and talked to all kinds.
I'll tell you about a stock I gambled on and I did well with. It was called, what is it? Well, let me find the name. Pulse Biogenetics. Hold on. I'll tell you 1 second. Called Pulse Bioscience, and I made a 336% gain. I didn't buy many shares. I was just like, okay, I bought it for $5 a share, and today it's $27.02.
Nice.
Yeah. You get hits. You know, stocks are built to be held though,
Mm-hmm.
unless you're doing options.
Or unless you have so much money that you see a big gain day trading.
Yeah, day trading stocks are hard.
It is. You gotta have big money.
Yeah,
How does that
It's mental
operate?
fortitude as well.
because
Well,
you trading points. You're not trading dollars. You're trading like 10 cents, 15 cents, whatever it is. But you're doing large amounts of shares.
All right, that's advanced level stuff. I'm going to save that for later.
Yeah, even Forex and Bitcoin is very volatile as well.
Yeah, well, you
Extremely.
well,
Well, if you just want to buy a
stocks for the
single
most
stock,
part. Stocks for the
I
most
would
part.
always say buy Apple because everybody wants to buy an iPhone. Everybody,
Apple stock's expensive though. That shit, it's like 150.
like, but it's going to still go up because the new iPhones come, so you won't really lose your money, and they pay dividends.
Yeah, well, basically, when you trade stocks, you're in a narrow parameter because they don't move very much every day, so they're staying inside an envelope. So basically, you're working the envelope. So in other words, say if Apple's worth like say like $700, right, and basically it drops down to like 790 or 785 in the morning, and you buy it then, and basically it hits a peak like $700.15, and you take like 10,000 shares, and you multiply that 30 cents by 10,000 shares, and that's how you make your money in trading.
Oh,
Buying
so
and
you got
selling.
your finger on the trade button and you're just waiting for
Yeah,
this small.
yeah.
Well, if you
Apple
use
was
one,
like
Because you're dealing in large amounts of shares.
it was $90 in like May or June, and today it's $140. So from June to now, how much do you make? If it was,
yeah. Well, it dropped because
$60.
they dropped because they had that bad press because they was
Yes,
breaking
I
in
was trying
people's
to buy.
pockets. Yeah.
Yeah, Apple's a religion.
That's what I
It's
tell
not
people to
really.
buy. Because all the
Yeah.
women, they gotta have their iPhones. They gotta have it.
Well,
I
it's
remember.
because they can. It's because they can do sneaky shit with it. That's why.
I remember in 1997.
You
For
do more
real.
sneaky stuff with an Android than an iPhone. Way more sneaky stuff with an Android than an iPhone.
I remember.
Now iPhone got that. They got those clouds and all that stuff where you can't see like those hidden pictures and all that. Like,
Okay. Anything that you can do on an Apple, which is a closed ecosystem, you can do 10 times as much on Android.
Yeah, with a web interface that can show you that stuff. I mean, look up if you sync your browsers between your devices.
yeah.
I can look up my search history on my Android. I mean, it's even worse on Android. And when I say worse, it's actually a good thing because sometimes, like, I like that feature, but you are kind of putting yourself out there.
Yeah, because like with Google, because it backs up with Google, like that Google service, so you can pretty much ask, like if you lose your phone, it backs up all your contacts no matter what. So you buy the next Android, it pops up all your phone numbers.
Yeah.
Right. And again, that used to be a big problem when you went from one device to the next and you lost all your contacts.
Yeah.
So now when people give you that, oh, I got a new phone, it's kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
Another great thing, Google. I think Google went up like $200 last year, something like that. I think it was like $600 at the
Yeah,
beginning.
they're gonna take a hit this year. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, that's why they're trying to do what they do now because they're trying to save their stock.
Well, when Google first came out, I think it was like $7 a share.
Yeah, before I knew about it, I
Google?
would have hopped in right then.
Well, we was all kids.
No, when
We was
Google
all
came out,
kids.
now Google was never $7 a share.
Netflix
Well,
was down there.
it was
Netflix was
cheap.
$5 a share when it came out.
It was cheap, but I know, but we was young.
The IPO when Google opened, I think Google was like 80 some dollar when the IPO. If you got it for $7 a share, it was before the IPO.
What's your take
I
on?
must be thinking about IBM or something.
Oh, well, it could be well, not IBM, but Microsoft. And
Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking of. Microsoft.
yeah,
Yeah.
Google
no,
went
Google.
from
Does that
July
factor
of
in inflation though?
2015 to today. Uh, it went from under it was 500 something, and now it's 800 something dollars.
Yeah,
So if you put your money in July 2015, you would have made 300, 200 something dollars.
yeah. I
Now we're
remember.
talking Warren Buffett numbers. Like
Yeah,
Warren
because
Buffett has that money to be able to invest on a scale like that.
No,
yeah,
but you could buy one
yeah,
share at
yeah,
$500, just one
yeah.
share,
Google,
$500.
because we were arguing about it way back in the day. Because I think the IPO was in like 1999, and it was scheduled to open. I think it was 85. And I think it opened up at 89 or 90, and then it shot up to like $120, and it's never been down since. Because I was looking for it at 85, and I couldn't get in. I said, well, the next day it'll come back.
What do you think about
And then
Snap?
they say
Yahoo.
everybody is saying
Snapchat
Snap is one of those things you get in and get out because everybody's warning everybody off Snap.
gimmick.
I don't
Gimmick.
think Snap's going to go anywhere. I don't. Facebook is a competition. Instagram is there.
Well,
Snap
now
is not anything unique.
Facebook and Snapchat, they actually are integrated like with each other, so they're neck and neck in a way. So like if Snap does good, Facebook can do good. Facebook do good, Snap gonna do good.
Okay.
Like with Instagram, sort of like with Instagram, because if you notice everybody says here's my Snap, like and they're basically talking about it on Facebook, so they're kind of all integrated.
Okay. I mean, they're both individual stocks, right?
Yeah, but they're kind of like what do they call those? Like they're basically mutual, like
Beneficial. I understand what you're saying.
yeah.
But overall, you want to improve your business. So you will do business with other people. It still doesn't mean that it won't eliminate them when you can.
Yeah. What I'm
No,
hearing,
but
what I'm hearing right now is the big thing right now over the next, I say, 3-4 years is industrial robots.
yeah, that's what we were just talking about when you took the break.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
What companies are current? Well, I'll do the research, but the thing I wanted to bring up was the self-driving cars.
Hmm.
And on my technology newsletter, I heard that there was a big accident in Arizona and that Uber's pretty much taken all their cars back. And I'm just wondering, it's little things like that drastically affect the stocks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, bad news. Yep. Bad news. But that's good for you sometimes because if the stock takes a hit and you have confidence in that stock, you can buy low, and when it starts to do better, you just sell when it goes up.
I think Uber and Lyft are going to be around hella high water because they're really pushing this.
I totally
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, because also like when you're looking at it, even though it has that, you're kind of wishing for that because you didn't get in
Yeah.
beforehand. So like I'm the same way with
sinister.
Bitcoin.
And somebody said NVIDIA for robots, but NVIDIA is more into artificial intelligence,
Video
AIs.
video cards.
Yeah, well, they're using video cards as
Processing, I believe.
processors. They're processing cells for AIs.
Yeah, because they're a
Yeah,
lot fast. I think they execute a lot faster.
Like when I built my desktop, that's what I put in there because it had two fans. Like I like NVIDIA, it had its own RAM.
Mm.
I like their products. Like if you're a gamer and you're building a gamer PC, that's the one you want to buy. You want to buy an NVIDIA game card, video card.
I think I got what is it, 980 Ti, some last graphics card I bought.
Yeah, because basically video cards are built on the architecture of what we used to call a math processor a long time ago. Because a long time ago you had a CPU, and you also had a math processor that ran a lot of simple calculations.
Yeah.
So basically, what a graphic card does is basically runs a lot of simple calculations, which is basically drawing triangles and polygons really, really rapidly. So basically, that's how brain cells actually work. So they're taking a lot of these simple processors and actually with software, basically making them all run in parallel. like a
Yeah, I
big
believe
brain.
that's kind of like your RAID cards where they run RISC processors, which is the reduced instruction set processor.
Yeah,
But
right.
then you're looking at Intel and AMD, the main processors. They're made to do any and everything,
Yeah,
just not well. They're kind of like jack of all trades, master of none.
yeah. Well, I
But
mean,
then your video cards are those
yeah,
masters.
yeah. Well, the CPUs run way more complex instructions.
Right. They have to do a lot more. Yeah.
Yeah, do a lot more. But yeah, whereas video cards do very simple calculation, but they do it very well.
And you could overclock them.
Excuse me. Well, the thing is, they're all in parallel. So basically, you have all these little uh, processing units, and they're all in parallel. They're all tiny, but they're all parallel. They need software to tie them together, which is how brain cells actually work. So they're using all these GPUs in basically in parallel, and which are there's little cells already in parallel, which is like a big brain.
Yeah, and don't when it comes to IPOs, don't you have to buy like a minimum share, like 1,000 shares or something? You can't
No,
just
no.
You could be a part
Initial
of a
public
buying group, I
offer.
believe, too.
Initial public offer can be like whatever your brokerage will break them up into.
yeah, because for some reason I thought you had to buy like 1,000 shares.
No, 100 shares is minimum, but you don't get the first draft anyway.
All the like the Schwabs and all them people get them first, like TD
Hedge funds.
Ameritrade.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like I think like what you can also do is just buy portions of shares as well, like in some cases. But you have to buy it from somebody who will allow you to break it up like that.
Yeah. I mean, we talking about in blocks. In other words, you got to have, normally your block is 100 shares, and don't try you have to have somebody who break up the block.
Right. And then those are like people that bought it themselves.
Yeah.
Or they're reselling it to you.
Selling to you. Yeah.
See, that's kind of why I like TD Ameritrade, because like you can set up the stock to auto sell at a certain price. So say if you buy Nextel, like I was gonna say Nextel. Say if you buy Netflix at like 150 and you want to sell when it gets to 180, you can set it up that as soon as it hits 180, it's gonna sell how many shares you want it to do automatically, and you don't gotta keep looking at it every day. Like that's kind of I like that. And they also like with all them free videos too. They got a whole lot of information.
And it keeps you coming back with the free videos because they give you like points and stars and stuff.
Yeah.
You want to pass the test and say, I know it.
It's called they call it gamification. Like gamification of a platform.
Then you start to get in the futures. Then you can start to get in the futures and start to bet and be like, I think oil is going to be at this price.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the more educated you are, the more likely you are to buy.
Yeah, that's probably my problem is I'm always trying to learn. I'm always trying to buy something.
No, well, at least it's something productive.
Yeah, you're not buying.
Education works in a lot of businesses too.
Yeah.
Educating your user base, customer base, and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, it's good business.
Great business.
Yeah, they used to charge you for it.
Well, they want you to make money. They're like they don't want you to actually lose, because if you make money, you're going to buy more stocks, and then they're going to make more money off of you buying more stock.
And you're
like
going to
if you lose money, you're going to be out.
You're going to tell people about it. Hey man, this is a good thing. They're going to educate you. If you just
That's why they offer you referral fees, like $25 or something like that for every friend you sign up.
Yeah, because there's so much competition.
Oh, okay.
And I think they changed their trade prices too. I think it's like $6.95 now.
Oh, it is? I thought it was $10.
It was.
Well,
No, I think they lowered it just recently.
Yeah, $6.95.
No, it's I think it was $4.95. They just lowered it recently.
Just recently.
That makes me want to buy some more right when the market opens tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hey, gentlemen, it's been great. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, all right.
Have a nice one.
Thank you.
Yeah, you too.
What are the standard operating procedures for commodities? Things like corn and And
Ooh, I haven't done that in a long time. Ooh,
Yeah,
you bring
that's the
back memories.
mercantile. That's the mercantile stock exchange. If you want to look that up.
It could be
mercantile
Merck.
stock.
Is Chicago still around? Seabot?
I'm
I
not
haven't,
sure.
I haven't done that in a long time. But your broker will be able to tell you.
Okay. Well, I got research to do, gentlemen. Thank you for your time.
If
All
you get
right.
into if you get to TD Ameritrade, it's free. They got training. Just go to it's at the top. You'll see my account trade, research ideas, plan of retirement, and education. If you click on education, it's a lot of training there. They got
Yeah.
rookie essentials, scholarship essentials, and guru
Yeah,
essentials, and it's even more than that. So you can just take your time to learn.
Yeah.
you can
I
sign.
mean, basic currencies trade pretty much the same way as commodities.
And you can sign up for two accounts. You can sign up for a personal account and a retirement account. So if you want to be able to fund your own IRA, and you can roll over your 401k right into there too. So it depends on what you want to do.
Yeah.
Whatever gets me the most money, I'll do it all.
I hear that.
Well, you want to learn what's between your ears is more valuable than anything else.
Yes,
Like,
sir.
and if you don't want to lose too much money, start off with stocks that are cheap. So like you don't feel like you're losing a lot. Like spend
Yeah.
100 here, 200 there to practice before you start
Yeah.
spending $5,000 on the
Yeah.
stock.
I
Yeah.
say set a limit at $20 stocks and below. And that
Yeah.
would be it right
Because
there.
it doesn't matter what you trade or what you buy. You're gonna learn equally from all of them.
Yes,
Because
sir.
believe it or
Well,
not, there's some stocks you can buy. There's a lot of stocks under $10 you can buy.
This is
So
a
if you
stock
had,
for $1 you can buy.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, well, if you trust that Fitbit and recover, you can buy Fitbit. It's really low. It is a popular name.
Yeah.
And that's a test. That's a chance.
well, good night, gentlemen.
All right.
All right, brother.
All right. I think that's probably enough. Anything else before we jump
Well,
off?
before we go,
Well, I know I'm kind of late to the party, but what was our community thing on the community strike?
Oh, mine?
Yeah.
It was cheating women.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you?
I said the same.
Wow.
I mean, I thought it would be like history of wig tile where I cuss people out and stuff like that. But it wasn't that. I don't understand. Maybe it's just women was in the title.
your channel's down or something?
No. I can't do streaming from it because I got community strike.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not down.
they call them the feminazis.
Yeah, they I'm not gonna lose very much anyway. They stripped all the ads anyway.
I
But you
understand.
have
People
other
fight
titles
it.
with women on it though.
Oh,
Their video
John,
was-
yeah, I couldn't understand. They
Is it
took
because
out.
you were laughing?
I don't know. It was one with Chrissy, the letter to Chrissy, and cheating women. Two ones they got taken out.
So we can't use people's names. That's you can't really say something.
Well, cheating women didn't have anybody's name in it.
So I don't get it.
I don't get it.
My understanding.
But I think it's the Google AI that's actually doing it.
And
Yeah, that's what it is. It's
Ron
the
Will
AI
had a
that's
good
searching.
video talking about if you give them like dispute it, then they'll probably give your video back if you choose to do it.
I did challenge it.
Okay.
In fact, cheating women, they demonetized it. I had them check it, review it. They put it back up, and then it got hit for a community strike. And I don't understand. And also, what I got a copyright strike on a Richard Wolf video.
Okay.
And I'm saying is why it was just one instead of all of them. So all my Richard Wolf videos.
I think it's just the algorithm of that AI. That's what it is.
No, somebody, they said it was done manually. So one of the black women actually reported it.
Mm-hmm. But the funny part about it, if you go to some of their pages, like they lost their videos too, so it backfired on them.
Yeah, they're in for a fight.
They have a lot more.
I didn't tell them. I should have told them. I said, I said a lot of my subs are hackers.
You know what's crazy? I don't think
You
they
know,
realize
you
it.
know what?
The
They,
ladies
they
have
you
way
piss them
more
off
hate.
enough.
I was flagging comments, videos, whatever I could.
The ladies have way more hate for men than the men have hate for them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The
Because
men
we
are
know
usually trying to
we
help
know
the
we
ladies.
need them. They think they don't need us.
Well, the
They don't
difference
care.
is we want them. Need is a big term to use. So men want the woman. We want the woman. They need us, but they want to act like they don't.
Well, they're emotional. A woman will burn. A woman will burn down her own house, man, to get to you.
Man,
I
they hate
totally
it.
agree with
Yo,
that.
they hate Obsidian. Like the
Just
three
the
ones I
two.
seen them hate the most: Obsidian and Duke O'Shea
Yeah.
and Tommy.
Oh
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Well, Tommy's at the top. But Tommy's still up. Tommy's still making money.
But Tommy got 1,000 channels.
Yeah. But the thing is, what's hurting Tommy right now is they took all the commercials. Like they took all the ads. I think what is it? I got the video I have like 5,000 views, and I think they gave me like $1 on AdSense.
Wow. So I want to speak since you brought him up. See, out of all the men, I think Tommy got the most anger at ladies. Like everybody else, everybody else, they have they're disappointed or they're trying to teach them. But Tommy, he may be trying to teach you, but he's angry. He's angry at the ladies.
No, that's
Tommy?
all for show. He's an entertainer. You can look at him and tell he does that on purpose. Look, he's
No, I agree with
smiling
that.
when he's
I agree with
doing
that.
it.
I know I know it's for reaction. I know it's for giggles, but it's some underlying anger there at the ladies. I don't know.
Nah, it's
Her
to make money.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No, Tommy's
It's like
in
an actor. It's like an actor. Like
Yeah.
actors can act angry. They can cry on cue. Like actors
Yeah,
are
I got you.
actors.
I hear
Like
you. So you don't think he's angry at all?
no.
No.
Okay.
I mean, every now and then he's some emotion because he agrees with it, but he puts on more extras.
I know. I agree with that.
Well, so do you think that whole accident on the highway or whatever it was with his car? You think that was an
No,
accident?
that's real. That's real.
Like the way he talks about his mom. It's anger. It's anger there.
Yeah,
I didn't know he had.
but-
What happened with the car accident? He got in a car
No,
accident?
there was an accident with a black woman and he was yelling at her on the highway. On the
Yeah,
side
he's
of the road.
mad.
But as a person, I don't. You know, he
Just started
does
calling
his product well. He does what he does well.
Yeah, well, everybody has a monkey trick. He found his. But Kerrison said he might make like $1 million a year.
Off of YouTube?
That's what Kerrison was reporting.
What?
I mean, look how much money she's probably making. Selling
She's
Hope
not
Green.
making that. Oh yeah.
Tommy got followers all around the world, man. I've seen people because I watched a couple times, and it amazes me how
I
much people
didn't think you
him.
could make that type of bread on YouTube. What, $1 million a year?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people who do that. Well, Marcus Brownlee, yeah, Mark makes like $90,000 a month.
What?
Yeah. Makes like 90 grand a month, minimum 30.
And
a
what's
month.
that from? Donations, or is that just from people just clicking on his channel?
Ad views. Views. He gets like his average views is like 1 million.
I have a
Per video.
question.
What?
If you, for,
He got 3 million followers.
for a tech reviewer, who do you think is the most appealing, the most enticing?
Ooh, that's a good question. That I like?
Yes.
What's his name?
I know there was a black teenager on there making money doing that. That was pretty good. I forgot his name though.
I know. Marcus Brownlee, he's like he's for like 22, 23. He's been around for like 10 years. He started when he was like he was 13, 14 years old. Like when YouTube started, he was doing product review.
I think PewDiePie is the most famous.
Yeah.
But for tech reviews, who's the most appealing? Who's the most enticing? Who gives the like? I like to look at tech. I try to search for him, but Marcus Brownlee, he's good. But I'm always looking for like, wow, this person is on point. This is awesome.
It depends on what the product is. The best tech review. Well, actually, Twit TV actually gives you the best tech review. But it's Leo Laporte. They've been doing it for such a long time. So basically, if it's a Google phone, you go to Android, all about Android because they're right there. So they know about it before anybody.
Yeah, that Marquise Brownlee, he got 4.4 million subscribers.
Yeah, subscribers, yeah. But he was there when YouTube started.
So he started from the bottom. Now he's here.
Yeah, and all his followers grew with him.
See, he can actually say that. Drake can't say that, but he can say that.
From the bottom to the top.
Yeah, Drake was already at the top.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Drake. When Drake first started, he started working for Disney. Like Drake was already Drake already had money.
Yeah, he was already a teenage heartthrob.
Yeah. So when he said started from the bottom, now we're here. What bottom?
Oh, Drake's a Disney kid.
Yeah, he's a Disney kid.
He started on some Canadian TV show, The Grassy or something. I can't remember the name.
Yeah, yep. He already had money.
Oh, okay.
He's an actor. That's why he knows how to do stuff on cue. Like he one of the I don't know. I don't like his music like that.
What do women do? So.
I never hate on somebody I don't know that don't affect my life. I don't really I'm not a Drake fan, but I haven't really listened to him because it's not appealing, like you said. But I never.
That's
hate
what
him.
I said. I said I'm not a fan of his music.
I heard you.
I mean, I don't know enough of his music to even think about it.
Because when was the year you stopped listening to music? That long?
No. 2013. I mean, still listen to it on occasion, but I don't follow it like I used to because I used to. Remember when Napster first started?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to sell a lot of CDs to the kids. So from 1998 to like 2012.
The LimeWire.
LimeWire had a lot of bugs in it, but yeah. Well, I found other ways. I use news groups and all kind of ways to get music.
Yeah,
now it's
real
easy.
big.
That's way back in the day, yeah. Yeah, we had burning software, all kind of stuff. Yeah. So 2012, I stopped following it. I still listen to it. But if you can tell, what I'm saying is what's out now, I couldn't tell you. That kind of aged out.
You're not missing nothing. Trust me.
That's what I heard.
This music is terrible. Mumble rap. These don't even be making words up. They just be mumbling.
No, they don't.
They did an interview with the one boy. He was like, "Don't play none of that old classic stuff." He said, "I'm a rock star. I don't need to spit a 16." He said, "Don't put on none of that Mob Deep. Don't put on none of that Nod." Like I'm listening to this dude. Like you don't even respect your elders in the rap game.
No, he don't. You talking about what? Freddie Watt or whatever?
I forgot who. I think it was Young Thug or something like that.
Whatever. They're all garbage, man.
How can you respect something that you don't understand? You can't expect them to even.
It's like what BGS said at one time. Back in the day, these guys came from like the music school. They had like all their money was put into these schools, and that's just how they learned all this wordplay, poetry. Because that's all rap was back in the day, poetry.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just like, I'm just gonna do these little rhymes and Just put a hot beat over it and I'm good.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
well, Mims told y'all what it was. He said, I'm gonna make a mill saying nothing on the track. This is why I'm hot.
Because
Like,
it's about the beats anyway.
and the
Usually
crazy part about it, they don't even shout out the producers though. They don't even shout out the dudes that made the beat. They act like the rappers made the beat.
I think what is the last thing I listened to? Was it Remy Ma or Diss Record? Yeah.
Oh, she did that on the Ether track.
On the Ether track, yeah. It's the last thing I listened to.
Papoose wrote that.
He probably did. But see, Remy can write those.
Her second disc, it was garbage. Man, I mean, I don't know. I just know that these guys are ever in a cipher with any of the old school guys, they will kill them.
Man, imagine these young boys. Imagine them trying to flow with Onyx.
Yeah. My grandson was listening to something by what's his name, the little Filipino guy. What's his name?
Kendrick.
No, Uptown Funk. What's his name?
Oh, Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars. And I was listening to it, and I said, "How old is that?" He said, "That's new." I said, "It sounds like '80s rap."
Mm-hmm.
She said, "Oh, that's Bruno Mars." I said, "Okay, he's doing a throwback."
Yeah, like when you look at Bruno Mars, he kind of like took a little bit of Elvis and Michael Jackson and combined it in one.
Because of the hairstyle.
Yeah, like the way he dances, like he took a little bit of Michael and Elvis and put it in one.
Yeah, he likes a lot of the 80s funk. But he's probably gonna get sued again. But in the meantime, you make all that money.
Yeah, they don't care. They're like, hey, I paid a little fine. I'll keep the rest of the bread.
Oh, what was that guy's name that was talking about the Russia hacks that he has to ask for immunity before he testifies?
Oh, Flynn?
Yeah, that's. What do you think about
that? Yeah,
that?
that's big, man. It's big. When somebody asks for immunity, there's more than smoke.
Yeah, because I was talking about that.
I said, oh boy.
What? Oh, like he's a music artist?
No, Flynn. Mike Flynn.
No, this is like politics.
Oh.
He just asked for Congress for immunity to testify. So that means there's a rule. That means I said when I heard that, I said, oh boy.
Oh, is that the dude that said he works for Russia?
Yeah.
Yeah, talking about not the hacking, but the interference.
Yeah, and in fact, they're talking about he might have been in on the coup attempt against Turkey. Either he warned them or something went on because the coup attempt didn't work. But he's asking for immunity. That means his hands are dirty. And that means Trump's gonna get pulled into it. I said, I can't believe a president can get in this much trouble before his first 100 days are up.
Yeah, it's not even been 6 months yet.
6 months? It ain't been 3. January 20th, he was elected.
Well, sworn in.
Excuse me? Sworn in.
And now he's electing his family to cabinet positions.
I don't get that. How would they allow him to do that?
No, Kennedy did it.
All the kids have security clearance like that?
As long as they can clear them. Yeah.
All right, I'm getting tired, fellas. I'm about to bow out of here.
Yeah,
it's getting that time. Yeah.
I'm gonna close up. Okay, last question.
Nope.
Everybody's gone? Everybody good?
Yeah,
All right, man. Thanks y'all for following me over and joining in, man. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you, Master Teacher.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm still up.